be elected to our chamber. But I think that as we get elected, as we get in these positions, and that it's not easy. In the days when I was first elected, I was one of the first to kind of lead people to say the word lesbian. We would hear comments on the other side that were very discouraging and very hurtful, very painful. But this is why it's important for us to be elected and for us to be there, because people need to know us as whole persons. And I certainly did my best to help people understand.
Standards and other land use rules. This meeting of the Denver Planning Board begins now.
Okay.
Break. Are we ready? I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Denver Planning Board for Wednesday, April 5th, 2023. Start with a roll call. Caitlin?
Here.
Heidi?
Here.
Mary Beth?
Here.
Mary?
Here.
Fred?
Here.
Jordan?
Here.
Angel?
Here.
Gosha?
Here.
Melissa?
Here.
I'm Joel. I'm here. We have a quorum. At the beginning of every planning board meeting, we leave time for public comment on any topic that is not otherwise on the agenda. If you have come to tell the planning board about something you think we should know that is not otherwise on the agenda, could you please raise your hand either on Zoom or in the room? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. We have no meeting records for approval. The first item that we have on the agenda is official text amendment for temporary managed communities. This is a public hearing. First, I'll start. Are there any disclosures or recusals? All right, we'll have introductory remarks from Councilwoman Knich and Councilman Hines.
Did you miss me?
Saw you last night.
Congratulations. Hi, everyone. I think this is my fourth and final visit between the two measures that I have been bringing through with my colleagues. Councilman Hines is, I think, recovering. I think he's recovering. I think he's recovering from election night last night, as I'm sure many of us are. So I will be representing the two of us today. I'm going to keep it short for my introductory remarks. This is our second visit, and I know we have a number of folks signed up to speak. We'll just do the presentation. So we are back before you for action tonight. Robin Knich, at-large member of the City Council. And just as a refresher, we are here to codify in the zoning code what has been a temporary use through the zoning administrator's authority to ensure that this use does not expire at the end of the year, and to ensure that this, what I call gap filler in our system, is available. And I want to again remind everybody that this is important because although housing is our permanent destination, it is our solution for homelessness, we do not have the scale of funding or the speed of being able to build that housing to address the full scale. So if you think about 4,000 to 5,000 people experiencing homelessness at any one time, and we have probably 1,000 or more individuals experiencing street homelessness, my ability to house all of them in one fell swoop, I don't have that. And so what I need is an ability to keep individuals safe and healthy and communities free of the impacts of that to the extent we can reduce those impacts while we are building. And I have really great news for you. We have the Department of Housing Stability. We just have gotten news that they've updated the pipeline. We now have a pipeline of 2,500 supportive housing units that we believe are funded for the coming year. So that is it's really good. That's a multi-year pipeline that is less than half of those experiencing homelessness today. It doesn't count those falling into homelessness through eviction or instability. So what we have here is the need for a gap filler to reduce street homelessness for those who are being failed in the system today. So that's why we're here. And so reminder about those sites, we've had 8 sites in the safe outdoor space setting. And we do have some of the folks who have been doing and using that model that you may hear from in the public testimony. We also have had the one safe parking site available. You'll see in the picture the pet, an example of something that is provided in these gap filling spaces that is not well provided for in our shelter spaces. Some of our hotels are able to accommodate that, but not our traditional shelters. Couples are not able to stay together in most of our shelter spaces. Again, some of our hotels, but not all. So these are examples of what those 8 sites and the safe parking site have been able to do. And so moving forward, when the staff takes over in just a minute with their expertise, both Libby Kaiser is here from Community Planning and Development to do the bulk of the presentation. We have Jennifer Weiss here from HOST is standing in for Polly Kyle to answer any questions. HOST is, of course, the provider that does the contracting with the providers on the funding side when the city is engaged in that part of the relationship, but they are here to support any answers or that they can provide if you have questions. Although our focus again in this room is on planning and the zoning only. But when we do this blending, we will have a new section of the code that will bring together all of the regulations for tiny homes that are in the code now, for whether it is a safe outdoor space, whether it's a tent, a pallet shelter, or whether it's a vehicle, we're going to regulate them similarly. So think about this as a combining, streamlining, efficiency, and management of a community. And management is the key. This is the slide. This is a community that is managed. This is not a bring your own, set up your own. This is an expectation that you are a nonprofit or governmental entity and you are arranging for these types of services on this site, and you are managing that site to provide for the human needs of the individuals in a way that reduces the impact on the community and puts them on a path towards stability and housing. We've seen those outcomes coming together already to the tune of, just to refresh us here, to the tune of 180 individuals who've transitioned to permanent housing, okay? So just to refresh you what these types of services can do. With that, turn it over to Libby. Thank you.
All right, so I am Libby Kaiser with Community Planning and Development, and I will present a summary of the proposed regulations as well as staff's analysis of the review criteria. And so on the next several slides, you'll see these three boxes, and I'll go over the existing zoning regulations for temporary tiny home villages, as well as those with the temporary use determination, so you can understand how we approach the proposed regulations. And first off, it's important to describe what we mean by temporary as it relates to the duration that a temporary managed community would be allowed. So today, tiny home villages are allowed to occupy a site for a maximum of 4 years, but regardless of how long they stay, once they leave, they can't return to that site for 4 years. And there was no maximum duration specified in the temporary use determination, but the use was expected to expire at some point. Moving forward, a temporary managed community would still be limited to 4 years max. If they occupied a site for only 6 months, then they could return to that site after it had been vacated for 6 months, or 2 years on, 2 years off, etc. So now tiny home villages are allowed in all zone districts within the Denver zoning code except open space, while the temporary use determination was allowed in all Denver zoning code and former chapter 59 zone districts. If this text amendment is approved, then temporary managed communities would be allowed in all zone districts of the Denver zoning code except open space. And a companion amendment to the Denver revised municipal code would also allow the use in former chapter 59 districts. In most of these districts, the use would be allowed anywhere. However, in single unit, 2 unit, and row home districts, limitations are proposed on where the use is allowed. Similar to current limitations for tiny home villages, the temporary managed community use would be limited to locations where they can be accessory to a civic, public, or institutional use, like a church or government building. We're also proposing to allow them on vacant corner lots with a minimum size of 5,000 square feet, where at least one of the intersecting streets is a collector or arterial street, like a Monaco Parkway or Federal Boulevard. The use limitations in single unit, 2 unit, and row home districts also currently cap the maximum number of sleeping units in tiny home villages at 30 sleeping units, which we are proposing to lift, instead allowing capacity to be determined by the zone lot size, as well as structure separation requirements that are specified in building and fire codes where applicable. Building and fire codes don't regulate the separation of tents that are less than 200 square feet, and they also don't require a specific distance between vehicles, but typically 10 feet of separation is required for tiny homes or similar structures. Now, this map is difficult to read at this scale, but it generally shows where temporary managed communities would be allowed. In white are the districts that are open space or single unit, 2 unit, and row home districts, where the use would only be allowed with limitations, except as I previously mentioned, it would not be allowed at all in open space districts. And then all other Denver zoning code zone districts are shown in green, while the next largest geographic area in blue represents former chapter 59 zone districts, where the use would be allowed without limitations. The other map layers that are listed on the right in the legend, the purple, orange, pink, and yellow, are where the use would be allowed with limitations. These These are the single unit, 2-unit, and row home districts within the Denver zoning code, as well as lower scale residential districts in former chapter 15. And you can kind of see on the map where there's some parcels that are highlighted in orange, as well as kind of the pink, yellow, and purple are a little harder to pick up. But what's key to take away from this map is that without allowing this use in the single unit, 2-unit, and row home districts with limitations, they would largely be concentrated in the green and blue areas. So we're ensuring that by allowing them in our lower scale residential neighborhoods with reasonable limitations, it expands the geographic area where these uses could be provided. And then moving on to the operational requirements, current regulations for tiny home villages and those within the temporary use determination require that an operational plan be submitted as part of the zoning permit. And this operational plan typically includes specific details regarding how the site would be staffed and maintained. And those details often don't relate well to zoning and are difficult for zoning inspectors to enforce. So we're now proposing to require that the use be operated by a nonprofit or a government entity, which would manage and maintain these sites and provide supportive services as described in the definition that Councilmember Peach presented earlier. In addition, if deemed necessary, the zoning administrator could attach conditions to this zoning permit. For example, they could specify lighting standards that would have to be met at a specific location. And this conditional permitting is already built into the code as part of our typical zoning permit review process. Finally, beyond the zoning regulations, in order to receive funding, an operator would need to partner with host via a contract that would establish management obligations, and host can provide more details regarding contracts after this presentation. I don't know what happened to my text formatting, sorry. But looking at site design, we've introduced some flexibility into the setback requirements. Tiny home villages did require a 20-foot setback from a primary street in the single unit, 2-unit, and row home districts. And we're now proposing a 0-foot setback along primary streets. Since this is a temporary use, and we're not trying to maintain a certain neighborhood character that would be expected with permanent structures that should be placed in a consistent location on zone lots. We've also heard from operators that this flexibility is key for them to design their sites efficiently while being responsive to unique constraints like business. Finally, we're introducing the ability of the zoning administrator to suspend zoning code standards and procedures during emergencies that threaten public health or life, so that temporary managed communities can be quickly deployed if needed. And this is similar to the allowance that applies to permanent residential care facilities that can increase their capacity in emergencies. As for the process, this text amendment has been under development for approximately 6 months, with outreach to council members, the operators of safe outdoor spaces, and other providers of services for those experiencing homelessness. A public review draft of the text amendment was published on CPD's website in early March, and notifications went out to all registered neighborhood organizations. As of noon today, staff had received 3 letters from registered neighborhood organizations opposing the zoning code update, as well as 11 opposition comments from individuals. We've also received 47 supportive comments. Moving on to the review criteria, the text amendments established in the Denver zoning code, it must be found that the proposed amendment is consistent with adopted plans, that it furthers the public health, safety, and welfare, and results in uniformity of district regulations. There are 2 citywide plans to evaluate, including Comp Plan 2040 and Blueprint Denver. That's frustrating. As stated in the staff report, the amendment supports several strategies in the comp plan, as it will help ensure every neighborhood provides a range of housing options for those experiencing or transitioning out of homelessness. The amendment also supports communication between the city and its residents and businesses, by requiring an operator hold a community information meeting prior to submitting an application for a zoning permit. The amendment's also consistent with Blueprint Denver policies in that it ensures our zoning code embodies regulations that allow modern and equitable approaches to housing for people experiencing homelessness, and development of this amendment was guided by the plan's equity concepts. Those concepts include improving access to opportunity, reducing vulnerability to displacement, and expanding housing and jobs diversity. This amendment supports these concepts as it helps increase the range of attainable shelter near familiar social networks and community services, thus increasing the likelihood that individuals will transition into more stable housing. Staff also finds the amendment furthers public health, safety, and welfare by promoting shelter for the city's most vulnerable, and this text amendment would result in processes and regulations that are uniform within each zone district where this use would be allowed. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the text amendment to the Denver zoning code, as well as the companion amendment to former chapter 59 of the Denver revised municipal code. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 5 people who've signed up in advance for public comment. We will call on those folks and then call on anyone else who wants to speak to this item. Just be aware that all the written comments that have been submitted were received by the planning board as long as they came in by noon, and planning board has had a time to review those. The 5 people that we have signed up to speak, and I apologize for names I'm bound to mispronounce, are all in person. Kwika Moxhoya, Sean Cunningham, Randall Jones, Angela Shima, and Henry Kilsgrove. I'll call you up in that order. You'll each have 3 minutes to speak. If you would start with your name and address for the record. Kwika.
Hi, my name is Kwika Montoya. I am the Safe Outdoor Space Program Director with Colorado Village Collaborative. I live at 1140 Downing Street in Denver, Idaho. I am in support of this amendment to the zoning code. I feel like as an operator with unique experience operating these sites over the last 3 years, we have seen great success in supporting people who typically aren't accessing shelter services. And we're also addressing the gaps in the current sheltering system by prioritizing couples, people with pets, LGBTQIA folks, people with mobility challenges, and also addressing some of the apparent racial disparities among unsheltered homelessness. And we have seen great successes in housing and seeing people move on to longer term sheltering. 180 in 2 years, which we're continuing to house people. I think the last 3 months we've averaged about 12 to 15 people per month, which is amazing, getting them connected to services. I would also like to say that the opportunity that Colorado Village Collaborative has provided through this zoning, operating safe outdoor spaces through the temporary and listed use has given a job opportunity for second chance employment. I am a person with lived experience with homelessness, mental health, and substance misuse, and I aim to hire people that have recovered from similar life challenges to help support people along their journey. So I'm very proud to say that 70% of my staff have all recovered from life challenges, and it varies from homelessness, mental health, substance misuse, trauma, criminal justice. So we're really excited to continue this work. I think a lot of purpose is found in these spaces, not only by our community members that oftentimes feel left out and unheard and not seen, but it also gives purpose to the staff that get to operate the site and really solidify their own recovery journey. And then I think it's safer for the city because we're taking folks from a public unmanaged space without access to hygiene, showers, laundry, trash, all of those things that people need to exist. And we're moving it into a managed space, which means it's cleaner for the neighborhoods, safer for the neighborhoods, and safer for the city as a whole. And I'm going to remain up here just to provide support to all of our community members that are providing public comment today.
Next, Sean Cunningham.
My name is Sean Cunningham. My address is 693 Urban Court, Lakewood, Colorado, 80401. I haven't been in Colorado not too long. I was previously in California. I was arrested for being homeless and they forced me to come out here. So once I got out here, shelters were a little hard because I had my brother. We're both mentally ill. I'm going blind with glaucoma and he is mobility. So we look after each other. Some days he would get in the shelter, some days I wouldn't. So we ultimately decided to stay together out on the street. Since then, we got into the SOS program in July. It's been great. Housing, food, shelter, the support, mental health counseling. They come out with Stout Street Clinic comes out. They do routine checks on you. They give you medication for free. It's just been a blessing. And I feel like it'll be a blessing going forward. I support the text amendments only too. And I just feel like it's great. I got an apartment in December and after being homeless since 2013, it's, like I said, it's been great. They still help me even though I'm in the apartment. Sometimes I need food or if I need help with things with the housing. And sorry, I'm a little nervous.
You're doing great.
It feels good. We feel safe. We actually have a roof over our head. We're not separated. We're able to go to the same camp. It feels like it's been one great help since I've been to this state.
Thank you, sir. Thanks. Next, Randall Jones.
Hey, Randall Jones, address 221, SOS. Before that, I was out on the streets. So I had been there before, but anyway, out on the streets can be pretty tough sometimes. This identity, some guys said to they come to the hospitals. Where down it could have been a little rougher, but they make it not easy, but make it good. All people I was just surprised to see they're there for anyone that's in need. So they have to come to the hospital. They ain't have to care. Her great assets to the and they did a great job.
What is that excellence?
Means a lot. It means second chance. I mean, streets can be tough. People are mean today. Days like being there is hard to I was set on fire for really care. Says a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next, Angela Shimu.
Hi, hey, my name's Angela Shaman. I go by Raven. And I'm going to first thank you guys for giving us a chance to voice and hear our side, what it's like living, you know, actually being able to experience and use the resources that the camps provide, and it's a lifesaver. My dog and I ended out on the street about a little over a year ago. We found the camp about 6 months after that. It was following a domestic situation I won't go into. But anyways, my point is that the camp literally saved our lives. Being a woman, I mean, there are women's shelters out there, they're extremely full, you know, there's a waiting list. A lot of them I had to turn away because I couldn't bring my dog, and my dog saved my life. So he goes everywhere with me, just not here today. When I came to the camp, I had no knowledge of like any of the resources that Denver offers. I'm from Kentucky. So it was like the one-stop shop. You know, they provided not only the security, you know, but resources for medical, getting your ID back. A lot of people on the streets with their identification all the time, their wallets and things like that. So they have people there. I mean, and then there's lots of volunteers. The community who come out and cook for us. They bring food and they do things, and you know, we try to involve ourselves and make sure the communities know that we're not just stereotype, you know, just like you know, starting trouble or just wandering, you know. So the camps are very, very important. They're very important for everyone. I mean, everyone in every situation. That's what I like, is the diversity of it. It's just anyone, you know, you're welcome. Even if you make a mistake, you're welcome back. You know, I mean, that's what that's for. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you my address. Well, I just recently got my keys a few weeks ago. Hey! Yeah. Yes, I actually would have had them sooner, but there was a death in my family, kind of set me back a little bit, so I had to kind of heal from that. So right now I'm at Atlantis Apartments, which is 420 West Cedar Avenue, Denver, Colorado, 80223. I'm glad to have an address. and that is all thanks to the camps and the services and the community within them. I mean, we're all family. We all take care of each other. We all look after each other and all that. So, you know, it's really good to have, I don't have any family here, none. So like, this is my family. And it's good to be able to have that, you know, to have that kind of support, especially when you're going through tough things like it's important, definitely. So thank you for all your support, for just listening to us, because a lot of people out there don't think you care. They really don't. They're just doing whatever because they don't think you guys care. You know, not that you guys have shown that, it's just what they feel. They just hopeless. You know, the camps provide that for them, you know. So, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the help, everything you guys do. I really sincerely appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Me and my dog Odin. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Next, Henry Kilsgrove.
Hello, everybody. My name is Henry Kilsgrove. My address is 826 South Oneida Street, Denver, Colorado, 80224. I've been homeless since I was about 12 years old. My mom kicked me out just due to some gang violence and stuff. Been on the streets since. It was really hard to get a job because most everybody requires you to be 18 and older. So kind of was a little harder growing up. Didn't really have much friends either. Couldn't really trust nobody. So as soon as I was able to get into a camp, you know, it was a great experience. I was able to get my vital docs all back together, my birth certificate, all that stuff. Was able to find me a job, just get me into work and start working. I just recently got my apartment about last month, so trying to lead on a different path in life. So it's kind of hard when you're Native American and you have a tribal last name. So it's definitely one of the challenges that as a Native American person, that's one I face for sure. I mean, there's a lot of generational trauma, even with like on my reservation where I come from. I come from the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, South Dakota. I don't know if you guys ever heard about that, but that's actually considered one of the most forest reservations in the United States of America, along with the highest suicide rate there. It's kind of hard coming from a background like that. You know what I mean? And I'm full-blooded myself. There's a lot of people out there that aren't full-blooded, but a lot of them, we're losing our culture now. Down on the East Coast, what I've been learning is that down on the East Coast, they're teaching everybody that Native Americans don't even exist. So it's kind of just, then you come down here and you go to the reservations and you see how we live, you see how we go about in our lives and stuff. It's really unhealthy. So, my uncle, my grandpa, right now I'm about to start a drum group here in Denver, Colorado. I'm a performer. I perform a lot for a lot of the events that goes on. I just got done performing in the parade, the St. Patrick's Day parade, and even performed at the Denver March Powwow that was recently. So definitely me, my grandpa, and my uncle, all of us, on that side, they're all Tlingit. So definitely different cultures there and stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now go online to see if there's anybody who's joined us who wanted to testify on this topic. If you are joined by Zoom, if you could use the raise hand feature if you'd like to speak to the topic of the temporary managed communities text amendment. I see Jonathan Pira. We'll turn to Jonathan. You'll have 3 minutes if you would start with your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, hello, my name is Jonathan Pura. I'm at 1514 Newton Street in 80204, District 3.
And Jonathan, we are not hearing you in the room. It does appear that you're unmuted, so it could be something on our side. If you could just keep talking for a moment while we figure this out.
Okay, I will keep talking here until you find something that'll allow you to hear me. I am seeing that closed captioning was just turned on. I'm not sure if that's it.
That's good. All right, you're all set, and you may start now. You'll have 3 minutes.
Great. Hello, members of the Planning Board. My name is Jonathan Pura. I live at 1514 Newton Street in West Colfax. I'm actually here tonight to deliver a statement on behalf of YIMBY Denver, as I'm the lead with that organization. At the top of our website, YIMBY Denver, you'll find the simplest statement of our values. Denver is not full. Everyone who lives here should be able to stay. Everyone who moves here should be welcomed. We truly take that to mean everyone in Denver. Our city's housing crisis has the biggest impact on those with the fewest options available to them. In the long run, the most important thing we can do to uphold those values is build more housing of more types to suit more people's needs and price points. We are thrilled that today's hearing before Planning Board is happening under the shadow of state legislation focused on housing abundance. However, we do recognize that permanent housing takes time to build and scale, particularly with the deficit so large as Denver's. Along the way, safe outdoor spaces are an important, necessary, if not permanent tool for housing stability. We strongly support these changes to extend the use of safe outdoor spaces. We look forward to the day when they are no longer needed because we have enough housing and social support for all, but we definitely don't expect that to happen before the end of 2023. We urge you to consider and recommend for approval these recommendations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's the only hand I see up online. I'll turn in the room. Is there anyone else who's come to speak to this topic in the room? Okay, we'll now take questions from planning board members to the council sponsor, the staff, or any of our speakers. I see Angel and then Mary Beth.
I just want to say thank you for everyone who spoke, especially the residents that came to speak. I appreciate your stories. And I had a question about numbers. Councilwoman Kanish, you introduced a few numbers about housing in the pipeline and about numbers of people experiencing homelessness. Can you share, are there estimates about with this text amendment change, approximately how many temporary units would be available versus how many spots are available now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to invite Jennifer Weiss up from host. I will just say that nothing in the text amendment requires you to have a contract with the city per se. So the truth is that the first sites funded themselves totally with philanthropic dollars. So you are not limited by the funding the city has available. If you are able to get foundation funding, good on you. So I can't give you a concrete estimate of how many sites might be able to do that. But Jennifer can tell you how much funding the city has, which is a more likely scenario for how many sites we have funding for.
Thank you, and it's great to be here with you all this afternoon. I'm Jennifer Bice with the Department of Housing Stability. I'm our Acting Deputy Director of Operations, and I'm here. I think Polly Kyle on our team was here last month, so I'm here to support in that capacity as well. So the Department of Housing Stability has a contract with Colorado Village Collaborative. We have a contract for the next 2 years that's funded out of American Rescue Plan Act dollars for approximately $7 million. And so that's about 3.9 million per year. Can tell you also from our 2022 contract where we have a complete year of data for the program as well. So that last year in 2022, the contract was $3.4 million, and we're able to serve 296 unique households, which included 319 unique individuals served in those programs, just to give you a sense of scale. And our contracts currently support a minimum of 3 sites. So we also have a contract that supports safe parking. So that is currently a contract from June 2022 through May 2023. It's a $150,000 contract also funded with American Rescue Plan Act dollars. And that contract, we are in the middle of that contract year, but has served 17 unique households so far.
Very good. I also want to thank everybody that came to talk. Those were lovely stories, and I'm glad to hear them. You know, when I was reading this and studying this, I miss a very important piece of information. Who manages these sites? Is HOST the group that is, when it says the managed site?
Permit applicant would be the one who manages it. And I want to make very clear, they don't necessarily have to be the owner of the land. So the owner of the land, let's say, could be a corporation, it could be a church, it could even be a private landowner. But as long as they give permission to the governmental or nonprofit applicant, it could be a lease, whatever arrangement they want to make to give them permission to occupy the site, that would be the applicant who applies to community planning and development for the permit.
And how do they learn how to manage that particular event that they're, or the housing that they're going to provide? Are there courses that they take? Do they get a certificate to be managers?
Well, I will tell you, this is in part why we chose governmental and nonprofit entities who had, I will just say, a human services bent to them, and we did not allow for-profit entities to be applicants, because it was our belief that those are the fields that are oriented towards human services. I will say that, again, the most likely applicants are those who will be contracting with HOST, because that's where the funding is. So again, Jennifer might want to refer to the fact that there are contracting standards if they do business with HOST. You know, like any contract with the city, there's an RFP, there are standards, those kinds of things. Again, that's not a prerequisite to get a permit. But I do think that, you know, in any human services field, there are folks. So if you want to ask the question, who's likely to get a permit to do this? Someone with the funding to do it. Who's likely to get that funding, whether it's the city as the funder or a major foundation. This is not a cheap endeavor, right? Whether it's the site preparation, the ability to get the site prepared, and if you think about the temporary restrooms and the rental of those, if you think about the staffing it takes, this is not a cheap endeavor. So any funder is going to want to have standards, whether it's a foundation or whether it's the city. So I think those are the types of insurances that you're going to have someone who, you know, and in this case, this provider came with experience earned or learned through tiny home villages, but they did have to learn. It was a new model then, and they learned, and they, you know, learned from other service providers. They learned by doing. we had to grow that expertise in this case. No one had done it. So we do have to sometimes grow new expertise, and I don't want to rule out that providers sometimes do have to do that. We can't always find someone who's done it before.
If they don't have a contract with host, they can still go ahead and do it, but who enforces? How do we know that the people will be helped or managed? I mean, that the management will work.
So I'm going to turn it over to either Tina maybe to talk about. So there is not a particular. So Tina, maybe you want to talk about if there are complaints, or maybe this is the best question for you to answer in terms of what is or isn't in community planning and development's purview.
Tina Axelrad, zoning administrator with community planning and development, right here in this building. So there is the possibility that someone who wants to operate or manage a temporary community could come in without having a track record necessarily. We'd be looking for an application that shows how they intend to meet the definition of the temporary managed community, which is why that definition is really important in the ordinance. And part of that definition does say that services will be provided. So we'd be looking at the very least for a commitment to provide those services in the narrative that comes with the application on how they meet this definition. Nothing in there says that you need to have X number of years of experience or previous experience running this exact type of site. But there are other softer barriers to this that lead to some self-selection, and taking on the mantle of doing this is no easy task. All right, so you meet the definition. At that point, we would probably be referring the application to other agencies for review. Just as good practice, you probably send it to host. Maybe they'd have a conversation with them, and we would, of course, suggest any best practices that we have seen in the past. They would have to do a community information meeting up front, pre-application. So that also engenders a lot of questions and commitments and responses from any applicant as to how they will operate. And we would expect to see that reflected in the application if they've made any commitments to the way they intend to operate. We will make any of those commitments conditions of approval or cross-reference in our permit, and then it becomes a matter of enforcement after the fact.
And you all will be the enforcers and the inspectors?
Yeah, of course, if there's any line crossed as to public health issues, environmental health would be engaged as well. So if things like proper running water or hot water or access to bathrooms were not being maintained at a minimum level for public health and safety, we would use our partners in environmental health to be engaged in that as well.
Got it. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Jennifer.
Thank you for the question. I wanted to just add a little bit more about when host is a funder for a safe outdoor space or safe parking, what are some of those service standards and things that we codify and contract, and this is based on our current contracts. Although as Councilman Kinich rightly points out, we do also procure for services, and so that's an additional opportunity to communicate those standards, get proposals from the community, and determine who we fund. But within our current contracts, we have staffing expectations in terms of the number of staff available, training such as de-escalation, mediation, trauma-informed care, basic amenities, including food, water, access to electricity, the accommodations available in the person's unit, whether that be a tent or a tiny home, in this case, a safe outdoor space, but also hygiene facilities and hand washing stations, those kind of core infrastructure components, as well as additional heat and shade spaces as single points to entry. And then really critically, access to supportive services, so including case management, referrals to partner agencies for additional services. We've also seen safe outdoor space really function as a place where services can come to that are provided elsewhere in the community. We also include standards around safety and security, and mitigation of community impacts. So we're really looking at it from a site perspective, a service perspective, and kind of how are we supporting residents in those spaces. We'll also say as host, as a funder, part of our role in funding programs across the spectrum of housing needs is to engage with our partners. And so we have program officers who are regularly in touch with all of our contractors, perform quarterly site visits, require reporting. So we are also, in addition to that contract, also in an active relationship with our contractors to support performance on programs, including the ones we're talking about here today.
Next, I saw Mary.
Yeah, like my colleagues, I would like to thank you guys who came out to speak. I just want to say that even as a member of planning board, I get really nervous giving public comment. So I appreciate you guys doing that. And especially you guys who aren't from Colorado, I just, want to let you know you're welcome here, and we're really glad that you're here. Good. And then I also just want to take a quick second to thank Councilwoman Knish and Councilmember Hines for making this such a priority before it expired and before the end of this term. It's so important, so thank you. The first question I have, maybe for Libby, just a quick clarification based on one of the comments that we got in the written comments from the Platt Park People's Association. Just to clarify, a temporary managed community under the changes wouldn't be allowed in a park space with an OSA designation. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I've also followed up with them to
Okay, perfect. And then the other two things that I just wanted to ask are a little bit technical. I know when we had the informational item, we talked about why, if it were in an SUTU or RH zone district, it would need to be on a corner for servicing requirements. Why would it have to be at a collector or arterial? What was the decision around that?
That's just that we don't have this embedded in some of our more quieter areas. So it does kind of operate more like some of the mixed use multi-unit districts where they would be allowed by right anywhere on those sites. Okay. So those are kind of just more intense areas within our lower scale residential neighborhoods.
Okay. And then the last question that I had, I know we also talked about changing the language over in the zoning code from talking, and this has to do with the language in the ordinance, sort of distinguishing this from mobile home park uses. In the ordinance, there was a whole section where it defined sort of trailer coach lot, trailer coach park. Do we know why that language is in the ordinance and we haven't switched over to mobile home park there?
Adam, do you maybe want to address that?
Adam Hernandez, Assistant City Attorney. Could you state your question? I'm not sure I'm following.
Yeah, I think it was in the informational item on this where they were sort of distinguishing this use from a mobile home park use. And we had talked about how in the code we were going to move away from using language like trailer park and switch over to mobile home park because of the stigma associated with that and sort of it being an outdated term. But in the ordinance, there was a section in the beginning where it used trailer coach lot, and trailer park in the definition section. And I'm just wondering if there was a reason why we were still using that old language, or
partly that language is still in state statutes under the Mobile Home Park Act. And I also think that those were historical definitions from the zoning codes. It's almost like a reference back to those just to make sure that it's distinguishable from what's being proposed.
Okay.
Sure.
Questions, Heidi? Libby, I think I've got a question for you. If you're able to bring back up the slide that was the map.
And then which slide? I'm sorry.
The map.
Yep.
Just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. Anything that's in the green and the blue, I'm Park. Could you explain this again? Is it all the colors where these uses can go and anything that's white use can't go there?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. So that's what I got. And what's really fascinating for me to see this map is what happens in terms of opportunity for multiple types of people when we thoughtfully plan a place, and specifically with the codes that we write. Central Park. Okay. Those are largely single-family neighborhoods. However, the thoughtful planning that took place in the specific code that was written for that place that's very different than the rest of the code is way ahead of the time, because look at all the opportunity there is for this use. And so my question for you is, do you ever see a vehicle by which other neighborhoods that look very similar to Central Park would be able to provide that same opportunity to our neighbors that are here tonight?
I actually don't know that that's the right way to read the map, and I apologize because I was out of town the last week prepping for this, so we did not get time to talk about the map before this presentation. But remember that this is only available on vacant corner lots. Not every blue area is actually an available lot where this could go. And so I think that the map is a little bit misleading. So all of the blue is former chapter 59.
Right.
And so the blue is a little bit misleading. It makes it look like it could go any place within the blue. It's actually just telling you where the zoning exists. And then within that, only a very small number of parcels would actually meet the size, the corner lot, the collector street, and the vacant lot criteria. So is that right?
Actually.
So, right. So I just want you to maybe break it down more detail.
We can.
Yes, it's not actually the case that everything in blue is available for this use.
The blue is, so it's hard to see like where there's pink and yellow. And that means the pink and yellow are former chapter 59 zone districts that are lower scale residential that meet the limitations that we described earlier, that have a civic and public institutional use or on a corner lot. Within blue, it would be allowed anywhere within that blue, with the exception of areas that are PUDs or custom zoned. And so if it's a PUD in the blue or a PUD in the green, those specific PUDs would have to be checked for the uses that they allow.
Does that include regular zoning with waivers?
It could include regular zoning with waivers as well.
Meaning sites could go where there's regular zoning with waivers.
If the waivers didn't waive out this type of use.
Okay.
So any of those custom zones, there's kind of a little tiny caveat and tiny language on the bottom of this map that says that in instances where there's custom zoning districts, including PUDs, waivers, and conditions, this temporary managed community use might be allowed, it might not. We would just actually have to drill into that specific custom zoning.
I want to just clarify one other thing too. The areas in blue are related to the text amendment, are not related to the text amendment. They're more related to what we call the bridge amendment, which is something that we will be voting on as council, but you do not refer today. We might want to work more on this map as we go through. We wanted to share it with you because we want to always give you that full context, but it's something we'll be sharing and working on more with my colleagues on council. So it is a little bit in draft form right now. As we work together more to prepare for our council process, we always like to share with you what we've got, that I do think we'll probably be working to refine it a little bit. We might want to hash mark something, for example, to say more research needed, for example, versus implying that every lot in that area is available. So those are things that, you know, we just will do some more work on. And that's my just, you know, you can only get so much done when you're.
Yes.
Yeah, so thank you for raising the question though.
Yeah, so I still will ask that question, because the blue that is in Central Park, that is, you know, chapter 59, and the waivers definitely on that would not include it. And there's a fair amount of ground that's down there that I think would meet those requirements. And so it's just my hope is that we can find a way. Do you think there's any way we can increase some of these areas within the city and provide more opportunity for locations?
I think Central Park's very unique, if that really was a lot of custom zoning. And so moving forward, we would certainly like folks to be within the zone districts that are allowed within the post 2010 Denver zoning code. And this use is allowed in all districts in the Denver zoning code except for open space. So that would be a way to just ensure that it's allowed in future areas.
Great, thank you so much.
So Tina touched on this a little bit when she was kind of talking about what an application would look like, but, and I saw this in some of the comments, kind of flesh out what the changes from the current process for, you know, a site is identified as a potential site for a temporary managed community. What does this process look like? Because I think we saw some of the concerns in the comments around the operation plan going away, or the role of the community and the role of neighborhood agreements in play. And so how that would be done, and I think the community information meeting that Tina touched on is a big important piece of that at the beginning. Could you just kind of walk through that so to give everyone understanding, you know, if the site gets identified, how is that done?
So if a site gets identified, they would have a pre-application meeting with the city to understand kind of what the full process is, what the review expectations are. And then before they would submit an actual application, they'd have to have that community information meeting. Once they submit that application, it gets assigned a project coordinator who's going to review it and facilitate that review through multiple agencies in the city who will provide their input on what the operator might need to do in order to be in compliance with various city rules and procedures. And then there may be some back and forth in resubmittals and additional reviews by the city before the applicant addresses all of the city's concerns. And then assuming that they're meeting all of the regulations within this updated section of the code, then they would be issued a zoning permit. And then as Tina was mentioning, they would be expected to continue complying with the zoning regulations or any terms of that permit for the duration of their permit.
I know the answer to this, but just for clarity, if during that process it's identified that, you know, there's a particular area of concern, the zoning administrator has the ability to put a condition on that permit to try and address that. I think the language is whether the proposal will interfere with the reason that you enjoy the adjacent property. Potentially a condition can be added to try and moderate that concern, right?
Correct.
And then just one last question. This is a drafting question. So it's on page 22 of the PDF red line. And it's really the definition of temporary managed community. I'm curious why in the two second paragraphs, the word may is used instead of kind of a stronger shall. When we're talking about operational management, access to support services, on-site staffing, I think we've certainly heard that those are the successful sites, right, where those opportunities kind of bring services there, have it be a one-stop shop. And that generally was anticipated, but I'm just curious why may is used.
May is used there because we're not saying that everything that's within that list of potential facilities or services that's provided, we're not saying that they shall provide every single one of those items, but that they may provide one or many of the items that are listed there. It's not meant to be an exhaustive list or something they have to meet in its entirety.
Let me continue on those lines. One of the concerns we got from public comment was about on-site staffing. And it does sound like on-site staffing is an expectation, but given the definition on the page and the list of may provide, it sounds like that's optional. Is that intended in the draft that on-site staffing might be optional?
I think it's still the expectation. It's just within the code language. We're not saying that this is an absolute requirement, but that would be the expectation and something that we would definitely be looking for and having those conversations with the operator as to how are you staffing this. And that information, while no longer included in an operational plan, since we've eliminated that requirement, that kind of information would still be included in a host contract.
If the city is funding.
If the city's funding, correct.
And I just like to use an analogy. If you think about it, like, you know, where you can have an establishment that serves alcohol, right? The zoning for, you know, commercial establishments is a land use question, but how many people are at a bar to staff it?
that is not something the planning board or the zoning code is concerned with. So I think it's really important to remember that we're in the land use and uses and form area of the law, and that it is a different regulatory question, and we don't want to be treating different uses differently by putting things in the land use code that don't belong there. There are always questions. There are many uses where staffing levels might be a question. We do not regulate those through our land use code. Right. So there are many other uses where we could have this conversation with the neighborhood where they might have questions about staffing levels, right? Or security, right? You know, Lodo alone. There are many different businesses where you could have questions about staffing level. We just don't do that through zoning.
And we needed the flexibility also to accommodate particularly safe parking space, whatever you call it, safe parking spaces, which have already occurred in Denver. We've had two. We have two permitted now. One's looking to extend it, and those are relatively light on the provision often of services, and definitely light on 24/7 staffing. They're operated a little differently, and we wanted to ensure that we accommodated that type of temporary managed community as well. They're very volunteer driven so far. They've been on site of churches and other religious assemblies, and they're being run primarily by volunteers and members of the congregation. So you don't have as high a level of staffing or service provision necessarily that you might find in a Colorado Village collaborative managed community. And we need that definition to work for all those things.
Thank you. Another clarification I had, just looking in the text here regarding open space. We've got 3 Denver zoning code categories of open space, OSA, B, and C. This use, as you said, is not permitted in OSB and OSC. OSA for everything, per the interpretation of the charter that we're working under, is up to the manager of Parks and Rec to determine, is this a parks use? So my understanding is, in conversation with Parks and Rec, this would not be a parks use, and so Parks and Rec would not allow this use in OSA Denver Parks. Am I connecting the dots correctly?
That's been the interpretation today.
Okay, thank you. We did have a question from a RNO saying, I think this might be allowed in parks, so I just wanted to get that out there on the record. Additional questions, Gosha?
I have a question to our first speaker, if you don't mind coming up. A little bit outside of our scope, but if you don't mind educating us. First of all, thank you for all your work. And thank you to everybody who came to speak to us and for sharing your stories that are impactful and thank you. I want to hear a little more. So we're making the zone, or we're considering the zoning changes today that will make your operations more predictable, more permanent in nature. I wonder, aside from funding, what other barriers do you encounter that prevent you from scaling the operation? Because I think the issue at hand is that there's just so much need, right? And it's so difficult to scale. So I would really appreciate a little bit of education on what else could be done, should be done. What are the barriers?
Yeah, absolutely. Being an operator of a safe outdoor space and really incorporating the need to have staff there 24/7 for just the safety of the community members and the larger neighborhood. We have to kind of balance what operating staff costs are versus the number of people served, how big of a lot. So I would say our number one challenge is finding land that kind of gives us enough flexibility to serve kind of our sweet spot, which we have found between 45 and 60 units, which serves 55 to 70 people. And that really helps us achieve the greatest outcomes by number of people served and getting access to services versus maybe opening up a smaller one where that staffing cost wouldn't quite reach the levels that, like balance the cost of staffing. Sorry, I'm just like, I'm going to talk myself into a circle. And then I would say,
I would say neighborhood pushback can be a little bit exhausting. You know, I've probably done, I don't know how many community engagement and community information meetings you guys have done, but I've participated in about 12 and 12 different neighborhoods and along this, and that's in a 2-year journey. But we are committed, right? That is a valuable part of what we do. So that can be a challenge, but just use of land is our biggest barrier. Yeah, absolutely.
Jordan, sorry, before you sit down.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah,
Moses.
I'm sorry. I thought you were pointing to somebody else.
Thanks. Sorry about that.
No, no worries.
I also want to thank everyone for coming out. I know this is not something you do, and I remember you were nervous, but your testimony was really powerful, and I really appreciate you being here. I think we all do. I was going through the comments. I appreciate the fact that most of them, vast majority of them, were positive and support. I saw on the presentation, maybe, I think there were 3 RNOs that were against it. Is that correct? I find that a little disappointing. I'm wondering, one of the comments was from an RNO saying they don't support it because they're concerned about sanitation, health, and safety, and drug use. I guess the question's sort of broad, but what is it? Is there anything to lead to a concern there, or is that sort of based in anything? I guess is there a reason to be concerned?
Yeah, to me that sounds like an RNO that we haven't had an opportunity to present or engage with as far as our community information meetings, because we list out kind of all of the services that we have in our operations plan. So we contract with professional porta potty services that get cleaned on a daily basis. I joke around that we have the cleanest porta potties in Denver because my staff are also wiping them down every 2 hours for hygiene and sanitation. Obviously, we were set up in response to the COVID global health crisis, and we just continue to maintain that because the safety of our community members is most important. We have regular 3 times a week trash and recycling service. We also are an active composter. So we have Colorado Compost that picks up kind of leftover food and all of that stuff for our sites. Our community members also participate in every other week neighborhood cleanups where they're actually going around the neighborhood and picking up trash in the community surrounding it. I would say, you know, there are a lot of stigmas associated with folks that are experiencing homelessness, while people who are in active substance misuse are a subpopulation to people experiencing homelessness. But I also like to say people who use drugs are also house community members too. So, you know, we don't regulate what people do in their apartments. We do ask that people sign up on our community agreements. So we have no violence, no weapons, no drug trading, no drug use, no alcohol use, no fires, certain things, right, that we monitor on a 24/7 basis. The way we operationalize no drugs and alcohol use is through our see, smell, feel policy. And I think that scares people, right? They're like, what, you know, you're not drug testing. We're not in the business of taking away people's civil liberties. These people who are just accessing basic care for their basic human needs shouldn't be regulated like somebody that's broken laws or treated differently than a normal human being. So there's probably active drug use and not, you know, hygienic homes in your neighborhood, but you would never know, right? So these are regular Denver community members, and we aim to serve them the way somebody would be inside their apartment building. But we do have a pretty lengthy operational plan. It might be being taken out of, say, the land use zoning permit, but that doesn't mean it goes away. You know, we like to keep our sites running in tip-top shape, cleanliness, safety-wise, with any alcohol or drug use, and definitely any criminal behaviors. I'm really proud to say that to date, we have not had any people that lived in our sites over the 2 years, so it's 500 and some people, committing a crime against a person or a property, or been arrested for committing a crime on site. So outside of the site and inside of the site. That's a pretty amazing record. Did I answer? Cool.
Seeing no other questions, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for deliberations. Let me just describe this part of the process. So at this point, we're not taking comments from the public anymore, but we're gonna talk amongst ourselves about what we've read and what we've heard to evaluate whether it meets three criteria: consistency with adopted plans, public health, safety, and welfare, and uniform district regulations and restrictions. I'll just start off. I know a couple colleagues ready to go because I haven't taken my time to thank the public who came to speak. It was very important to hear your voices, and thank you for coming down. Before talking about the analysis of the criteria, I just want to say I'm proud of Denver for taking advantage of what we can get out of the tragedy that was the pandemic. In so many ways, we had to do things that were outside of the norm to respond to that crisis. And then rather than just going back to normal, as soon as we felt like we could go back to normal, we said, what can we learn from this? This is an example of that. Outdoor eating and drinking spaces differently than we did it before is an example of that. I'm hopeful that it doesn't take a pandemic for Denver to learn that we can try things, see how it works, do some kind of custom regulations in an interim, learn and adapt, and then bring them into the norm once we've seen that they work well. Because this is an example of that concept. It's a prototyping type concept working really well and making the most of the tragedy. I do think that this meets all three criteria. I'm not going to go into great detail, but I'll just put my marker out there that I believe this meets the criteria. I saw Fred. I saw a number of hands. I've got you all. Start with Fred and Mary.
Thanks. I also want to voice my appreciation to hear from those who are really impacted by what we're reviewing today. We hear a lot from people who put forward that they are impacted by what we're doing, who are perhaps speaking more from a place of fearing that they will be impacted by what we are doing. And so I appreciate the rather more direct connection that those who came to testify have. And I guess I can only hope that some of the folks who wrote in opposition might have listened today, and it might have helped them to have a broader perspective on the issues and what we're reviewing today. I think staff collectively and Councilman Kinich have done a really good job of addressing the individual comments that have come out through those, which I don't think are insubstantial. But I do want to just kind of comment that I have experienced the SOS sites and tiny homes as a neighbor in pretty close proximity to both. I will admit that both of those sites were managed by Colorado Village Collaborative, so I don't necessarily have experience with these sorts of sites managed by somebody else. But that I do want to reinforce that experience was very good, and that I think there was no impact on the surrounding community. I was part of my local RNO's group that negotiated a good neighbor agreement with Colorado Village Collaborative concerning the SOS site. Part of that agreement was a monthly meeting that we would hold with them to ensure that any neighborhood concerns were brought forward. We stopped holding those because Quika and I really didn't need to meet every month, just the two of us. There were no other concerns that were brought forward. Early on, there was a concern from somebody about how the people were entering the site. That was quickly addressed. And it was really a matter of Quika telling me the numbers on how many people have gone into permanent housing. And I've not heard from any other neighbors in the neighborhood who have experienced any adverse impacts that they want to bring forward. That site has been in operation now for over a year. It's hard for me to tell because it's there, but we don't see any impact except that occasionally I see groups of residents out collecting trash. So I will support this, but just wanted to relay that experience, particularly as we talk about the piece in the code that speaks to adverse impacts. Thank you.
The queue as I have it is Mary, Angel, and Jordan. I'll look for more hands. Mary?
Yeah, I will be uncharacteristically brief. I just want to flag that when I was in my late 20s, I was sleeping in my car, and I had to move it, and I had to hope I didn't get caught, and I had to find different neighborhoods that I thought were both safe and that I wouldn't get flagged by anybody who was uncomfortable by my presence. So the idea of having a place where I could just be in my car would be awesome. And then the other thing that I wanted to flag is just this morning, Fred and I were talking about the experience of being on planning board in front of CU Denver MERP students. And we were talking about the criteria and how sometimes some of them feel a little fuzzy, or, you know, what do they actually mean? And sometimes the ambiguity around health, safety, and general welfare of the city, you know, how does that apply to some of the very technical things that we're looking at? And this is such a contender for that. And this so clearly improves the health, safety, and general welfare of people who are accessing the communities, but our whole city at large. So emphatic support from me tonight.
Yes. Well, I just want to say this programming is a success, no doubt, it's successful. And I am glad we have the opportunity to offer potentially a little more permanence to zoning requirements for this type of temporary managed housing. What I'm concerned about is funding. ARPA dollars are limited, and along with what Joel was saying, the pandemic brought about this, awareness that we need to provide housing for unhoused people. That doesn't go away just because the pandemic ends. In fact, the need continues to grow. And so I will only just say that I know, there may be a new team that needs to take this on, but that there is housing that stays in place as we work on the pipeline of non-temporary housing to maintain temporary housing once our dollars dry up. And I'm in full support if that is.
Thank you, Jordan.
Also, I'm going to be very succinct because I think we all have similar thoughts. We all express some of them. There is such a critical need. We heard from people who really helped by these programs. There's such a critical need. There's so many more people who can be helped. Not addressing all of them, but everything helps. And I am so pleased to see an ordinance that actually makes it easier and more flexible to accommodate some of these people, makes it more predictable and easy to understand, and allows this to be successful into the future. Very point of, it's very rare that health, safety, and welfare is one where sort of star of our debate, but in this case, it clearly moves the needle in all of those things in such a major way. And there's no ambiguity in my support for this. I think it is incredible. Thank you.
Thank you. Heidi.
I do find that this application meets the criteria, and I will also be in support. I also wanted to have an opportunity to thank our neighbors who have experienced homelessness and taking time out of their day today to come and speak with us, and to have an opportunity to hear their stories and be blessed by their stories. I had a time when I was young where we faced housing instability, and so those stories are touch me very deeply, and the humanity by which our city is now showing all of our citizens with the zoning code makes me very proud of Denver. So I just would like to thank Councilwoman Kniech and Councilman Hines for championing this and bringing it forward, for your leadership. I'm truly grateful. And Councilwoman, I just have to thank you publicly for the incredible leadership you've shown in this city and what you've done for us. I am eternally grateful for your service and wish you well with whatever comes next. You've been really impactful, and I'm really grateful that you did this. Thanks for making me proud. And I just, well, I'm in support. Very great.
Other deliberation? I'd like to invite up our rep from the city attorney's office. There's a clarification needed regarding the stub on chapter 59.
Hello, if you all are planning to adopt the recommended motion, I would just request that you delete the phrase and the companion amendment to the Denver Revised Municipal Code from that motion. So the motion would only be recommending approval of the Denver zoning code text, not the DRMC chapter.
And that's just because there's no specific place that tells us that we have recommending role regarding the DRMC.
Partly, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Would someone like to make a motion with that change?
Gladly. Sure. Correct me if I get it wrong. I move to recommend the city council adopt this official text amendment, temporary managed communities, based on compliance with the criteria in the Denver zoning code section 12.4.11, with the following conditions: that the planning board review draft be edited for clarity, correctness, illustrative graphics, section references, and other non-substantive matters, as well as any other changes the planning board review draft made necessary by such edits.
Moved by Jordan and seconded by Angel. Any discussion on the motion? We'll do a roll call vote. Caitlin? Heidi?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Fred?
Aye.
Jordan?
Aye.
Angel?
Aye.
Gosha?
Aye.
Melissa?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That passes unanimously. Thank you. And thank you. All right. We will quickly go to the consent agenda, and then we will take a little break after that. So we're on to items 5 and 6 on the consent agenda. These are items that appear to clearly meet the criteria. There's no known significant controversy, and nobody has signed up to speak to these items. So make sure this is still the case. I believe that's still the case. We have one item on 4855 North Fenton Street, a rezoning, and then an item on 535 East Mexico Avenue, a rezoning. Is there anybody here who's come to give testimony on either of those items? Are you here to speak to the Fenton Street or the Mexico Avenue items? All right, is there anyone online who's come to give testimony to either of those items? All right, is there any planning board member who'd like to remove any of those, either of those from the consent agenda? Are there any disclosures or recusals?
Yes, I wanted to disclose that I have been called on behalf of the applicant with a will recuse myself from that.
Caitlin has disclosed a potential conflict or an appearance of a conflict on East Mexico Avenue, and so we're recusing from the consent vote overall. With no one wishing to remove the items from the consent, I would ask someone to move the approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
By Heidi and seconded by Mary Beth. As we each had the ability to remove these items for consideration, I'd ask you all to vote for this motion. Heidi?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Fred? Aye. Jordan? Aye. Angel? Gosha?
Aye.
Melissa? Aye. I vote aye as well. The consent agenda has been approved with Caitlin having recused. All right, we are now going to take a little break because the next item we have a number of speakers for will take a little while. So we will return back in 10 minutes at 4:37 p.m. Thank you very much.
This live music series will feature artists booked by Youth on Record, the first entertainment company in the nation specifically designed to advance racial and social equity. On April 5th, check out Alicia Kraft an award-winning songwriter from Fort Collins, known for her smart, retro-influenced indie pop and rock Americana performances. Denver Botanic Gardens celebrates Dia del Niño throughout the month of April with stories and planting kits available in the Helen Fowler Library. Admission to the library is free for the general public and members. Baseball is back. The Rockies kick off their 2023 home season by hosting the Washington Nationals for a 4-game series. The musical adaptation of The Color Purple features awe-inspiring soul, gospel, jazz, and blues vocals underpinned by raw dialogue and a masterful plot. It is a triumphant, uplifting piece of art that reaffirms some fundamental truths: that black is beautiful, that women are powerful, and that love is love. The Nuggets close out their 2023 regular season with a Sunday matinee matchup against the Kings as both teams prepare for the playoffs. Art Gym Gallery is displaying 2 exhibits showcasing symbolic interpretations of a frozen moment in time to challenge our conditioned responses. One interpretation is conveyed using paintings and sculptures, while the other uses a unique screen printing technique. Join us for the opening reception on Thursday, April 6th from 6 to 9. Join MOA for their annual Easter Egg Extravaganza as they kick off spring in Marjorie Park. There will be a morning and afternoon session, and each includes food and drink, an Easter egg hunt, youth activities, and prizes. And that's a quick look at what's happening in Denver this week. Here's what's coming into view on Elevating Denver.
Denver Astronomical Society was founded in 1949 as the Denver Telescope Makers Club, changed its name a couple years later, and has been Denver Astronomical Society ever since. It's involved very extensively with schools, museums. Some of our members in the past, as students, went on to become astrophysicists and professional astronomers. They took advantage of our scholarship program. They now have professional careers in the world of astronomy and science.
Very smart.
A couple of the major activities that we do at the observatory are our twice weekly public night events and our monthly open houses here at DU's historic Chamberlain Observatory. Clouds are kind of in the way, and our fingers are crossed that the clouds will cooperate a little bit later on, and folks are going to be able to enjoy some nice observing of the night sky.
Well, it's fun to come out and just be with the other club members, share what's in the sky with the public. First time that somebody sees Saturn is usually a very memorable time for them. Sometimes they don't believe what they're seeing. It's like, no, you have a picture in the scope. They don't, it's, well, there's the rings, and I never thought I'd see that.
Members are setting up telescopes on the park lawn, and they will be available for the public to come and take a peek through at the objects that are in the night sky tonight, or will be visible. And tonight we have Venus and Jupiter early in the evening. Mars will be visible all this evening for the open house. We've also got a waxing crescent moon that's visible right now. And if the clouds get out of the way, maybe some fun things like Orion's nebula in the constellation of Orion, and a few other things. The telescope inside of Chamberlain Observatory is an Alvin Clark 20-inch refractor telescope. Now the number 20-inch is not the length of the telescope, that's the width of the objective lens. It's a refractor style telescope, and it's about 26 feet long. It was installed in the late 1800s and saw first light in 1894 and is still used to this day. The telescope still works. You could almost argue they don't build them like they used to. It used to be used for science, and it still is to a lesser degree today primarily for education. The University of Denver does hold astronomy classes here at the observatory a couple times a week, and our public night events here at the observatory include observing through that 20-inch telescope if the weather cooperates. The telescope itself, when you see it, it's pretty impressive. It's sitting on about 11 tons of cast iron support which in turn is sitting on a 320-ton sandstone support underneath the floor that goes down through the middle of the building to the basement into the ground.
It's usually quite a revelation to people who haven't looked through a big scope, what they can see through the scope. And it's also just impressive. People are kind of in awe just walking into this room and seeing this large instrument, tower above them. The observatory was built in the 1800s, and when it was built out here, there was nothing here. There were no houses around. If you see the old pictures, there were no trees. When they initially started to locate the streets, they located them further away so that the vibrations from the horse carriages would not vibrate the telescope. It is still a teaching tool, and the public really enjoys, coming here and seeing an instrument of this vintage and be able to look through it in the sky.
For me, I think it's the fascination with understanding just how vast the cosmos are. So many people have not looked at something like the moon through a telescope, and when they do, they're amazed. And for me, watching the reaction of people looking through a telescope for the first time and seeing something like the moon or Saturn for the first time, whether it's kids or adults, young adults or grandparents, the reactions are all the same when it's that first look. They, in most cases, have never seen anything like that before, and they're amazed. And to me, sharing the joy of the night sky and sometimes the day sky when we're doing solar observing is what I think keeps me interested in doing public outreach. If folks are interested in astronomy, we encourage them to go to our website, denverastro.org, and find out more information about the club. If they're interested in joining, they can do so on our website. Look up in the night sky and wonder, gee, what is that up there? And they can come to some of our events, look through a telescope, and have a good understanding of just what that is up there.
Stay elevated by subscribing to the city's YouTube page for these stories and more. And stay tuned to our social media channels for more content. Don't miss our new episodes of Elevating Denver, premiering each month. Thanks for watching, Denver. In March on Elevating Denver. Wonder at the vast cosmos above.
Sometimes they don't believe what they're seeing.
In Dog We Trust at the Colorado Kennel Club.
If you love dogs, this is the place to be.
And go backstage with the Family Theater Company. Those stories and more on the next episode of Elevating Denver.
All right, planning board is reconvened. We are
recording in progress.
Not on camera yet. I don't know if that's done manually or if it's based on the microphone. Okay, we had everybody here, no? Melissa. Melissa. Okay, so I'm sorry, we'll wait one more minute for Melissa. Sorry, I thought I saw everything. Let's count it. All right, planning board is reconvened. We're on to item 7 on the agenda, official map amendment application 2022I-00151, rezoning of 1465 to 1497 North Knox Court from GRH3 to GMS 5. This is an official public hearing of the Denver Planning Board. Public hearing is open. And we have our staff report from Edson Ibanez.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edson Ibanez. I'm with Community Planning and Development, and I'll be presenting the proposed zone classification for Knox Court. And the applicant is Alicia Hammond with Shopwork Architecture. So this map shows the location of the subject property that is within Council District 3, represented by Councilman Torres. This map shows the specifically the subject property located within the West Colfax neighborhood. This map shows an aerial view of the subject property along West Colfax Avenue and Knox Court. And then the applicant is requesting to do a zoning classification to GMS 5, which is a general urban main street up to 5 stories that would allow for a mix of uses in a variety of building forms. The property is currently occupied by 10 HUD Section 8 rental row houses. And the property is currently deed restricted for affordable housing and will continue to be so with future redevelopment for an additional 40 years. And the applicant is requesting this rezoning to enable a mixed-use redevelopment for 66 affordable housing units comprised of a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms for families that are cost burdened, and also a potential office space for Girls Inc., which is just a block away. And this specific application has been accepted into the AHARP program, which is the Affordable Housing Review Team. This map shows the existing zoning in the area. You can see the subject property is outlined in red and is zoned GRH3. And the properties that are on the southern portion of it are all to the east, to the west, and to the south are GRH3. And then along Colfax, we do see a lot of Main Street 5 stories, and Main Street 8 stories to the north. Just wanted to highlight here that GRH3 is a protected district. And so any future redevelopment of this site to the proposed zone district would have protected district setbacks that would they not only side setbacks specifically directly to the south and rear setbacks, but also upper story setbacks. So kind of like a cake layer effect to those protected districts. As well as for EHA, a typical zone district of 5 stories would allow a potential development to go up to 7 stories if it meet a certain level of affordability. But for this specific case, because it's adjacent to a protected district, the maximum height would be 75 feet, so about 5 stories. Just wanted to highlight that. So this slide shows the existing context from the street view. The property is a multi-unit residential use with 10 row houses. The 2 images are of the subject property, as you can see there, looking southwest on the corner of Colfax and Knox. And here shows a view of the north and the east of the subject property. As you can see, direct looking north on Colfax, and then east of the subject property, you can see some small multifamily duplexes directly across the street on Knox. In terms of the public process, property owners within 200 feet, relevant RNOs, and elected officials were notified of this application on February 8th of this year. And to date, we have received 2 letters of support. Those are from the YIMBY and Strong Denver groups, as well as 7. This is updated from today, but we've received 7 comments of opposition, and they are coming from 4 individuals. Most of that has to do with property values, parking concerns, density, looking at the zoning pattern specifically and asking that the block patterns be consistent with the zoning that you see along MS, along Colfax. Some concerns about Girls Inc. parking events, and just overall property value concerns, just to highlight some of the concerns as you have been notified. So the Denver zoning code has 5 review criteria that have been mandated to analyze to determine if a rezoning is appropriate. So I will jump into these. The first criterion is consistency with adopted plans. So there are 3 plans applicable to this rezoning, including 2 citywide area plans and the West area plan that was just recently adopted last week. And so I just wanted to highlight something specific here is that in the staff report, because of when the staff report was created and it specifically calls out the West Colfax plan, which has been, the West Area Plan has superseded that. So for the purpose of this presentation, I will just strictly talk about the West Area Plan, given that it was just most recently adopted. So starting with Comprehensive Plan 2040, the proposed rezoning meets multiple goals and strategies as specified in the staff report. I just want to highlight a few. So under the equitable, affordable, and inclusive goal 1, strategy A, increased development of housing units close to transit and mixed use developments, as well as goal 2, strategy A, create a greater mix of housing options in every neighborhood for all individuals and families. Under the environmentally resilient goal 8, strategy A, promote infill development where infrastructure services are already in place. And strategy B, encourage mixed use communities where residents can live, work, and play in their own neighborhood. Now turning on to Blueprint Denver, the future neighborhood context is general urban, which is described as having vibrant places with proximity to Denver's major centers like downtown. The proposed zone district aligns with the neighborhood context. Blueprint also identifies the future place type as high medium residential, which contains a mix of low to medium scale multi-unit residential uses with some neighborhood servicing mixed use distributed throughout. Colfax Avenue is classified as a Main Street arterial, which is categorized by a mix of highly activated uses. And Blueprint growth strategy for this area is all other areas where we expect to see 20% of new jobs and 10% of new housing by 2040. Blueprint Denver calls for specific equity concepts to be considered into planning and implementation, given the subject property's location in the neighborhood equity and stabilization or NEST area. We conducted an equity analysis to guide discussion with the applicant on equitable development in the area. I will review the various areas of analysis now. So Blueprint Denver calls this specific, the first area analysis is the access to opportunity. Subject property's location along West Colfax results in a score that shows an average access to opportunity, but particularly low scores on access to healthcare and higher than average percentage for children with obesity and incomes below the poverty line, which is associated with a lower than average life expectancy. The second area of analysis is vulnerability to involuntary displacement. Subject property scored as moderate, vulnerable in all 3 categories, meaning that there's a lower than average median household incomes, a higher than average percentage of people with less than a college degree, and a higher than average percentage of renters. All these scores points towards a need to provide resources to this area to protect residents vulnerable of displacement. And the third area of analysis is housing diversity. The subject property scored not diverse in terms of percentage of diversity of bedroom count, owners to renters, and housing costs. These scores point towards a need to expand housing types and options. And then the fourth area of analysis is job diversity. Job diversity is an area cannot be measured as there are fewer than 100 jobs in the area. Now, moving on to consistent with the small area plan, the West Area Plan, which was recently adopted in late 2023, the subject property is identified as community corridor place type with a height recommendation of up to 5 stories as specified in the future place and height guidance maps shown here on the screen. Community corridors recommend a mix of uses and good transit options, and the proposed GMS5 zone district aligns with this characterization. Furthermore, the West Area Plan also includes specific policy recommendations such as the land use and build form policy L3 direct future growth along high capacity transit corridors and centers, as well as economy and housing policy E2, explore strategies so affordable housing is available everywhere by implementing approaches that promote a diversity of affordable housing options for all neighborhoods and community development. Staff also finds that the request zoning meets criteria 2, 3, and 5 as specified in the staff report. For the review criteria 4, staff finds that there is justified circumstances for this map amendment with the implementation of adopted plans such as the West Area Plan. And based on all the review criteria, staff recommends approval of this map amendment. I am available for questions. The applicant is here and they would like to address
the board.
Thank you. For the applicant presentation, we allow 6 minutes. You can start with your name and address for the record.
Sure. Alicia Hammett, Shopworks Architecture, 301 West 45th Avenue, Denver. I'm a planner with Shopworks Architecture. I'm presenting on behalf of the developer, the Bergman Company, for this rezoning application for 1465 through 1497 Knox Court in the West Colfax neighborhood. I'd like to thank city staff for shepherding us through this process and to you, Planning Board, for your consideration. The subject property is currently home to 10 HUD Section 8 rental townhomes that were originally built using HUD funds in 1968. The property is currently deed restricted and has been deed restricted since then for affordable housing and will continue to be so with future development for an additional 40 years, regardless of this rezoning. The property owner is looking to maximize the number of residents they can serve by leveling the existing row homes and building a new 66-unit affordable housing apartment building for families cost burdened by housing. The anticipated funding source for this development will be a mix of both HUD funds and low-income housing tax credits. Utilizing HUD funding to replace the 10 units on site and transferring 34 additional HUD-funded units to the new building, and then adding 22 income-restricted units through the LIHTC program. The target AMI for this development would remain the same, which is 50% of the AMI or below. Residents displaced during construction would be relocated and have first right of return into the new building per federal regulations associated with the HUD-funded rental units. Additionally, the development proposal intends to create office space for Girls Inc. on the first floor. Following a rezoning to GMS 5, a site development plan would be submitted to the city for the redevelopment. As Edson had stated, the development proposal has already been accepted by the Affordable Housing Review Team. The development team did robust public outreach as part of this rezoning application. We met with the Sloan's Lake citizens group during the regular community meeting to present this rezoning request and to listen to feedback. The Sloan's Lake citizens group supports this proposed rezoning and voted 9-1 in support of the application. They expressed the need for affordable housing and the desire to keep families in the neighborhood. The development team also met with the West Colfax Association of Neighbors, WECAN, their Affordable Housing Committee. WECAN's Affordable Housing Committee was supportive of this rezoning application for affordable housing and wanted to keep families who are currently in the neighborhood in the neighborhood. While the development team must follow all fair housing regulations regarding future residents, the development team can advertise their development within the West Colfax neighborhood, attracting current residents when the development is leasing. Additionally, we have included letters of support from UMB Denver, who also supports this rezoning. This rezoning will help maximize the number of affordable housing units that we can deliver on the subject property and ensure there's a mix of housing types and options for diverse and vulnerable populations within the city of Denver. In closing, this rezoning is in the public interest by advancing the goals of Blueprint Denver and the West Area Plan by enabling the land to develop with higher density affordable housing. According to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, 40% of people currently experiencing homelessness did so as children. Providing housing stability for families breaks the cycle of poverty for generations. Thank you for your time and consideration of our request. I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 5 members of the public who signed up in advance to speak on this topic. I will call them first and then see if we have any other speakers. The order that I have it is Adam Johnson, Jonathan Pira, Mike Usugo, Drew Flowers, and Maria Lazarte. My apologies for names I'm sure to have mispronounced. So we'll start with Adam Johnson on Zoom. You'll have 3 minutes if you start with your name and address for the record, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Adam Johnson. I live at 1451 Knox Court, directly neighboring this parcel that's up for rezoning to the south of it. I'm going to try to be super fast to get through my thing. I hope it doesn't go over 3 minutes. I would like to say it would be inconsistent with all the current zoning to make a special exception for this developer and their entire parcel to be rezoned for 5 stories halfway down our block, when all the other lots abutting the south side of Colfax are only zoned for 5 stories approximately a quarter of the way into the block. It would be consistent with the current zoning context and feel of the entire neighborhood and of Knox Court to rezone the north third of the parcel to 5 stories, but keep the south 2/3 as currently zoned. The zoning code has numerous references that emphasize that the zoning must stay consistent with the existing context and character of the street and neighborhood. The zoning code has numerous references that emphasize public health, safety, and welfare. If rezoned and you consider adding in another 56 units and the potential 100 plus new residents, there would likely be a tremendous increase in the amount of vehicles and traffic to the intersection of Knox and Colfax. The city is inclined to believe that affordable housing residents are apt to use public transit versus having their own vehicles. However, the existing building only has 10 units, but the parking lot behind and the street in front are full of the residents' cars. These residents all seem to have cars or even more than one. This is contrary to ensuring public safety and welfare. Knox is a very busy sidewalk and street with pedestrians, scooters, disabled persons, bikes, vehicle traffic, and emergency vehicles speeding down it daily. There is also a school zone along Colfax that the parcel is included in. We don't want to greatly increase the potential for pedestrian traffic accidents with the increase in automobile traffic at this corner. Children especially are at a greatly increased risk of injury or fatality by adding tons of vehicles to this corner where they cross in the school zone, let alone where would all the cars park. Within 2 blocks, there are already 5 subsidized and affordable housing complexes that house hundreds of residents. Affordable subsidized housing complexes need to be equitably distributed among the entire city. It isn't fair to concentrate even more of it to one street within a 2-block stretch when other streets or areas of the city have little or no affordable units. The immediate need for affordable housing does not negate the need for the city to avoid hasty, short-term decision-making in developing it.
Thank you. I'm afraid your time is up. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jonathan Pira, also on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, members of the planning board. This is Jonathan Pira again from earlier in the session. This time I should note that in addition to sharing the statement on behalf of YIMBY Denver as an organization, I am myself a neighbor to this rezoning, living just 3 blocks away. With just 3 minutes, I don't have time to share everything that's wonderful about this project. So I want to highlight a few alignments with adopted plans. As you've seen in the staff report, this rezoning receives a wide range of support across adopted plans. The 2019 Denver Comprehensive Plan 2040 supports changes that enhance our city's affordability and inclusiveness, as well as neighborhoods that are economically diverse, vibrant, accessible, and well-connected. The recently adopted West Area Plan supports higher intensity uses on this parcel specifically, and contains a wide range of recommendations and strategies designed to encourage the development of additional affordable housing in the neighborhood. This project's new development will also employ Denver's complete street guidelines and development, improving the outside realm for residents and neighbors alike, including wider sidewalks than exist today along a dangerous arterial and Knox itself. This rezoning will allow more Denverites to live close to jobs, services, and opportunity. The parcel rests between 2 high-frequency transit corridors, better enabling already cost-burdened residents to eschew expensive cars and their associated payments without sacrificing access to key job centers. Denver-based studies demonstrate that our affordable housing residents in this city are the least likely to own cars and the most likely to be transit dependent. So such co-location can safely be assumed to be a boon to future residents. In fact, in partial response to that last commenter, the best thing we could do to reduce traffic and pedestrian safety and improve pedestrian safety on this block would be to reduce the amount of parking present in this new building, which unfortunately I understand is required to be as high as it is due to some financing considerations. The envisioned development itself will help improve access to opportunity, as it is not only a residential development. Interior office space will be developed for use by nearby nonprofit Girls Inc. Additionally, the neighbors of this project are largely higher income than the residents of this development will be. When people of all backgrounds and incomes live close to one another, we see that access to opportunity increases for lower income residents and communities thrive. As this project will follow HUD requirements for no net loss and right to return, this rezoning will increase our affordable stock while simultaneously upgrading the quality of housing in which current residents will live and cause no resident displacement, giving more of our neighbors access to safe, affordable homes. Mitigating displacement was a core goal of the West Area Plan that was just adopted. In sum, we agree with the CPD conclusion that this rezoning request meets all criteria for approval, and we urge you to approve this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next two speakers we have in person, Mike Usuego. I don't see, oh, no?
I'm Michaela Ergo.
Michaela, I'm sorry, we wrote this down as Mike, and I don't know why.
It's okay.
My apologies.
No problem. Hi, my name is Michaela Ergo, and I live at 1450 Knox, so right across the street. I just want to say first, I'm not opposed to additional housing, especially affordable housing, but I don't know if a GS5 designation is right for this parcel, as my neighbor Adam just talked about. I think I wrote something similar about things along Colfax being oriented to that five-story designation, and this property goes well into half of a block, which is now zoned as 3 stories. So I agree that it could be split perhaps to reach that goal. I did like the proposal about stepping down, caking so that it transitions nicely to the 3-story units. Let's see. Also, I'd like the planning board to consider other affordable housing and other pipeline projects in the neighborhood. There's a huge complex down the street from Westridge redevelopment that's proposing a few hundred units. There's also something that I think is going in on the corner of Knox and 14th that is proposing another 60 units. With this 60 units and that few hundred, that's at least 300 new units within a 2-block area. And so the parking already is an issue in the neighborhood. So that's my biggest concern, is sort of volume, right? Volume for this neighborhood and concentration of low income units. It's not that I don't see any blight or any problem with having low income in my neighborhood, but on that one block, it's like Knox Court is the area that most of that community is housed. And it should be dispersed per HUD's recommendations, should be dispersed throughout the community. Also, approximately a third of the residents just on this block purchased houses since I've lived there 5 or 6 years now. 5 or 6 years now. And about a third of our block has been sold and repurchased by property owners who know the current zoning, are aware that there's affordable housing, and bought the property knowing what was in place. And so I just asked the planning board to consider that we're following the zoning, and that our little 1 parcel lands, we have as much say as big developers who are asking for this reason.
Thank you very much. I apologize we had your name wrong.
That's okay.
All right. Also in person, Drew Flowers.
My name is Drew Flowers. I live at 1375 Knox Court, which is 1 block south of this. I am opposed to this zoning as presented. If the zoning was in line with the other neighbors on Colfax, and it only went in, like 25% of the block and lined up with everything else on Colfax, I would be fine with it. I don't think there's anything wrong with 5 stories on the corner there. But having 5 stories go into the neighborhood and tower over some of the only older homes that are left on the street, I'm not for that. I'm pretty sure GAO Homes is scattered throughout just a few blocks. So all of these subsidized renters live in the area right now. And this is going to bring them all under one roof, which makes sense. But currently, Denver has a preservation of affordable housing ordinance. So the city has a right of first refusal if a subsidized unit or subsidized building is going to be sold. The city has a right to that. So if all of the subsidy is brought underneath one roof, what's going to happen to the scattered sites? I expect that in another year, we're going to hear another rezoning request for the other GAO homes. That's on Julian. And they're going to ask for that to go up to 5 stories. Now, in between my building and 14th, there's 2 single-family homes and a fourplex that's part of GAO homes. That site is already 2 single-family owners have sold to a developer. There's already a site development plan. I believe it's called Knox Court. So there's going to be a 5-story, 68-unit complex right next to that on 14th. There's going to be another one, King Street Apartments, which is a 5-story, 56-unit complex. And I know it sounds like I have NIMBYism and all this other stuff, but I was excited to move into my townhouse. South of me is Westridge, and I knew what the Housing Authority was doing at Sun Valley. I knew there was going to be more density, and there is. 250 units of Westridge are, excuse me, 250 units of Westridge is going to be 700 units soon. This is just 1 block south of here. And currently my block has around 60 some units. If these two apartments go up on 14th and the Westridge development goes through, there's going to be over 300 units, just 1 block south of here. So I'm not against renters. I'm not against low income housing. And maybe the West Colfax neighborhood needs some affordable housing, but it does not all have to be located on Knox. It should be, there's other streets in the West Colfax neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is Maria Lazarte on Zoom.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes. If you'd start with your name and address for the record, please.
Absolutely. I'm Maria Lazarte and I live in 1434 Knox Court. And I also oppose the rezoning for this lot. Like some of my neighbors mentioned, this is already a pretty dense area and it's just getting denser and denser. And traffic on Knox is getting really busy and parking is getting really busy. And that is really a main street that a lot of people use to get to the park, especially children. It is a street that has a bike lane, and it gets really dangerous when there are too many vehicles right now sort of blocking that bike lane and making it hard for bikes and pedestrians to go through and cross. Now, I am not opposed to the redevelopment of that lot, which would be really great and would provide a lot of additional affordable housing as what it was mentioned, but I don't see the need to turn it into a 5-story building. That could easily be redeveloped and be made into just a 3-story building and kind of match everything that we have around the neighborhood. Or even with that approach that someone mentioned before, where a quarter of the lot that faces Colfax is 5 stories, but the rest is only 3. That would allow us, the neighbors, to continue to have a safe environment, a safe street, enough parking, but at the same time, sort of redevelop that area that definitely needs it and benefit the people that need this additional affordable housing. And I'll keep it short. That's really all I wanted to say. Totally pro redeveloping, but I don't think that it should be rezoned to 5 stories because the neighbors around, there's a lot of single family houses, and with everything that is coming up, it's just becoming too dense of a street. Like other sets, there's other streets that could be redeveloped to provide those additional housing options.
Very much. Is there anyone else who's come to speak to this item, either online, if you use the raise hand feature in Zoom, or in the room? Okay, seeing none, we will move to questions from planning board to staff, the applicant's representative, or any of our speakers. I see Fred and then Mary.
Hi, thanks. Thanks to everybody who's presented today and given us their testimony. I have a couple of questions. I think I want to start with a question for staff, if I could. We heard, and we read this testimony in one of the written comments, a concern about the property owner consolidating affordable units in this new structure, and thus it sounds like releasing other locations that currently house affordable housing from those obligations. my understanding's always been that those obligations run with the land, but is it possible then for them to essentially consolidate other affordable housing units in this and reduce the obligations that are on those other pieces of property?
So that's more of a technical question that is not directly handled like CPD staff per se. So that I'm not sure.
Can you address maybe? Yeah.
Adam Hernandez, Assistant City Attorney, really a private matter. Normally, some types of encumbrances do run with the land, but that's not to say that those could not be amended so that they wouldn't. But just to further follow up on Edson's point, that would be something outside of the city's role. Great. Unless there was a contract with the city, but I'm not sure of that.
Okay.
Yeah, so
thanks.
let me take over with Shopworks Architecture. So the plan is the other units that currently have HUD restriction that they're going to be consolidating, that runs with the land through HUD. So those will remain affordable. It's just they need to renovate those buildings because they're aging. And so it's not uncommon for developers who use HUD funding to, you know, every however many years, 30 years, whenever they need to reinvest and make building improvements to consolidate transfer units. We have to keep everybody housed. That's part of the federal requirements so that they can improve those properties and then they get the first right of return if they want to move back to that building that they were in after a year or two or wherever, you know, however long it takes to renovate that building. So it's not that deed restriction is removed, right? It would have to either expire, and I don't quite know where all the units are coming from that will consolidate, but we've been told that it's to renovate existing properties.
Great, thanks. While you're up there, I have another question for you, and that is, in your application, you spoke about, you mentioned that the project is actually planned at 4 stories, but that you are going for a 5-story zoning because of concern that CHFA doesn't view that, how CHFA views the density incentives that go along through EHA. So can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So unfortunately, there's no 4-story zoning in Denver, right? It's like 3, 5, and so on. So we want to show that we have that full 4 stories by right, and that we're not subject to some kind of density bonus later in the zoning process. So when we apply for low-income housing tax credits, part of that application is to have a zoning compliance letter. And the city has to just write a letter that says, this is what you get under the current code, right? That's not like, okay, well, we've evaluated this specific development and you get this density bonus, and it's not, they don't see it as a firm guarantee. They see it as kind of something that could potentially go away or not be there at time of award.
So is that specific guidance you've been given by CHFA, or?
That is guidance that we've heard from developers from CHFA. So given there's a telephone relay there, because us as architects don't typically interface with CHFA, it's our development partners.
So are your development partners here who could speak to that with direct knowledge of that?
So unfortunately, they are not here. I think Henry is, unfortunately, so he wasn't able to attend.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mary.
Yeah, and feel free to give me the boot if this is not an appropriate time for this question. But I best way to phrase this. Okay. I really appreciate the concern about the potential transition between 5-story zoning and a single family home that's been there. That would be frustrating to me as a homeowner as well. In another case that we're looking at today, it seems like what would have been a use by right has been renegotiated into a PUD because of conversations with neighbors and neighbors being concerned about the demolition of an existing property there. What is it that triggers that type of change or that type of approach where the zone lot might be split in a PUD into sort of effectively 2 zone lots that could give some peace of mind to the neighbors and also meet the needs of the applicant.
This sort of speaks to the department's policy on custom zoning, which is a really thoughtful memo that I think we should all be aware of. But Andrew, do you want to speak to that?
Sure, and maybe another way to look at it is we process applications that come in from applicants. So if an applicant proposed a 3-story zone district in one part of their parcel and a 5-story zone district in the northern part of their parcel, we would consider that and send it through the process the same way. In the case that you'll hear next, the applicants initially had applied for a demolition permit and heard from neighbors that they wanted to see that house preserved, which I'll talk about. And in that case, they came to us and said, we're interested in applying for custom zoning. In that particular instance, it was warranted because we had a lot of, and I'll go into further detail when I present on that case, but there are quite a few dimensional standards that that exist on the property now that could not be addressed without significant waivers and other approaches. So we did use tailored zoning in that case. If this applicant had come to us and applied for 3 stories in one part and 5 stories in a different area, we would have considered that. I'm not sure a custom zoning approach would have been appropriate for this site. It's not a unique and extraordinary circumstance, but certainly applicants do apply for varying heights as part of a single rezoning project.
That just perhaps that's something we'll have some new planning board members coming on mid-year, maybe in the orientation and the next retreat we could revisit, make sure everyone's aware of the department's policy on when to use custom zoning, because it is an important question. And unlike prior to 2010, it's not something that's based on controversy. It's based on wanting to limit when it's used to objectively extraordinary cases. Gosha.
Yes, thank you. So I heard a lot of comments about how deeply into the block the density goes, and I wonder if there are any standards or rules or best practices or anything that would guide, I guess maybe the rear edge of the property, assuming the front is on Colfax, and we are generally more accepting of density on the corridors, especially transit corridors. Are there any rules that tell us how deep into the block the density should penetrate?
So following the first criteria, consistent with adopted plans, the west area plan specifically calls for the whole block of Knox, specifically up to 5 stories. And so within the rules, looking at the Denver zoning code, specifically in the general urban article, there is a protected districts that give standards of like setbacks. So along Colfax, this area would be 0 setback, and then along Knox 0. But because it's a protected district directly to the south and then to the west, there are rear setbacks and side setbacks, and then upper story setbacks as well. So those are that kind of the cake layer effect that would happen specifically to the properties to the south, which is that single family house would not necessarily see potentially a 5-story structure in front of them, but we'll kind of see that setback. So that's what would have to follow.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. Another quick question. Written comments mentioned concerns about property values. Is there any data that shows that density or adjacency to affordable housing increases or affects property values?
That are stated in the staff. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can't speak specifically to this particular site, but I can say that as part of previous projects that we have worked on, we have looked at kind of a literature review on that particular topic and have not seen any evidence that proximity to affordable housing impacts property values.
And I appreciate it, and again, recognizing that zoning is really not in place to protect property values. Zonings are not there to affect property
values, we are evaluating them for consistency with adopted plans, but I appreciate that perspective. I also have a question for applicant. Alicia, if you could, we also heard comments about traffic, and I agree. I think West Colfax is ready for BRT. That would definitely help with those concerns. So I just want to put it on the table. But I know you guys do some really great research on kind of car ownership in the properties at this AMI level. Can you share a little bit of that? What is typical car ownership that you see in the AMI?
Yeah, so Shopworks, in partnership with Fox Tuttle Transportation Group, we did a parking study studying affordable housing and parking ratios, and it mirrored a second study that was done by RTD along transit corridors and transit-rich locations. What we found is that for people making 60% of the area median income or below, tend to have significantly lower car ownership, and that's a lot due to just the cost of maintaining a vehicle and cost of ownership of a vehicle. The other thing too is in affordable housing, especially LIHTC funded projects, the rents are per household, right? And based on household income versus like a market rate development, where if you have a 3-bedroom unit, you might have 3 or 4 different non-related occupants. And so you could anticipate 3 or 4 cars per that unit versus something that's HUD or LIHTC, it's typically a household. And so you're going to see vehicle ownership per household, which also drastically reduces the number of vehicles that you see on site. This particular development will have to be parked higher than the city's affordable housing 0.1 cars per unit for 60% or AMI or below, just because of the HUD funding requirement. So HUD has a higher parking ratio just across the board federally. And you have to think about who HUD funds also. It's also rural locations, and they just have one standard, right? They don't have a separate like urban standard for parking. So we do have to park it a little bit higher for that. And then also we have to meet code for the office space, right? We're gonna have to park that to Denver zoning code. So we are gonna be offering more parking on the site that would exceed code requirement due to funding and the office space.
Edson, I want to explore something with you, and it's something that's already well covered in the staff report, but I was hoping you could bring up the slides for Blueprint Denver land use recommendation, and then for the West Area Plan. And while you're doing that, I'll just preface this with, I'm going to explore this with you in the form of questions because I can't bring up the slides during deliberation, but this is really to explore something the neighbors who've testified are exploring. Adam Johnson spoke very clearly about there's an existing pattern along Colfax, and there's an existing pattern deeper into the neighborhood to the south, and this zoning will be unlike other zoning. But as you said earlier, our criteria for rezoning, our fundamental criteria, number one criteria isn't keeping zoning like other zoning. Is the proposed zoning consistent with adopted plans? Because the plans are something we've worked on as a community to say where we're going. So on the next slide, it looks like Blueprint Denver, which is our citywide plan, says there's a difference east and west of the alley between Knox and King. We are looking to increase the density as we go east of that alley towards Knox. And then as we go from the citywide plan to the neighborhood plan, yeah, it's a little bit squinty here, but that in the top box and the bottom box reflects again this notion that something happens between the alley of King and Knox, and then east towards Knox. We're increasing the density in that block. We've been consistent about that through our plan. So is this sort of how staff looks at this? Is we go from planning, which is a community conversation, down to zoning, and we evaluate the zoning saying, is it doing what the plan called for? Not saying, is the zoning like everything that's already zoned around it?
Yeah, so that's exactly what we do. We look at specifically the plan, which the West area plan was 3 years in the making, given that COVID delayed that plan significantly. But there was extensive community outreach where we looked down at the parcel level, specifically in the West, and looked at parcel per parcel where we would recommend certain height recommendations and not just place types, different types of uses. So for this specific corner lot, there was a community discussion around what type of mix of uses would be allowed given the street classification, which is Knox is a collector, and then Colfax is a main street arterial. And so we look at that, and then not necessarily just of the zoning pattern, but we look at what the community wants to see in the vision of what they would like to see for the next 20 years. So we kind of explore that, and that kind of goes back to our criteria. It's like, is a zone district that's being proposed consistent with what the community wanted within this most recent adopted plan in the West area?
And your staff report also included the previous plan, which was the West Colfax plan, and there too it showed this dividing line as you move to Knox and further east. It's just long by the community been considered shading up towards higher density as you get towards Federal.
Exactly, and this is the plan. So we're no longer using this plan, but specifically in the West Colfax plan of 2016, it calls this area as town center. So it doesn't give recommendation on height, but it gives very specific recommendations here along Knox that it should be vibrant, it should be dynamic, it should allow multiple different uses, which the main street does allow.
Thank you for letting me explore that with you in this sort of contrived format of asking questions, but I think it's important. I think the city has lost kind of that community land use education forum that used to happen at INC Zoning and Planning and some other places where we were all sort of very familiar that planning guides zoning, and in the absence of knowing that, I totally understand why people would say, why are you doing something different? Because they don't know about this higher level of planning or perhaps more involved. But thank you for letting me do this. Any other questions? Caitlin.
I think I saw this explained within the staff report, but I just wanted to ask it. So when you look at the blueprint map, so GMS 5 is being applied for. Look on either side of it, you have a UMS 5. I understand that in the staff report it says the blueprint recommends the general, so that's the answer on that. But if it recommends general, there, how did the other two on either side get the permitted designation?
Some of that was most likely from 2010 when we did a zoning change update, and so over time, neighborhood plans will look at similar to like the Elaria Swansea neighborhood plan that calls for a different neighborhood context, for example, than what you actually see out there and about. And a lot of it has to do with like certain block patterns, certain proximity to downtown. So this is an area specifically that not only blueprint, but also the West area plan calls for it to be general urban. So a lot of it had to do more specifically of in 2010 when we rezoned a lot of the city, like they got a classification, and then now neighborhood plan and blueprint gives more specific recommendations in the neighborhood context.
Okay, so to confirm my understanding, it's probably the blueprint maybe originally recommended you for the area through the neighborhood planning, updated, which is what happened, and now general. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I will close the public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry, Melissa.
Quickly clarifying, just so I understand. Looking at the future places, I'm trying to reconcile. It looks like this is not the only block where there's recommendation that it, moves in a little from Colfax in terms of density or community corridor. It looks like there's one on Mead, and that's the only one. We're just wondering if that's my reading, if that's sort of still kind of the same thing as planning.
For blueprint or for the West area plan, just to clarify.
This is a blueprint. I know West area.
Yeah, so So the West Area Plan, just to clarify, does actually change the future place type classification. So in Blueprint, at least for this specific site, it calls it for high medium, but when we look at the West Area Plan, it's actually calling community corridor. But you can see that within, if you travel more west along Colfax, you do see that the community corridor or some of the recommendations up to 8 stories does go mid-block within Colfax.
Mind if I add something to that real quick, Whitson?
One thing I would just add is if you look at, and especially if you zoom out to the West Area Plan map, it's our typical practice when making future place type recommendations along a corridor is to look at the existing depths of single parcels along that corridor and not have 2 different future place type recommendations cross the middle of an existing parcel. So that's why as you look on the map that Edson just pulled up there, you'll see many locations along Colfax where the corridor, the community corridor future place type recommendation in the West Area Plan, it varies in depth, and that is looking at existing parcels, which may vary in depth, of course, and existing development along the corridor. So we definitely will see variation like that along all of our corridors.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I will close the public hearing and ask for deliberation. Goshen.
Yes, I will be supporting it tonight. I believe it meets the criteria. We listened in the prior hearing about the need of affordable housing. It's such a dire need in our city. We need 50,000 units in the next 20 years. So there's definitely need, and the application is consistent with both addressing the need as well as the criteria for rezoning. I do want to point out, I mentioned it in my questions, and I just want to make a point of bringing it up that it's a valid concern that the residents bring about the pressure, the growing pressure, the traffic. And I really think West Colfax is right for BRT, and I think we really need to be more intentional about implementing our transit plans, not just our land use plans. With that caveat, I'm going to be supporting this application tonight.
Thank you. Jordan.
I also appreciate all the people who came and spoke and spoke online. Changing your community, changing your block is hard. But from my perspective, just on the basis of purely of whether this meets plan guidance, it absolutely does. I don't see any way it doesn't. And just from a more sort of philosophical level, if we can't provide affordable housing on a corridor like Colfax, where that already, despite not having the ultimate transit implemented, still has high frequency bus service and is 2 blocks away from a light rail station. I can't imagine a place where we could do it if that was an inappropriate place. One of the challenges we've seen on Colfax all the way along it is, a lot of it is zoned to allow for greater densities and intensities of use, and parcels are really shallow, and so they're hard to develop. And this is a case where that is not true. So in my opinion, that makes this even more appropriate, less so, for getting uses in particular affordable housing. This is exactly the right use. That is, in fact, when it does get built, and I think this is exactly an appropriate rezoning for it. And it meets all the criteria, and I will be supporting it.
Thank you. I'll just comment that, as I already talked about during the questions, there have been decades of area plans, neighborhood plans and citywide plans that shows this 2.5 blocks, the alley between King Street and Knox Court going east as stepping up in density, whether that means the allowed uses or the allowed heights, etc. And that intersects with a pattern of denser mixed use along Colfax. And Andrew did a nice job of saying, well, how does the city decide on the land use recommendation for a particular parcel when those 2 ideas overlap? But they're both pointing in the same direction, stepping up here. And I would encourage the neighbors, you certainly have your own opinions about what you'd like to see, and I respect that. Please do take a look at the staff report that's posted here, because this isn't the last step that will go on to City Council from here, and where it reviews all of these different plans over time and see that pattern for yourself, because especially with what Adam was talking about in his public comment, you seem to be looking for what's the pattern here that explains it. And there is a pattern here, but it's not a pattern of take a look at the existing zoning on the ground and keep it consistent. Otherwise, you're being arbitrary. Rather, instead, it's a pattern of moving towards plans that the community has worked on and the planning board has approved and city council has adopted. Similarly, Michaela, thank you for your comments. You said, we bought here knowing that it's it's zoned as is, and that's certainly true. You buy into an area that has a certain zoning, but you're also in an area, all of Denver is in an area that has future plans. Some of those plans call for an area to have less change, and some of those plans call for an area to have more change, which is the case in this corner of the neighborhood. So I do think it meets all the criteria, but I do appreciate everyone's public comment, and I will be supporting. Melissa?
I just wanted to talk a little about the affordability question. I know we get tight incentives for affordability, but ultimately, like what we're talking about is whether 5 stories is as appropriate on a corridor as 3 stories, and whether that is all affordable housing or not is irrelevant, and how much is affordable housing is in the area is also relevant to that question. This is a major street. At this point, Knox is a really busy thoroughfare, and there's a light rail station nearby in a rapidly gentrifying neighborhood. So yes, there's a lot of affordable housing, as is appropriate. And so just mentioning that, like, I know we give incentives for affordable housing. However, that is not how we're making this decision. Like, we're tasked with, is this appropriate in this place? And there is density that looks like this all across Colfax. I think it meets the criteria, and just wanted to point that out as we have these conversations about what growth is appropriate in these kinds of neighborhoods with rapid change. That what we want is affordability, and also that having too much affordability in a highly vulnerable neighborhood is just not a reason to decide on whether height is appropriate.
Thank you. Well put. All right, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move to recommend that City Council approve application 2022I-00151, rezoning 1465 to 1497 North Knox Court from GRH3 to GMS5, finding that the applicable review criteria have been met.
Moved by Mary Beth and seconded by Angel. Any discussion on the motion? Do a roll call vote. Caitlin?
Aye.
Heidi?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Ted?
Aye.
Jordan?
Aye.
Angel?
Aye.
Gosha?
Aye.
Melissa?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That item passes unanimously. Thank you.
Before we move on, if I could be allowed, because this comment I didn't want to make during, because it really doesn't affect the criteria, but I do want to just kind of on the record express concern that there may be a perception, whether that is right or wrong, that Chaffa might consider the density bonuses associated with EHA as lesser in considering LIHTC applications. And I guess I'm a little bit encouraged that we're not hearing direct knowledge of that coming from Chaffa, but if there is a perception of that, I would like to ask staff to look into that and come back to us. If that is the case and Chaffa does consider it somehow lesser, it strikes me as something that perhaps we ought to be making a recommendation to council to communicate better with Chaffa about that, because it, I think, would essentially undermine much of what EHA does with those height incentives, quite serious, I think. So I would just make that request and we can see where that goes, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that, Fred. Edson, you have any?
I just want to provide an update on that comment.
Great.
Talking to some of leadership within AHART. But so CHAPA typically needs a verification of entitlements of what could potentially be allowed given the zone district. And so zoning staff, typically the project coordinator through development services, verifies all entitlement potential for the property through a CIUD letter. That's a code interpretation use determination letter that the applicant submits to CHAPA once they get that. And so that one will go into the details of like EHA and height incentives and parking requirements and that. So what the AHART is looking to do, and they're currently working with CHAPA more specifically after this cycle is done, to work on a template letter that would adequately meet the proof of zoning readiness. And so I know that sometimes everything's not straightforward. So it's like you have to prove like the zoning readiness to CHAPA. But sometimes with us, there's like in this situation, like because it's a protected district, they don't qualify for EHA. So they wouldn't get the 4 stories. But and then also,
So they wouldn't get to the 7 stories.
no, in this situation, the GRH3 is a protected, the current zone district, current zone district. But with the GMS5, because it's a protected district, the highest it can go is 5 stories. So it technically can't go to 7 stories. And so, and there's these little requirements that makes it difficult for like when you're submitting the application to like list all that. So typically in that verification letter that we send back to give to the applicant that gets back to CHAPA, we'll explain that in detail. So there's always these requirements that we have to like, it's just like a very detailed process sometimes that we're, the AHART team is aware of and gonna be working with CHAPA more closely moving forward.
If I could just clarify though, as I understand it, were the applicant to apply for and receive a GMS3 zoning, they would, despite the proximity of a protected district, be able to go to 4 stories under EHA. Correct. But their application indicates that the reason they are not doing that is simply because of a concern that CHAPA might not consider that as adequate or as favorable as a 5-story zoning, even for a 4-story building. Yes. So I'm concerned about that because if that impression is out there, it may be just a misconception, but that might be one that CHAPA needs to communicate better about. But if it's founded in something real, that I think is pretty concerning.
So it sounds like they're working together to say, what is the language the city needs to use in this letter that is both accurate and reassuring that if this percentage of affordability is provided, then by right you have this incentive. Correct.
Okay. Moving that direction.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are on to item 8 on the agenda, official map amendment application 2022I-00040, rezoning of 2501 North Gaylord Street from USUB1 to PUDG number 31. This is a public hearing. The public hearing is open. And we'll have the staff report from our own Andrew Webb.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrew Webb here from Community Planning and Development, presenting this proposed rezoning of site at 2501 North Gaylord Street from USUB1 to PUDG 31. Sorry, I have a dialog box that popped up on my screen there. This proposed rezoning is in Council District 9. It is in the Whittier neighborhood. And you can see the site here just to the, just kind of right at the northwest corner of the City Park Golf Course. It is surrounded by other properties that have the same zoning that USUB1's district. The existing land use of the site is, in our records, is shown as public and quasi-public. That's a land use that includes things like churches and other sort of civic and public and institutional uses. This site was formerly the home of the Dominican Sisters Home Healthcare Agency. And prior to that, it also at one point served as a convent. So it did have a non-residential use. Surrounding land uses are single unit, 2-unit, and multi-unit residential. And then, of course, the nearby City Park Golf Course to the east and a church about a block to the northwest. These photographs show some examples of development that's proximate to the site. The one there at the top left shows some houses, as you can see, from a similar era, 1920s, directly to the north of the site. The middle photo shows the site itself as it appeared on Google Maps. As you can see, it's a fairly large scale house, exceeds 40 feet tall. At the time this photo was taken, the structure also had 2 more recently built brick wings that had been added to the north and south. Those elements of the structure have since been demolished, as have some other outbuildings that were on the site. And then finally, the photograph there at the bottom shows development across the street from the subject site. So this project began, I guess, in late 2021, early 2022, when the owners of the site applied for landmark approval to demolish the structure and redevelop under the existing base USUB1 zone district. At that time, some neighbors indicated their desire to see the site, the existing structure preserved, and began the process of potentially applying for landmark designation. At that point, they engaged a mediator and worked with the property owners and some neighbors to come to an agreement, a memorandum of understanding between some of those neighboring property owners, or some of those neighbors and the owners of this property, that would call for preserving and rehabilitating the existing house on the site, and then also exploring a custom zoning approach that would address the scale, the setbacks, and other elements of the existing structure, and that would allow the construction of 3 new homes on the property, 2 to the north that would be outside of the PUD area, and then 1 to the south. So this proposed PUD G31 would create 2 sub-areas. A sub-area to the north would be based on the USU B1 zone district and would contain that existing structure on the site. And then sub-area B to the south would be based on the USU A1 zone district, and would allow a new structure, a new house structure, to be built to the south of the existing building on a narrower zone lot there. So tailored standards in the proposed PUD include updates to allowed building height, side and front setbacks, and bulk plane vertical height to accommodate the existing structure, which is somewhat larger than other structures in the area and what would be allowed by the urban house building form in the existing zone district. It also customizes some bulk plane standards for sub-area B, the smaller parcel to the south, to allow some additional flexibility for the structure that would be built there. It also sets forth requirements for retention and preservation of the existing structure, including retaining the existing masonry facade, the structure's hip and gable roof, some wood details in the fascia under the gable and in parts of the roof, and the large brick porch. This application came to us late last year, and informational notice was sent out to RNOs and neighbors in November. The planning board notice was posted on March 20th. And as you can see, we're here on April 5th for the planning board hearing. We're expecting a tentative LUDI meeting for this item in early June, and then a city council public hearing is tentatively scheduled for late July. With regard to the review criteria, as you know, to adopt any rezoning, the rezoning must be found consistent with these 5 criteria in the Denver zoning code. With regard to the first criteria, there are three plans that impact this site. Comprehensive Plan 2040, Blueprint Denver, of course, and then the Whittier Neighborhood Plan. This proposed rezoning is consistent with several recommendations in the comprehensive plan, including the encouragement for quality infill development that's consistent with surrounding neighborhoods, preserving the authenticity of neighborhoods and celebrating history, architecture, and culture by preserving notable structures. And by creating a greater mix of housing options in every neighborhood for all individuals and families. And I should note that the proposed PUD's underlying zone districts would also allow accessory dwelling units. Blueprint Denver identifies this area with a future neighborhood context of urban, consistent with the existing zone districts on surrounding properties. The proposed base zone districts in the PUD are single unit zone districts in the urban neighborhood context. Blueprint Denver identifies this location as with a future place type of low intensity residential, which is typically characterized by single and 2 unit uses on smaller lots, often with accessory dwelling units. Again, the PUD is based on the USUB1 and USUA1, both single unit zone districts that are consistent with that future place type recommendation. This area is identified in Blueprint's growth area strategy as being within the all other areas of the city area of town, where we expect to see 20% of new housing growth by 2040. Typically, we see most housing growth in these areas of the city. This proposed PUD is consistent with that recommendation. It would allow the preservation and rehabilitation of an existing house to use continuously as housing, and would provide for the construction of 3 new additional houses as well as accessory dwelling units. This proposed PUD is also consistent with Blueprint Denver's recommendations on custom zoning, which calls for the city to limit the use of site-specific custom zoning tools to situations where we have unique and extraordinary circumstances, when there is not a standard zone district that would exist to implement the adopted plans for the area. In this location, the existing structure is significantly larger and sited somewhat differently than would be required by the underlying USUB1 zone district, making this a unique and extraordinary circumstance. The Whittier Neighborhood Plan contains several recommendations with which this proposed rezoning is consistent. That includes encouraging and supporting the residential development of vacant land that reflects the existing design of the neighborhood, and encouraging infill development that includes front porches and other features that are similar to existing development found in the Whittier neighborhood. With regard to the second criteria, this proposed rezoning would result in the uniform application of zone district building form use and design regulations as tailored by this PUD, but based on the USUB1 and USUA1 zone districts. It would further the public health, safety, and welfare by implementing adopted plans. With regard to justifying circumstances, the applicant cited changing conditions, and staff agrees that the conditions for the site changed when the previous user moved away and vacated a non-residential use in a zone district where new non-residential uses could not be reestablished. And finally, this PUD would forward further consistency with the neighborhood context, zone district purpose and intent. It allows USU urban house building form pursuant to the purpose and intent language in the urban neighborhood context, and would allow the urban house building form that would be consistent with existing development on neighboring properties. In addition to those criteria to approve a PUD, the board and ultimately the council must find it also is consistent with these additional criteria for custom zone districts. And in the next few slides, I'll walk through those one by one. So the first basically references consistency with language describing and laying out the specifics of how planned unit development districts are supposed to be used in the zoning code. And this proposed rezoning is consistent with that language in the code. It is not intended as a vehicle to develop a site that's inconsistent with the applicable neighborhood context or enhance the economic feasibility. This PUD is consistent with the urban neighborhood context and character and is intended to ensure that development is consistent with adopted plans. There's also a significant public benefit proposed by the adoption of this PUD, and that would be the preservation of the existing home, which is valued by community members for its architecture and scale. The PUD complies with all of the standards and applicable criteria for PUD stated in the zoning code. With regard to criterion C there, this PUD is necessary because there are no standard zone districts that apply the urban house building form to this existing structure's unique size and shape without multiple variances, waivers, or conditions. And this PUD does establish permitted uses that are compatible with existing land uses adjacent to the subject property. There are no use-related changes proposed in this PUD to what would be allowed under the base USUB1 and USUA1 zone districts. And finally, the PUD establishes permitted building forms that are compatible with adjacent existing forms. Again, the PUD would allow the urban house building form under the USU and B1 and A1 zone districts, but with some tailoring to allow for the ongoing use of the existing structure. This PUD will allow development that is similar in scale and appearance to adjacent building forms. So with that, CPD recommends approval based on finding that all review criteria have been met. I believe the applicants are here as well if you have additional questions, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Is there an applicant presentation?
No, I don't believe there's an applicant presentation, but they are here if you have questions for them.
Thank you very much. All right, so let me just look. I think we had a couple people signed up to speak on this. Yes, we have.
Those are the applicants.
Those are the applicants, Paul Norquist and Ben Maxwell. Okay. Is there anyone else who's come to speak to this item? Let's look online. If you're here to speak to this item, which is the rezoning at 2501 North Gaylord Street, if you could use the raise hand feature in Zoom. Okay, seeing none, we'll turn to questions from the planning board to staff or the applicant. No questions? Must be very well presented. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for deliberation. Start with Heidi and then Caitlin.
I will be in support of this application. Staff did a great job of proving that it meets criteria. And I just, I am a proponent of continuing some flexibility to our zoning for this vehicle. I understand the need to limit it, but I think this is a perfect example of why, to allow that creativity that's necessary to be able to do a project like this. And I want to thank the applicants for working with the community to hear them and preserving that structure. I know that probably wasn't easy. And thank you for doing so. And thank you for staff for working with them to use this vehicle that we limit the use of to make this all possible. So.
Thank you, Caitlin.
And Heidi, I don't have much to add. I think the only that I think as a city, we do want to the preservation of these buildings that we can and adaptive use of so many of these buildings. It will be something we see as a touching point more and more over time as the building age. And so said it very well. This is one of those great things where the neighborhood and the applicant and the city can solve and so I will support it.
I just want to note for the record that Melissa has left, so just the minutes reflect that. I believe this meets the criteria as well, and am happy to see that we will use custom zoning when it's needed, but not use it as it was used in decades past. Every time we turn around, in this case, there is no base zone district that would allow with the preservation of this building and the reuse of the site. So it's certainly an appropriate use. Be supportive. Would someone like to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion.
Please do.
I move to recommend that City Council approve application 2022I rezoning 2501 North Gaylord Street from USUB1 to PUD G31, finding that the applicable review criteria have been met.
It's been moved by Fred and seconded by Mary Beth. Any discussion on the motion? Roll call vote. Caitlin?
Aye.
Heidi?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Fred? Aye. Jordan? Aye. And Jill?
Aye.
Gosha?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That item passes unanimously. Thank you. We're on to item 9 on the agenda, official text amendment, ADUs in Denver, culmination of a big project. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. And we have Abe Barge and Josh Palmieri to present.
Thank you, Joel, and hello, members of the board. I am Abe Barge with Community Planning and Development. I'm joined by my colleague, Josh Palmieri, sitting right behind me. He's the project manager for the ADUs in Denver project. And he'll actually do the majority of the presentation. Should I unmute myself according to this or no?
You can just close that out.
Close that one.
Before we start, I just want to make a note, disclose that I was part of that community steering committee. What is it? What do we call? Anyway, I don't think there's a conflict, but I just want to know publicly that I was part of.
Thank you for representing planning board on that.
Awesome. Yes, thank you very much, Gosha, for all your help with the, we were calling it the Community Advisory Committee, but we're all over the place with those names. So.
It's not just me.
No, it's not you, it's us. So today, I'll just provide a brief project overview, talk a little bit about the community engagement we've been doing, especially the recent round of community engagement. Then I'll turn it over to Josh to run through the key recommendations from the ADUs in Denver project, and then talk about the criteria for adoption of a text amendment to the Denver zoning code before going on to the staff recommendation. But before we get too into the weeds, just want to think about the big picture of ADUs. We know, from a zoning perspective, it's another dwelling unit, a second subordinate dwelling unit on a property. Could be inside the primary structure, like in your house, a basement apartment. Could be a detached structure in the backyard. Those are called lots of different things. Carriage houses, casitas, alley houses. I think all those different names really kind of give you a sense for how people think of them. They're using them in lots of different ways. And, for example, at the open house that we had in the Larry Esponcia neighborhood, we talked to a man, older, living alone in his house, and he would like to stay in the neighborhood. It's where his life is. Kind of house is a little big for him and he wants to downsize. So he's thinking a basement apartment or a house in the backyard, and wanted to talk with us about those options. And then in Montbello, we did an open house where we talked to a woman. She has a corner lot and wants to look at putting an ADU facing the side street. Just has a big long blank fence there now, and thought oh, wouldn't it be great if that was just more lively and had a little house on it? And also was thinking ideally she would rent it to a family that already lived in the neighborhood and was doubled up, because we heard from lots of folks in Montbello that, for economic reasons, primarily, there's lots of families and households that are doubled up in housing there. So getting into the ADUs in Denver project specifically, it's not a project that's about rezoning properties. So we're not specifically proposing to expand where you can build ADUs, but we think we're really building a good foundation with this proposal for ADUs by proposing to update how they fit in with different neighborhoods and block patterns, like places that don't have alleys, and how updates to the zoning code can reduce barriers to creating ADUs. The key outcome of the project is really before you today, and that's the proposed zoning update regarding the, where you can build an ADU on a lot, size, shape, and location of ADUs. We will tell you about, our thoughts on how ADUs would be addressed in properties that still have former Chapter 59 zone districts. But I think for the previous text amendment today, we'll ask that the motion not specifically include the Denver Revised Municipal Code part, but we'll tell you what we're planning there. So the process for the project, the process has been a little over a year long, and began really substantively with an exploration of issues around ADUs, both they're too hard to build, and both well, I'm afraid they won't fit in kinds of issues. And then once we had that conversation, then moving on to evaluating well, how could things be different? Especially how could the zoning be different to really tackle those issues? And then onward from that evaluation of alternatives, we moved into a recommended strategy. Here's how it could actually be different based on that conversation. And from there, we've drafted a text amendment based on that strategy that we're asking for your recommendation on. So in terms of community outreach, really the project is building on the last update to Blueprint Denver, which had very significant outreach, lots of conversation, resulted in some pretty clear recommendations around housing and particularly ADUs. So this project then is a more kind of technical implementation of that through zoning. And as such, a lot of the outreach involved the advisory committee that Gosha served on, which had residents of neighborhoods around Denver, as well as more technical experts on the subject, and a couple of members of city council. We really had great conversations as part of that process. We also had focus groups to address specific topics like how can ADUs fit in more suburban neighborhoods? What about places, whether they're in suburban neighborhoods or not, that don't have alleys? And then in terms of just wider public outreach, to everyone, that really happened mostly at the major project milestones, when we were in the issues phase and just did surveys about what people saw as issues, or when we're in the most recent recommendations phase and really wanted to gather input on how people felt about the recommendations that we were making. So since we really put that recommended strategy out in January, we held 5 in-person open houses at locations around the city where we had the conversations that I just related. And then we had a virtual open house, and we had really good conversations throughout that outreach, and really heard a lot of support for the major aspects of the proposal. Still some concern about ADUs fitting in certain situations, but overall, I think the feedback was positive. So with that, it's time to get into what we're actually proposing, and I'll turn it over to Josh.
Thanks, Abe. Josh Palmieri, Community Planning and Development. Thanks for that introduction. I think Abe really highlighted how long a process this has been. I'm glad to finally be here. I think it's important to really think about, what we're really talking about here is housing options throughout the city. It's a really good question. We get a lot of concerns about how much is this going to impact our neighborhood. A lot of concerns about traffic noise, but it's really important to think about the volume of ADUs that we've seen to date. Since 2010, we've only seen 450 ADUs permitted in the entire city. That's about 34 units per year if you break it down over year by year average. We have 78 statistical neighborhoods, so you're getting one in every other neighborhood potentially every year. We've heard a lot of issues about the zoning getting in the way. So we're looking at, our scope here is pretty clear, to remove barriers to constructing ADUs, but also create context sensitive solutions. We're primarily looking at the detached ADU building form. We know that that's the product folks are more interested in building. It seems like attached ADUs are allowed wherever the zoning allows an ADU, but we're seeing less of that. That 450 count includes either one of those, so it doesn't distinguish between attached or detached. The average ADU size that we're seeing built out of that 450 is about 640 square feet. So primarily that's to do with the lot size that it's landing on, some of the restrictions. Our smallest threshold tier of allowance is 650 square feet. So a lot of folks are having difficulty just reaching that minimum allowance of 650 due to all of these sort of belts and suspenders sort of zoning approaches here, restrictions on the building form. So a lot of the updates that we'll talk about today are context-based. We look closely at what does it mean to be an urban ADU versus a suburban ADU, things like setbacks, building height, bulk plane, certain design elements like dormers and balconies were appropriate. And a lot of other things are considered citywide approaches. So things like lot size, use allowances, existing structures, etc. So through the process, we really worked through these 4 buckets of impact to the community. We looked at impact to neighbors and community, concerns that neighbors had about noise, traffic, bulk, mass and scale, things like that. Design, construction, and buildability. We've heard a lot about zoning just getting in the way, really increasing the cost of these structures in a lot of ways. Making the design difficult floor plan layouts, difficult sort of roof jogs, things like that. All of those design issues lead to cost issues in the end. We're adding extra jogs on the building, sort of creating construction complexity in the field through the design, so through some of the belts and suspenders regulations. And finally, we're looking at the use allowances and restrictions. A lot of concerns about how these units are actually used. Can they be short-term rentals? Can they be long-term, owner-occupied, things like that. That led to sort of these list of 9 or 10 items that we thought would really address the issue, would really move the needle moving forward. I'll go through some of those one by one. You'll see I've highlighted the context-based approach ones and then also the citywide ones. So first of all, the citywide building form recommendations. We heard the minimum lot size requirement. We're recommending to remove that entirely for detached ADU structure. Today, we've had the issue where lots of legislative rezonings have come through. So example of Sloan Lake neighborhood recently, 2019 rezoned about 3,000 parcels to allow ADUs legislatively. Of those 3,000, about 1,000 of those parcels did not meet the minimum lot size requirement. And so we've had some of those property owners come back in, actually requesting to rezone again to a smaller, higher intensity zone district in order to meet the minimum lot size requirement for their lot to add a detached ADU. That's becoming a barrier citywide. We know that our zone districts aren't fully aligned with our lot sizes throughout the entire city. So we want to at least allow properties that are zoned for ADUs to at least be eligible to add a detached ADU. The building coverage exemption, today the rule is that you're allowed to exempt up to 500 square feet from their building coverage allowance, but only for vehicular storage. So a garage can be exempted entirely. A garage with an ADU above it may be exempted as well, but you're not allowed to exempt 500 square feet of a single story ADU. So we really want to rectify that situation and look towards prioritizing housing over prioritizing parking. Some of the citywide use recommendations we're looking at. What happened here? Reuse of existing structures is another one that we've heard. It's really important. Bit of formatting snafu. But reuse of existing structures, we've heard that garages are really important to retain. People really want to use an existing structure. If it's on the site, if it's fit, meets all the building code requirements. Today, that's not allowed. You're not allowed to reuse any portion of an existing structure if it doesn't meet the existing building form standards. So if the setbacks aren't in place, if that garage isn't 5 feet off the alley, 5 feet off of your neighbor's property, folks are demolishing that structure entirely. So we know the appropriate thing to do is to reuse existing structures where possible, And so we're creating that allowance through this recommendation, allowing the reuse of those structures as they sit. The other use recommendation we're looking at is when accessory to non-single unit. So today the zoning code says that ADUs are only allowed with single unit use. So even if you live in a 2-unit zoning district, you're not allowed to have an ADU unless you have a single family home on that property. Your use is single unit. Blueprint Denver says that we should allow ADUs as accessory to more uses than just single unit. And so in this project, we're allowing ADUs as accessory to 2-unit and multi-unit uses. We have to modify our previous recommendation a little bit to fit more of the building code standards. So we're looking at only allowing detached ADUs in those situations. There's a trigger as far as what kind of reviews cycle it goes into. An STP would be required for multi-unit properties like row homes and townhome development. So there's that extra layer of building code review and site development review to make sure everything complies there. Let's see, finally, owner occupancy. We were looking at what does it mean to have the owner occupancy requirement in place for this project. Today, the owner must be on site in perpetuity for an ADU use to exist. So this is written in our use requirements. We looked at modifying that through this project, potentially removing it entirely. But in the end, the sort of decision across the board was split in the public. A lot of concern about distant landlords, what this might do to the neighborhood. Would this limit more of our potential larger legislative rezonings going forward? So today we were not recommending to modify the owner occupancy requirement. So looking at some of those context-based recommendations, we're looking at slightly greater allowances in the urban context, where we are seeing ADUs most prominently built today are, more historic, walkable neighborhoods, smaller lot sizes. We're looking at more sensitive location standards in the suburban context where alleys don't necessarily exist, larger lot sizes, but where we've heard deeper setbacks, especially from the rear of your property, should be appropriate. And then in the urban edge, there's a bit of a combination there. Some locations do have alley access, some don't. It's a little bit of a blend between the two. So we're treating those differently based on your site. If you do have an alley, you can look at different setback standard there versus when you don't. So it's kind of a hybrid of the two contexts. So just jumping into the urban context, we've heard that we should allow for full 2 stories in this context. The rules today is a 1.5 story limitation, which means that your second floor can only be 75% of your lower floor in GFA. So if you wanted 750 square feet of ADU above a garage, that means your lower floor or ground floor must be 1,000 square feet. So we get to a situation where folks are coming in like, do I have to build a bigger garage just to have a habitable structure above? How am I going to get this square footage to actually pencil and work out? Just causes complications, confusion. It already looks like 2 stories and feels like 2 stories. So we're creating that allowance to have a full 2-story allowance. We do need some flexibility on our smaller and narrow lots. We've heard that lots specifically less than 40 foot in width run into some head height issues. The height of the bulk plane that starts at 10 feet today really cuts into that roof line because the lot isn't wide enough to really reach maximum height. So we're looking at increasing the bulk plane height by about 2 feet on those sites, only on the smallest, narrowest lots in this context. We've heard, of course, we should make single story and reuse of structures easier. We're doing that citywide. We've also heard that additional design elements like balconies and dormers would be appropriate here. We looked closely at what does it mean to be a livable unit? How do we create some sort of outdoor space that feels appropriate in this context? And we're also allowing dormers to penetrate the bulk plane. We've heard a lot about how people feel as if ADUs don't fit in. They could use some character elements that fit the primary structure. And so we do need a special allowance for those dormers to peek through. In the urban edge context, we're looking at those 2 different specific site contexts. So when you do have an alley, you're allowed to follow the rules that are closer to the urban allowance, so a full 2 stories. When you don't have an alley, you can do a full 2 stories, but you must be set back 12 feet from the rear property line. So creating that buffer between you and your neighbors, which almost acts as if an alley was there, trying to match a similar spacing scenario, shadow studies and things like that have proven out appropriateness here. Or you're alternatively allowed to do a single story with a much tighter setback. So 5 feet from your rear property line would probably be the more likely scenario if you're not required to get a vehicle back there. It's the more affordable, logical build out in that situation. Similarly, we do need some flexibility. We do have narrow lots that are zoned in the urban edge context. So anything less than 40 foot in width would still get that additional height bonus and the bulk plane relief. Single story reuse, same applies for garages and the lot coverage exemption of 500 square feet for a single story. And additionally, those design elements, we're looking at only allowing a balcony to exist when it's on an alley. So it doesn't feel appropriate to have an exterior balcony, outdoor space, peering over a neighbor's backyard when there's not an alley there. So we've got rules written in there to have that privacy buffer. Finally, in the suburban context, here we're actually creating new zone districts. So there's only one zone district that exists today. It's the single unit F1. And it was specifically written for College View neighborhood, very deep lots. It also allows the tandem home configuration. There's limitations on minimum lot depth. And we've heard pretty clearly that that doesn't make sense in the other suburban zone districts. So we actually have to write new districts, A, B, C, D, whatever exists that's mapped today. We need to create those zone districts that have applicable ADU allowances with them. And so that new zone district would allow for a single story, 17-foot tall ADU, the 10-foot rear setback. We've heard that a little bit more space feels appropriate here than the urban edge context. The lots are bigger and deeper and could better accommodate that structure. But we also have an allowance for a 2-story ADU if it does fit in the primary envelope. So that is to say, if you can squeeze in a 2.5 structure there today, a 2-story ADU also feels appropriate. It would feel something more like an addition to the existing house. We're also looking at, in an attempt to be equitable throughout the city, an approach to tackling some of the former Chapter 59 properties. ADUs are allowed in former Chapter 59 zone districts that are zoned multi-use. Here you can see on the map, the yellow and orange fit that description. They're limited in square footage based on the primary structure, which we've avoided through the Denver zoning code, at least this amendment. We're basing our square footage on lot size. And the form standards just follow the exact same standards as the primary structure. So an ADU is allowed anywhere you can place a primary structure on those lots. Here's a quick glance at where those parcels most apply. We have about 8,200 parcels in the city that would fall under this situation. And so we felt it necessary to actually create a bridge to match those Denver zoning code standards as well. So in doing so, we are removing the minimum lot size requirements. Sorry about this. This is the minimum ADU size. We are looking at increasing the allowance. As I mentioned in the previous slide, the allowance today is based on the square footage of the primary structure. It's in like 5 thresholds. It starts at like, what, 400 square feet up to 1,000. We're looking at just bridging to the exact same allowance in the Denver zoning code. So thresholds of 864 square feet or 1,000 square feet, depending on your lot size, the equivalent. We're also looking at removing some of the difficult to enforce additional design standards that are in the code. Specifically in former Chapter 59, it calls out the architectural requirement to match materials of the primary structure. So it's hard to define what that means. Does that mean brick must match brick, same color, style of brick? It's hard to enforce. We're not sure what that means, and does it increase cost? Things like that. Is a different material really inappropriate for a different structure at the rear of the lot? We're also looking at removing the occupancy limit that is in place that calls out 200 square feet square footage per person or per occupant. Looking at removing that standard. It's difficult to enforce. If 2 people are in a 500 square foot ADU, they have a child, do we have to kick them out? Who's making that decision? So looking at the zoning criteria, this is all called out, hopefully covered in the staff report. Consistency with adopted plans. First, we're looking at the Denver comp plan. The proposed text amendment is consistent many of the adopted Denver comp plan strategies. Organized by Vision Element, staff finds that this text amendment will help to create equitable, affordable, and inclusive neighborhoods by adding to the housing options available in all residential neighborhoods. Currently, in our suburban context, neighborhoods, as mentioned, ADU zone districts aren't even available to rezone into. By making single-story ADUs easier to build, we're also able to expand the supply of housing accessible to seniors, people with disabilities. ADUs are an ideal housing option for seniors to age in place, receive income, by potentially renting out their existing structure, their primary home. Looking at the strong and authentic neighborhood vision elements, staff finds that this text amendment will aid in creating strong and authentic neighborhoods through the preservation and reuse of existing structures, as they would now be allowed to be repurposed as ADUs, where they're not previously allowed today. Pierce City research has shown that ADUs also aid in preserving the existing structure. When homeowners are able to reinvest in their property to remain in place, they're less likely to sell off their property, which could result in a scrape of the site if a potential speculative developer picked it up. Blueprint Denver, some of our key concepts here. Blueprint Denver provides guidance specific to the ADU in Denver text amendment. Blueprint Denver's key equity concepts, like improving access to opportunities, reducing vulnerability, displacement, and expanding housing and job diversity. Staff finds that this text amendment considers and addresses each of the key equity concepts. This text amendment will reduce vulnerability displacement by allowing existing property owners to remain in their homes, reinvest in their property. This text amendment will make construction of ADUs more feasible for many Denverites. It will expand housing and job diversity, especially in those neighborhoods contexts that don't allow ADUs today, with the rezoning, of course. Let's see, by creating those appropriate zone districts, specifically thinking about that suburban context, which doesn't exist. Land use and built form, Housing Policy 5, is the policy recommendation that we are directly implementing in this project. We are looking at removing barriers to constructing accessory dwelling units and creating context-sensitive form standards. Staff finds that this text amendment directly implements this policy by creating those new zone districts to rezone into for future rezonings, modifying the existing urban edge context zone standards, by removing many of the zoning barriers to ADU construction, things like minimum lot size, lot coverage exemptions, appropriate heights, setbacks, square footage limitations, etc. Public health, safety, and welfare. This text amendment furthers the public health, safety, and welfare of Denver residents, landowners, and community members by implementing the city's adopted plans and regulations that are responsive to current community needs. This proposed text amendment provides greater flexibility to address evolving needs like accessibility, housing options, and preservation of existing structures by removing barriers to ADU construction, such as the reuse of structures, enabling greater allowances for single-story ADUs, creating appropriate zone districts, etc. Finally, the uniformity of district regulations and restrictions. This text amendment will result in regulations for ADUs that are uniform within each zone district in which the accessory dwelling unit use will be allowed. Let's see, staff has received 6 letters in the last couple of days since our last comment period and notice of planning board. We have 4 in strong support, 1 neutral, 1 in moderate opposition. Let's see, one of our strong support letters came from the Berkeley Historic Neighborhood Association. Our 1 moderate opposition letter came from the Walsh Park East Neighborhood Association. They have concerns about creating greater allowances for ADUs generally. But staff's recommendation, based on the review criteria for text amendments stated in the Denver Zoning Code, section 12.4.11, staff recommends that the planning board recommend to Denver City Council approval of the ADUs in Denver text amendment to the Denver Zoning Code with condition that planning board review draft be edited for clarity, correctness, ethics section references and other non-substantive matters, as well as any other changes in the planning board draft made necessary by such edits. I'll stop it there and we will be available for questions and further discussion.
Maybe our questions will unlock the bonus slides in the appendix. We have 4 people signed up to speak, and if there are others, we'll call on them afterwards. Apologies for names I'm likely to mispronounce. These are all on Zoom. Biddy Lebro, Ben Waldman, Ray Bevis, and Naomi Lacewell. It's Biddy Lebro.
Sorry, had to unmute. First of all, thank you for being here so late. I do appreciate your time and your commitment to the city. My name is Biddy Lebro. I live at 375 South Gilpin. I am also the chair of the East Washington Park Neighborhood Association Zoning Committee. And I'm going to be referring to the letter that I submitted online. We went through an extensive process with our neighborhood surveying in regards to all of the issues that are being brought up with the ADUs in Denver project. 2 of the main things that we see, excuse me, that came out that we would like to address this evening is the increase of the balconies. The original draft that we saw was 35 feet. They're now 100 feet. That's going to be incredibly intrusive to the neighbors across the alley. Our alleys are about 14 feet wide in some cases. So this is, while you have slightly addressed the privacy to the sides of the house, now you're encroaching into the neighbors across the alley. So we do have a great concern about that. One of the things I want to talk about too, this is an accessory dwelling unit. So when we talk about open space, we have a shared backyard. So I'm not sure it's even necessary. And I do, when we question the city and question our council person, it came back to me as a place for people to put their things and also a matter of equity. We've got a backyard that they can share, so I'm not sure that it's necessary. Secondly, when we look at our lots, we're mostly 6250 and 4750, about 60-40 split. So we have the same size ADUs going in both areas. That becomes, when you have the same size in a smaller size lot, and you had your dormers allowed to be encroach over 3 feet into that bulk plane, that creates a mass in a smaller lot that I'm not sure can be absorbed. And I think we need to look at that as well. Plus the fact they can now be within 3 feet of that side setback, which does create more of a shadowing on the neighbors. So their solar access becomes limited. And I'm running out of time, and I would like to thank you for your time. Thank you for your hard work. And I would like for you to consider those 2 issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Ben Waldman. Not seeing Ben Waldman online by name, but it's always possible you're signed up and use somebody else's link. So if you're here, please use the raise hand feature. While we're looking for Ben, Ray Bevis.
Unmute. All right, here I am. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
All right. So I'm kind of in the opposite situation. I have an existing carriage house that I've been trying to convert into an ADU. For the last 3 years, it's cost me over $5,000 to hire someone to navigate the very complicated and obstructive bureaucracy and red tape of the city. I'm really glad that you're working to make it easier. But I have an adjoining deck to it. It's 2-story. I have an adjoining deck over the garage that is on the alley. There's a zoning regulation that based on actually a false assumption that rear decks would invade privacy and front decks wouldn't. My particular deck, you can't see into anyone's backyard from it. My neighbors have all been in support of it, have written letters. But I have front decks on both sides of me that directly overlook my backyard and invade my privacy. So it's an example of how that regulation is not fulfilling the purpose for which it was intended. So I want to know why there's a 100 square foot limit on the deck size. Because of the way mine is positioned, it's a perfect infill. And it would make a big difference to me for my short-term rental, because it provides access to the outdoors. It actually beautifies the neighborhood. There's so many beneficial things about it. It's entirely beneficial, except for this zoning regulation. So I'm hoping that these changes will allow me to use it. I really want to have a collaborative, cooperative relationship with the city. And I've had so many problems with all the rules and regulations. And I would like the city to be concerned about people's livelihoods and quality of life, more so than the exact measurements. Also, my garage is 17 feet wide. So I wasn't sure about what the 15-foot setback is about, but I hope you can help me with that. And thank you for all your good work.
Thank you very much. The last speaker we have signed up in advance is Naomi Lacewell.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Naomi Grunditz Lacewell. I live in the Clayton neighborhood. I was honored to serve on the advisory committee for this project. And I just want to thank staff and my fellow committee members. It was a wonderful process full of respectful discussion. We didn't always agree, but we sought common ground. And it's not always the case that you look forward to participating in a committee and going to those meetings, but that was the case here for me. So big kudos to everyone involved. ADUs will not solve the housing crisis, but they are a piece of the puzzle, and this is an important step forward in the zoning code. There's still work to be done on expanding financial assistance, permitting process, and addressing building code barriers to bringing ADUs to a meaningful scale. But at the same time, it's so easy to focus on problems, and it's really important to highlight successes like this project. This came out of real community concerns about viability, look and feel of ADUs, and calls for action from people. Many of these conversations I had with people over the years trying to build ADUs. And the planning department identified this as an issue and moved quickly to address it. And here we are today. So again, I just want to thank everyone involved, CPD, and I urge Planning Board to recommend approval of this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one more call for Ben Waldman. Has Ben Waldman shown up? Okay, we'll move to questions from Planning Board to staff or any of our speakers. Fred.
Thanks. Question for staff. I wonder if we could talk a little bit about the owner occupancy requirement. I have a couple of questions. So I want to make sure that I understand, because when we talk about an ADU, we talk about both a building form and a use. And as I understand it, the owner occupancy requirement applies only to the use. Is that right? And I'm getting nodding heads just for the record.
It's used, but it's also only in single unit zone districts that it applies.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about what happens then if an owner who lives in one of the units and has an ADU sells the house and sells it to somebody who doesn't necessarily live there. What happens here? Let me understand that a little.
Technically, the ADU is not allowed to be in use, so you would have to essentially decommission that unit in some sense.
What does that mean?
Theoretically, someone comes out and you have to cut the gas line, make it a non-habitable structure, remove the kitchen, things like that. It may be used as a structure, as a detached accessory structure, but it may not be inhabited.
So you have to cut the gas line, so then you can't heat it. So other detached accessory structures can't be heated?
I mean, it's whatever limitation it is that turns it into a dwelling unit. I mean, sure, you can have.
Well, I'm trying to understand what that is. I mean, you understand the point here. What do we?
We've only had maybe, I don't know, less than a handful of cases where this has become an issue that we've had to send someone out and decommission an accessory dwelling unit. So
We board it up? Do we just board the windows up? I'm sure neighbors would love that. I'm trying to understand what we really are doing here. It's a little bit.
Yeah, it involves it no longer meeting the definition of a dwelling unit. So things like a kitchen may not exist in that structure.
So do we have to so somebody has to get a building permit to remove a kitchen, presumably, or demo permit at least? And then to reconvert it in, somebody would have to go get another permit if it was sold to somebody else?
Potentially, not sure about when the permit requirement would kick in, but yeah, Josh got it with basically, it just couldn't meet the definition of a dwelling unit, which has this very specific definition about facility for eating, sleeping, and having a bathroom. And so if it doesn't have a working version of one of those things, it's not a dwelling unit. You could heat it and do other things.
The gas line wouldn't meet that.
No, that would just be one way to make it not a working kitchen, but that's just one example.
Okay. And so this has been enforced in a few cases?
A couple of cases, yeah. We haven't, I think in those cases, basically they've just stopped using it as a dwelling unit and not sure of the specifics of what they've actually done in terms physically to it.
So and whose responsibility is it? So if I sell to an absentee landlord, is it my responsibility or their responsibility at that point?
I would say it's their responsibility. They're the operator of the property, and it's their responsibility to follow the rules.
Okay. And I guess, one of the other things that was highlighted by one of the support letters from one of the RNOs was that they pointed to research that where this restriction does not exist, that this hasn't been a problem. Is that consistent with your research? You have research that shows that otherwise, or?
No, most of our conversations, with other cities have indicated that they didn't see specific issues when the requirement had been removed. Like, for example, Portland had that requirement for a long time, removed it some time ago, and they said that they didn't think they'd seen issues. As Josh said, we have really heard, particularly from city council members who are out there in the field, thinking about whether they might propose legislative rezonings to allow ADUs, that this has been something that's been a real challenge in the conversation, and that they feel that they actually would have a hard time proposing legislative rezonings if this requirement didn't exist, despite what you're saying about, what we're hearing in other cities.
So just to be clear, this is pretty much not based in any kind of data or research that we know of. And the concern is being raised based on a very anecdotal basis. The council members saying that they've heard. So is there any polling to support that? Do we know of, or?
Well, we, in our own outreach, we of course asked the question, and we asked it in various ways. And depending on how we asked it, we kind of got somewhat different responses. But I would say that overall, there was a pretty decent level of support from participants in our process in removing the requirement or making it more flexible. I think, though, when we hear that it might potentially be an issue for expanding allowances for ADUs, that's something that we take seriously. Certainly coming from a city council member, it's not anecdotal in the sense that they're the ones, with the power to propose those legislative rezonings. So it does matter, and also to approve ultimately this text.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Joe.
Well, no, I was gonna, I'm getting tired, so I I wanted to make sure that I understood where it was remaining and where it wasn't, and I. Thank you very much.
It's remaining as is, applying to SU only.
Right, exactly.
The comments from the neighborhood were a little. I think those.
A couple of questions. One to understand about, first of all, thank you for the work. This is really good stuff overall. The removing of barriers with regard to existing structures. Easy to understand. So say you have a garage. Previously, or if this were not in place, you would have to knock it over and start from scratch. And building an ADU, now you can use that structure, gut it, or start with what you have and utilize that as the foundation. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, you're also allowed to add on to that structure as long as you comply with the new restrictions, the setbacks in place. So you could add to the top or the rear, but you must comply with setbacks.
So understanding the cost of these ADU developments is one of the primary barriers. What is the difference in, what does that mean for somebody? Like starting with the garage, what is the average cost of building that into ADU if you have this in your face?
I mean, if you're, yeah,
versus starting from scratch.
if you're lucky and your foundation meets building code requirements, you could save a substantial amount of money. A new foundation that meets, modern frost barrier protection, things like that could cost up to $30,000 just to start, right? Just to have a slab on the ground that's potentially habitable. You have to comply with building code, fire protection and things like that. So you have to go back in and fire rate your walls. If you're too close to your neighbor, it could cost more. But there's character in these older garages. Some people want to preserve that old brick facade and things like that. And so not necessarily more affordable in all cases, but people that do have the means, we want to allow them to do so.
They also may want to preserve the location of the structure, which is, so we don't prevent you from converting a garage now into an ADU. We only say that it has to meet all of the rules for a detached ADU, and that's what we would change. And that means if the garage is somewhere that doesn't meet all those rules, or there's just something about it that doesn't meet a rule, that wouldn't be a barrier anymore, which is really consistent with how we treat other things. It's quite a special provision that says, except detached accessory dwelling unit in a couple of cases that we would strike through.
Another question. I heard you all say that council folks, a few council folks thought if the statement about having to live in the single family unit, to have an ADU, that would keep them from voting for this. Is that correct? And hence, that's why it's still in there. You have to have the primary resident living
on the property. They can live in the ADU as well.
So you all left it in. I'm wondering, did you ask at any point about just rezoning the whole city? Did you go for that, or did you all discuss that? And
we kicked off the project under the assumption that we wouldn't propose that in order to keep the conversation really focused on the let's get the rules right to set the foundation. And I think that was a calculation based on kind of what we were hearing from city council and others about what the conversation was going to be like, and an interest in finishing the project in at a relatively fast pace. We do still have adopted policy that says that we should be allowing them, throughout the city. And so there are more steps to come, I think.
Got it. And that's my other question. Did at any point, because we're bumping up so close to a lot of new council folks, did you ever think about waiting? But it sounds like this is a step 2 or whatever to look at the rezoning.
Yeah.
Or is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, I think this is a step 1. We do have that blueprint and for guidance that says ADUs are appropriate citywide. But we've heard pretty clearly from council members that their constituents, specifically in suburban context neighborhoods, are not ready to take on a full rezoning of their entire neighborhood, since ADUs don't necessarily exist in that context today. No one's seen one built. They don't know what they're like. We'd like to ease into accepting those at some level.
Thank you. I have Heidi and then Mary Beth.
My question's been answered.
Caitlin, Mary Beth and Kate.
I heard you say that you've made it so that a 2-unit building, property can build an ADU when it couldn't before. Could a single unit building build 2 ADUs?
No. So.
Because that doesn't seem, if you have 2 units, you can make a property house 3 families. But if you don't have 2 units, you can't make a property house 3 families.
Yeah, it would be 4 families, in fact, on 2 units. So each dwelling unit would
No,
be
if
allowed.
you have a single family house and can you build 2 ADUs, that's 3 families.
Right.
Which is the same number of families as if you have 2-unit house and you build 1 ADU.
So the allowance is accessory to that use. So if the zone district is single unit, it means single unit, but 1 accessory dwelling unit to it. So in a 2-unit district, you could have a duplex with 2 accessory units, accessory to each one of those dwelling units. Up to 4.
You could build 4?
Up to 4.
If you have 2 units, you can build 2.
1 each.
1 accessory dwelling
Any
unit per
primary dwelling unit generates an allowance for an accessory dwelling unit.
Oh, okay. That wasn't as clear.
Sorry about that.
It's not like 2 units can only build 1, 2 units can build 2.
Right. I think 2 units being able to only build 1 might be awkward because oftentimes the first person would build it and then the second person would just be out in the cold, I
Okay,
guess.
all right, thank you.
Perhaps the case, just jumping in here, perhaps the case that you were hinting at might have been, if you're in 2-unit zoning, and you have an urban house, given that the underlying zone district is supportive of 2 units, would it make sense to allow both an attached and a detached? That's not in this package.
It's not. Interesting point, though. You possible could maybe have 2 primary units in your house, and then.
Right, you could subdivide your house into 2 primary units, provided that our form standards let them coexist.
Or if you're in 2-unit, yeah, you can add a second unit as a tandem house, a second primary, then put accessory units in association with those dwelling units.
Interesting. Okay. Well, this is all outside of the package you have now. All right. So the queue as I have it, if you're done.
Yeah.
Caitlin and Fred.
I just wanted to follow up on one of the comments we heard. I think there are 2 areas when I hear ADU discussions in neighborhoods, and you're exactly right, it's owner occupancy. And the other is sort of this kind of protection of backyard spaces and privacy, right? Maybe they're okay with the density, but gosh, having that window that looks right down on my backyard, that makes me feel uncomfortable. And I think you heard that in the comments today and in the written comments around kind of push to the setback and the dormers coming in, and all the more I think about that patio. So I'm curious, particularly on the patio, the thought on enlarging that, because I think that those are the real, like, that's the point of tension. And I don't know if you have more to add, but I think that whenever we hear opposition or someone shows up at a zoning for an ADU, they're often like, they're going to look into my backyard, and there's a discomfort.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something we've been trying to balance throughout the committee process, this idea of privacy, but also this idea of creating livable units, really looking at what is habitable. If you're building a 640 square foot ADU, no exterior space, no storage, it sort of lends itself to become more of a short-term rental. It's hard to live in that as, a comfortable adult for 5 years. How do you get a long-term tenant to really make that space a home? We've heard this idea that folks, that need housing, that need these housing options, want some of that equity as far as outdoor space and that quality of life that you would in a primary structure. So we've gone back and forth with the allowance. How big should it be? Should stairwells count as encroachments? So there's some calculations that go into there as far as today you can do a stairwell landing, but your landing can only be 15 square feet. So we've heard that you can't even like hold groceries and open the door at the same time without falling down the stairs. You know, you can't walk your dog, there's no storage there, so it doesn't really feel comfortable. It doesn't feel, you know, like a place to enter. It doesn't feel like a home. So we've looked at bumping that up to, you know, a certain amount. We also have locational standards so that this deck allowance would only be allowed within 15 feet of an alley. So the very last 15 feet of your zone lot couldn't be along the entire length of the rear of your lot, peering into your neighbor's yard. We worked really closely to figure out what made sense there. But yeah, it's been a challenge. I think we've got to this recommendation based on lots of feedback for and against, as we've heard today.
Okay, next I had Fred and then Mary.
Two quickies. One is just a question. You know, we have lots of, and I always get confused what kind of structure they are, I'm sorry, but lots of existing duplex and or multifamily structures which now live in single unit zone districts. How are they, what happens to them? If I have a duplex in a single family zone district at this stage, or even a fourplex garden court or something in a single unit district, can I build ADUs, or am I just out of luck because I happen to get zoned into an SU zoning, possibly incorrectly since it's not an SU property?
Yeah, I mean, so when the Denver zoning code happened in the associated rezoning, there were neighborhoods where you'd previously been allowed to do more than one unit that became SU districts. And generally speaking, they were neighborhoods where most of the structures were single unit, but there were some duplexes here and there. I live in one in a single unit district. So there actually are pretty flexible provisions built in about those existing duplexes. And like you can even voluntarily demolish it and rebuild according to duplex standards as if you were in a TU district. There is, though, a provision in that added flexibility that says, but you can't add any more units, just 2. And we haven't actually proposed to change that. And so I think the answer to your question is no, that duplex doesn't get the short-term rentals. I mean, the just ADUs.
This feels like something we ought to think about. I mean, it's a circumstance that is in some of our less prosperous neighborhoods. It's pretty common. I mean, it's common. We live in Clayton. I know that quite a few of those structures in our neighborhood, and we're sort of disadvantaging those people who, in some cases, purchase into those because they are affordable in many cases because of a decision that was kind of broadly made. But perhaps that's something to consider. The only other thing, and it's more of a comment than a question, but only because you just raised it with balconies being only in the rear when there is an alleyway. Seems that we ought to be considering some of the special contexts perhaps a little differently from the SUs. So, for example, I live in basically an industrial area. There's no alleyway, but there's a private drive. Well, so in theory, you know, if I were neighboring that in an SU district, that I wouldn't be able to put a balcony there, even though it kind of acts like an alleyway. So it just trying to build a little more flexibility for unusual circumstances might be good, particularly because I think as we talk about building ADUs, we're often talking about building, you know, it's great when they work and they're sort of patterned in our single unit districts, but we've got a lot of other bits and pieces that have happened over the years. And it doesn't seem like we've provided much opportunity for a staff planner to look at it and say, yeah, I know the code says this, but you really do kind of fit within that. So I guess that's a comment more than anything. But
yeah, and in those certain higher intensity zone districts, there is no limitation on rear decks. And so it mostly happens in our single unit protected sort of districts, like our higher intensity, like center, urban center, downtown, things like that. That limitation is not in the code today. So you would be allowed if you fall into the appropriate zone district for that. So this was sort of our single family or residential compromise. Alleys feel appropriate. backyards don't. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's the theme in your presentation is you're kind of pitching your presentation towards how these changes play out for the lowest scale zone districts across the context. But if we pick apart some of it, like I think it's the bulk plane, you know, the change from 10 foot to 12 foot, depending on lot width, for SU and TU in the urban context, but RH gets it regardless of your lot width. So you've made this very contextual, not only to urban edge, suburban, but also to what is your zone district category. But it's too much to go into in a PowerPoint.
Building form, yeah, you're right.
I next had Mary.
Yeah, just picking up on Caitlin's line of questioning, sort of about the privacy concerns and those issues. In terms of fence height, why is 6 feet the magic number? Like, could we explore other options to sort of preserve people's privacy or sense of privacy in these situations?
No, these rules were written in what, 1952,
And that's why.
So
I can
it's
see
really high.
over
Yeah, it's just carryover from existing fence requirements. It's 4 feet in the front before your front facade, 6 feet in the rear. I mean, you know, a lot of people add vines. You can add things.
I just, you know, I think looking at ways to address people's concerns about that in sort of ways that don't infringe on creating these much needed housing options would be a great thing to think about.
So you're basically saying like maybe people would be less sensitive about the rules for ADUs if they could build a really tall fence in response.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, we thought about the idea of potential landscape screening requirements, but we were really cautious about that affordability piece. We didn't want to impose another potential barrier to someone to building an ADU. But yeah.
Good questions. I have a few. Looking ahead, I imagine this will cause us to have fewer of certain kinds of rezonings. People not having to rezone their A versus B, you know, or B down to A, etc., specifically for minimum lot size. But you would imagine we may still get that when they're reaching their lot coverage. I imagine there's still cases where it's sort of like we've mismapped the minimum lot size in an area, and you're allowed, how do I say this? Your lot coverage. So it's not the minimum lot size as a gate to getting an ADU, but rather your lot coverage is such that by dropping down, you may want to rezone to drop down in order to get the lot coverage.
Although I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Josh, but like there shouldn't be a need to do that because the tables for your zone district, even if it's a larger lot district, notch down or basically increase the amount of building coverage that you're allowed to have depending on how small your lot is.
Okay.
Building footprint. The only lot size that has what the 50% coverage allowance is our smallest A lots. And so, yeah, if you're not, if the lot's not that size, it wouldn't hard to rezone down into that.
Okay, it'll be interesting to see. We're gonna have to, you talked about former Chapter 59. I forget if it's Central Park or if it's Lowry. I've heard cases where someone has an ADU. ADUs were kind of part of the package. Somebody else wants to get an ADU. I'm sorry, you can't, because some other regulation, not zoning, said there can only be so many dwelling units, and that area is full per the SDP or per the some damn thing. This doesn't do anything to help with that.
It doesn't, no. There would be like in the planned building group or other things like a maximum number of dwelling units that they've reached.
Okay. And that's hard to revisit. I mean, it's not part of this effort, but it's also a harder thing to revisit.
We think so, yeah. It gets pretty tangled.
Okay, yeah, it's unfortunate.
It could live elsewhere. It could be in covenants, things like that. It could be private property agreements as well.
I think your sense that it was a planned building group is exactly what I'd heard, but I don't deal with them much. I couldn't come up with that term. Okay, going into this effort, I was thinking about in some suburban places, rather than a narrow frontage and a deep lot, as we're used to in most of the urban contexts, some suburban areas have wide frontage and shallow lots. And it's sort of hard to imagine where a detached ADU would go. I don't think this does anything to help with that. I mean, politically, perhaps it does, because if the area gets rezoned to allow ADUs, they could do an attached ADU. But there's no magic for
It moves the point, correct me again, Chester, if I'm wrong, but I think we changed the portion of lot in which you're allowed to build an ADU in the suburban context. So instead of the rear third, it's the rear half, partly acknowledging that ideally you actually are building closer to the street. There generally aren't alleys. A lot of the lots are shallower. You need a little bit more flexibility with where you might put a detached ADU.
But if the house had a generous front yard to begin with, the house itself might be on the 50% line of the depth of the shallow lot. So
you may still see a challenge.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. Just looking for magic. Now, one of the topics about ADUs that are attached is they're much less expensive to build. When we look around our older urban neighborhoods or bungalow neighborhoods, you see, especially if they're on kind of a rise off the sidewalk and have a basement. Over the years, people have made those basements into dwelling units. And, you know, whether it was legal or not, or what it was before the 1950s or after, these exist. And you'd imagine they're the same size as the floor above. And if ADUs were allowed today, it's still hard to do that reasonably, because that basement that wants to be made into an ADU can only be 75% of the floor space of what's above it. And you have this maximum. So I think what's been done here to make these most affordable, sort of typical ADU things possible is you've increased the size of an interior ADU to either 75% of the floor area of the primary dwelling unit space, or at 864 square feet, whichever is larger. So 864, that's a reasonable amount of space, even if you had to sort of wall off some portion of your basement that was too big. You're making these more possible once again. Is that right?
Correct, yeah. Yeah, it goes back to, you know, this idea of being accessory. What does it mean to be accessory to a primary? We're looking closely at not allowing that use, that square footage of use to become greater than the primary square footage use.
But if the upper was relatively small, if 864 above could be 864 below, and you know, okay, that's right. Okay, and then finally, in the letters that we got a number of support letters from people who served on the task force advisory committee thing. One of them was from Rosemary Stoffel. She's very concerned about this balcony size thing. We've heard some comments about it here today. Maybe it would be worth just stepping through. There was the question of a landing, and is a landing too small? But this is more of a deck, you know, just maybe talk about how you got there.
Just, yeah, first off, I think, you know, and apologies to Rosemary, I think, you know, she's right that we didn't really fully illustrate exactly what we were talking about until relatively late. And I think that was one of her frustrations. And then there also was this evolution of like, well, as Josh said, you know, we're talking about like the falling on down the steps if when you put your groceries down thing. But we're also talking about the like having a little bit of outdoor space that's the kind of like deck space that the primary might get, and why isn't that all right on an alley especially? And you know, finally arriving at where we got. But do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we've spent some time figuring out, is there a square footage that it's going to, you know, make everyone happy? What's the limitation where you can put a chair out there? Maybe you can store a bicycle. You have these means for actual livability. I think through the committee, we've always talked about it as an outdoor amenity. You know, people want to plant flowers. They want some sort of sense of a home. And So it's been a struggle to figure out what square footage of deck feels like something comfortable, isn't intrusive. Is 50 more square feet more intrusive than a 30 square foot stair landing? No, you can smoke a cigarette on a step, or you can sit on a rocking chair. It's a difficult balance, but yeah, that's where we've been going. I think we've heard internally that we need more allowance because of the calculations, because of those issues. There's determinations of where does the landing end, where does the deck begin. And so we're looking at including the landing calculation within that 100 square feet for simplicity.
Thank you.
Yeah, and kind of based on like, so if you had like the ADU was 20 feet wide along the alley, that's 5 feet for the whole width, which is pretty shallow. And you wouldn't have to do it that way. It could be 10 by 10 and a more square shaped thing if you wanted to do that one.
This sort of came up yesterday at Moody, which I watched the recording of, and I just want to note for the record, you all were very clear that this can't come an upper story deck above the second floor. That's not what we're up to, and you've added in a limit of that deck itself can't be more than 14. It's not going to be on top of the second floor.
Right, we're using the term rooftop and/or second story deck because we're trying to just go with code terminology whenever we can. And that might sound a little scary because, you know, going all the way up. And we agree that really the intention was never to like put something on the top of the second floor. And so there's a limit on how tall that could be.
There was a question we got in the messages about whether the allowance for converting a garage into an ADU could be used to game things. So you build the garage first in order to get wider side setbacks. Then you say, I've got a new idea. I'm going to convert it to an ADU. Is this a reasonable concern?
What we get from Tina, the zoning administrator, who you heard from earlier, is that with striking the provisions that explicitly say, like, you cannot establish an ADU use in any detached structure that doesn't meet all of the rules for a detached accessory structure. When we remove that, we're just back to kind of the rules for everything, which means that when you have no assigned building form at all, which, you know, everything before 2010 doesn't, because the code just didn't even have that concept in it. When you come in to do something, you come in and you've got this garage that doesn't meet all the rules. And the first thing is assign a building form. Now you can say, I want to assign it the detached ADU building form. And then you're working under those rules with the fact that it doesn't meet some of them, just, you know, a precondition basically. So if you built a garage now though, it would get assigned the detached garage building form. It has that form assigned. Not so easy to then give it a new form whose rules it doesn't meet basically.
Yeah, there's also the layer of building code and fire. You have to come up to compliance with those requirements as well. So you're not allowed to have a habitable wall, you know, like less than 3 feet to your neighbors without being fire protected. You can't have penetrations, windows that, you know, don't have egress requirements. So it'd be hard to fully game all of those layers to get what you need whenever our setbacks are kind of trying to become closer to those standards anyway.
Yeah, it's clear this is intended to help with existing structures, not opening a door to a two-step development process. Those are the questions I had. Thank you. This is exciting. Fred.
And one more, because we started talking about politics a little bit. Have you guys looked at this in the context of the state land use proposal? And because it seems in some ways some of these things might become moot or could be amended pretty quickly. So I'm curious.
It's a little depressing to think about.
Yeah.
No, but it's actually feel like, you know, we got the question when we talked to the city council committee yesterday, and, you know, we have been looking at the draft legislation, and so we're fairly familiar with it. I'm sure it'll change some, but in terms of like where it stands right now, I think this actually takes us pretty far along the path towards where we need to be compliant with that state legislation. There's there's a big thing it doesn't do, which is allow ADUs everywhere. But I think it does, set the great stage that we've already gone through the whole exercise of figuring out what the rules should be in all these different kinds of situations. Makes us, I think, much more ready than a lot of communities would be.
Any thought given to postponing this, the adoption of this to pending that, so that you only have to do one run at it, or not? I'm just kinda
With
curious.
the amount of time and conversation these efforts take, it really feels like it's, it's kind of to honor everybody's time and commitment, and also because all these conversations that, why wait, basically? We can do this now, and again, it builds a good foundation for what we would potentially be required to do later. And so I think in that sense, it doesn't make sense to wait. And this current city council has been very involved in the effort. And, as a courtesy, we'd love to bring it before them before the changeover happens.
Thank you.
Not seeing any other questions. I'll close the public hearing and ask for deliberations.
I just had a few comments for staff. They're not questions, so I wanted to wait until deliberations. First, in support of removing the minimum lot size, because I'd heard some concern, public concern over, I think it was 4750 square foot lot and the impact that can have on neighbors. So I just wanted to share, anecdotally, I'm on a 35 foot wide lot with an ADU over a garage. So it's a full 2-story. It's 1 foot off of my property line with my neighbor to the west. And so it works. It works really well. That exact situation occurs in other areas of the city. And so while certainly understand the concerns of privacy and having those issues, I can just speak in support that works really well, and we've not had any issues with any of our neighbors regarding that. I would ask that you maybe consider, I'd like to see a little more flexibility with the outdoor space and where it gets located, because I think there's other ways that can be mitigated. Where Mary was starting to talk about fence height, I have seen outdoor spaces on ADUs that are 2nd story that don't face an alley, but rather face a neighbor's lot, and they're screened. Like there's a physical wood slat screen around that outdoor area so that the part that might face a lot is screened from like a trellis type of structure or something like that, that screens it from that backyard, from that next backyard, and allows both that, because you guys know, you've been working on this for a long time, right? That there's so many different unique situations out there in the city where maybe that just doesn't work, that there isn't any place. So I just ask that you consider maybe a little bit of adding language about if it weren't exactly on the alley, if it did overlook, that you would use a physical screening structure to allow it. So just like to see a little more flexibility there. And then it looks like that our constant call of this body to our city council to rezone the entire city to allow ADUs is potentially going to get resolved for us by the state. And so if that then gets resolved by the state and we do have a new city council, I would just ask staff to be mindful and be thinking about, is there an opportunity for us to then come back and remove the owner occupied requirement from our code, as we've seen other municipalities do? So just be looking for those opportunities for us, please.
Next I see Fred and then Josh.
So by way of deliberation, bringing this up, but I do want to thank staff because, as nitpicky as I get it, there's great stuff in there. It's really great progress and really great to see that all happening. I do remain concerned about the owner occupancy requirement and want to kind of throw out to my colleagues the possibility that we consider a additional recommendation to council at this time. I'm in full support of the text amendment as presented, but want to recommend that for approval. But I'll throw out the possibility that we could create an additional recommendation to council recommending that the ADUs in Denver text amendment be amended to eliminate the owner occupancy requirement. And I'd be happy once we approve this to make such a motion, but I do want to throw that out there for a little consideration during this discussion. See if others share that interest or.
And this would be the first time that we have a script to follow for this
Right.
with our new bylaws. To be clear, an additional recommendation is in order when the main thing we're considering we think meets the criteria. It's not a condition of our approval, but we want to recommend something else that would help it go further in meeting the criteria. So
Wasn't there like a week or two, excuse me? But can that be done same day?
same thing, yeah. The other thing is documentation of deliberations. If we wanted to write down how we had a split vote and we wanted to say in our own words what the different things were, for instance, that's a different thing, documenting our deliberations. So yeah, we can talk about that. Gosha.
Okay, thank you. I want to reflect on that process a little bit and share my thoughts. So I definitely went into this process thinking like we just implement ADUs already. We've been talking about them so long. Why are we still talking about setbacks and these kind of technical recommendations? Let's just do it. And with how small and gentle ADUs are, how much time we spend talking about it, it's really quite astonishing, right? How much energy goes into calibrating these different requirements. And I look at it as an architect. So like for me, an ADU is an ADU. It really doesn't matter where it is. Like why is ADU in a suburban context different than ADU in an urban context? Are people different in the suburban context? I had real struggle with actually giving considerations to the uniqueness of the suburban context or how culturally foreign these forms were. So there was a lot of conversations about privacy and shadows and adjacency. And as an urban dweller, I really struggle with it. Thinking, like this is the same city. Like we're just thinking like a mile away. So why is it so culturally foreign? And when there was just pause at some time in the process and the suburban district representatives gathered together and looked at the recommendations, came up with something that I struggled again because I felt it was too restrictive and cumbersome and odd in many ways. I actually posed the question to Kendra Blacks directly, like, do you think this will actually result in creating ADUs, or is it just creating like layers of bureaucracy and regulation that would actually make it so difficult to do that nobody's gonna do it? And I walked away with the answer of yes, like yes, we vetted this and we think that this will actually open doors to creating ADUs in a suburban context. And to me, that was the biggest kind of takeaway, because I think ultimately that was the goal for this process, that we already see ADUs in the urban context with tools for them, or in the urban edge, it's really the suburbia that really didn't have any tools for people who wanted to build, who wanted to rezone. There was no district, no tools. So right now we do have tools for that. So with all that said, I also really appreciated the process, because I think there was diversity of opinions, and there were people like myself who are just architects and just want to figure out how to build an ADU. And your point about converting garages into ADUs, like I've practiced architecture in Denver for 2001, 22 years. I'm yet to see a garage that actually can be converted into ADU because of the building code restrictions. But fine, we've had this conversation. So there were all these kind of logistical challenges as well as this kind of cultural and political challenges. But I think the process was very well run, and kudos to the city staff and the consultant who kind of guided us through the process. And, I think at the end, I feel good about it. I feel that we did lay foundation to whether the city council decides to implement it citywide or there's a mandate from the state. Like, we're ready, I think, and we're more ready now than we were a year ago. So I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Mary, and then Caitlin.
Thank you, Gosha. I appreciate those insights. I wanted to touch a little bit on Fred's proposal and just put a few things out there. I have really mixed feelings about that. One, sort of the current status quo of having to decommission a housing unit seems dumb. Like, there's just no more politically palatable way to say that. We need housing. Let's not decommission housing. So, and a second point in favor of doing that is we have seen in this body a bias against renters that is disgusting. People are people regardless of their tenure. People choose to rent, people choose to own. Sometimes people's housing tenure is based on their circumstance. So I don't think having another tool that you decide whether your neighbor's tenure is appropriate. However, that being said, my thesis in grad school was about institutional investment in the single family market. I looked at a comparative study of Denver and 4 other cities. Denver has a relatively low percentage of institutional investment in single family housing, which has an array of problems. One that I'll highlight now is just capital being sucked out of communities and going to other places. However, Denver has one of the highest ratios of institutional investment in our inverted L, in our low-income communities. Other cities that have a higher rate of this type of investment are more distributed across the entire city. And even as we're contemplating this land use change coming from the state level, the highest yield for higher intensity is going to be in our low-income neighborhoods. So if we remove the restriction for owner occupancy, we create an opportunity for investors to come in and make more money on those properties. So on one hand, I'm really in favor of getting rid of it because we need more housing. And if we can add 2 units everywhere we have 1, I fantasized in the shower about an indecent proposal of forcing ADUs on every property in Denver. But that being said, I don't want to create a situation where we're inducing displacement, which I think would, at the very least, be the short-term effect.
Seems like we got our research. Yeah, you've articulated what hit my gut, and I didn't have the words or the theory, but that is here.
Caitlin.
I just want to add, I'll be voting in favor. From a criteria standpoint, I really appreciated staff's kind of pulling out, sort of the recommendations of Blueprint are so very clear, to be clear. But and around equity and affordability, but the one on strong assets, I thought was interesting, just because it wouldn't have jumped out at me, but thinking about the ability to preserve more of the buildings and avoid kind of scrapes and avoid involuntary displacement, I think it really does support that. So it's just a criteria that I had really dug into and staff really pulled it out. So I will be voting in favor. To what you've raised as literature recommendation, I don't think that I would be in favor in making it, more because I really want to honor the process. And you're right, Mary. Thank you very much for giving an overview of kind of your experience in the process. I thought that was neat. But to kind of honor that, and it was, I'm quite sure you guys talked about that for a while. And I think that discussion, and I think this broader discussion, step 2 of citywide ADUs, I think that needs more public discourse. And I think that task force happened in each. So that's kind of where I live.
Okay, Fred.
I guess, one of the questions, and I appreciate what everybody said, I think one of the questions is, we're seeing that there as something that was, it feels like intended to go in. Seeing it on the presentations is kind of struck from it. And I guess one of the questions in my mind is, was it a broader process thing that withdrew it, or was it similar to the last time we made a recommendation to PHA regarding the parking? Something where there was just a feeling that, politically that's difficult, but we're going to just strike that even after it was discussed. And I guess I don't have a feel for that. And I'd look a little bit to Gosha maybe to give us some perspective on that. Maybe.
I mean, there were definitely some hard no's on that, and I think, previous point, I mean, that provision kind of makes it more palatable in terms of political process to implement it. It seems like a small price to pay. Like there's a bigger fish to catch or fry or whatever the saying is. And there was again strong enough opinion against it among some committee members. And we did discuss this reinvestment and speculative development that that does increase that development potential if you can build 2 units that can be sold or rented independently. So that was a real concern. So speculative development in the low-income communities.
It sounds like the evidence is that there hasn't been much of that in other cities with regards to ADU specifically. But I'm willing to set it aside. There are few opportunities that we have as a body to make recommendations like that to council, and perhaps and so I hate to kind of lose that on something which I think is important, but perhaps a compromise might be a broader recommendation that be studied and possibly amended with staff support. And I'm also willing to say, if the state land use bill passes, we're going to be having a whole other discussion about ADUs in terms of our text. And maybe that's the appropriate time. But I did want to make sure that we discussed it.
So Joe and then Jordan.
Thinking about it, I would love to know more about the speculative investment piece. There's been a lot of unintended or intended or not consequences in terms of speculation in low-income communities. There's also a lot of unofficial ADUs that exist. What's the outcome of acquiring some of those property? I just don't know. More needs to be learned about that. But for me, it feels like timing is weird to make a proposal that our team already knows there was pushback on enough to remove it, for us to try to push it through as a planning board at this time and then lose. Do we want a loss on our first go round of trying this, or second go round, or whatever it is? I think maybe we ease into it without pushing something that we have already heard it did fly, and build up, this process, build up some good rapport with it, or and then go for the hard hitting stuff a little later. That's just my sense. But again, I haven't been around that table.
Yeah, I think one of the criteria for us to make an additional recommendation is that if accepted, it would make it more compliant or would better align with the adopted plans. I'm not convinced that removing ownership requirement actually falls in this criteria, because I don't know that we have clarity on the impacts that we may have, and however speculative. Also, this discussion about decommissioning units, yes, it's completely absurd, right? And it probably means that remove your cooking stove and replace it with a microwave. I don't know. Like, we did talk about it. It's completely absurd and probably unenforceable. So, I'm not convinced that introducing this or reintroducing this ownership requirement removal makes it a better proposal in terms of meeting the criteria or advancing.
Yeah, so there's a couple. One, I really appreciate your comment about your the work you had done. Framed it differently, a little bit. I mean, on one hand, obviously, that opening the door for greater amounts of displacement is a problem. Certainly problematic. I guess the irony in it is, investors, maybe not at the BlackRock sort of investors, but property investors are probably much more likely to be able to build ADUs than that. So it could theoretically, I guess, end up more housing. I don't know. But to the point, I guess it just relates back to the fact that we don't know. We don't have the data. We have no idea, which, I mean, studying that more does seem worthwhile. I have a feeling we're going to do that. I have a feeling that, on the way to step 2, which leads me to your proposal. I guess I don't know exactly how it works. We recommend approval contingent upon that. No, we recommend that they consider doing that.
Yeah, it's a separate piece.
Separate motion, separate recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, I think the recommendation that we study this more is certainly reasonable. I don't know what that, I don't know where that goes. I don't know. I mean, the city council wasn't going to take that up. I think that's with staff, right? So I don't know. I certainly think we should recommend just generally that we study more because it seems important, but.
Can I ask another question of staff quickly? Even though we're kind of moved beyond that, just to help clarify again. If you have a small scale developer who's developing single family homes, given the owner occupancy, can they then not get a zoning permit for an ADU unit? Somebody is building on a single family lot, they're a single family home builder. They're obviously not going to occupy. Can they build an ADU, or do they have to leave that to the homeowner? I don't know.
You are allowed to build. The unit's just not allowed to be occupied, so it must be sold to someone that will occupy that zone lot in order for the ADU use to be an allowed use.
So that you wouldn't be able to finish the CO on it until after it's been sold?
I think technically the way it's been interpreted is fairly liberally, and they are issuing COs and basically just squinting until the longer term picture is clear, I think.
Okay, I guess because part of what comes into this, and part of my frustration with this is that I'm not sure it's enforceable. Decommissioning a unit just does seem dumb. In order to enable these to be built, we're kind of twisting in and around ourselves to kind of, sounds like, we kind of make believe that it's all good. And so it just feels a little bit like we've got this clause in here, which one wonders if somebody were really to challenge it, where it would go and how that would play out. And it just feels like we're setting ourselves up with that at some point for a lack of success.
I think the bottom line is it's just put certain people's minds at ease. That's all there is, right? People feel like, well, but the owner lives there, so they keep an eye on it. And that makes them feel better. So I don't know how to quantify it and how it falls in the criteria, but.
The compromise that we looked at was potentially requiring owner occupancy only at CO. And so it could then be not owner occupied later, but that would have got us in the situation where a developer could not build an ADU without occupying that property first. And so we're chasing our tail.
Yeah.
Just one question, and maybe Fred, what are we losing from not having this change? For instance, what's gained from allowing owner to buy or build an ADU and live somewhere else? What are the
Well, I worry about the requirement to decommission a unit. We then are losing a housing unit potentially. I think also we are, if, for example, hypothetical situation, I'm a young person starting out, I bought a house, I built an ADU, I've been renting it out, but my original house is small and I start a family and I need to live in a bigger house. And maybe I want to continue to own that property and rent it out because that's how I've been building equity and building wealth for myself. In that case, my family situation then dictates that I must sell that house because of the zoning code. If I'm going to live somewhere else, I cannot have that and have it not occupied, or I have to pull the kitchen out to do it. So, again, that to me, as I think about young people trying to get established, as I think about families that might build an ADU for various reasons, but find that their needs as a family change, they then are being forced to make a personal financial decision because of our zoning code. And that to me is not necessarily an appropriate way for government to exercise its police power.
I will just also add in, I get to work in a lot of communities around the state. I have never seen another community that has an owner occupancy requirement on ADUs. It's a weird thing.
Let me take a turn here. First, I'll stick to this topic. I think it's, as Gosha says, the city council is not going to add this back in at the 11th hour. And we've got them at a place where we collectively, not just planning board, at a place where this is going to be supported and it will open the door to willingness to map zoning more broadly. So I'm not seeing there's any, what I see is if the planning board comes out with an additional recommendation that says add this back in, they'll say thank you, no, and they'll never think about it again. But if we had an additional recommendation that said we'd like you to revisit this in the future, there's no action for them to turn down right now. It's just putting our thoughts out there, letting them know that we've had this discussion. We think you should revisit it in the future. And I think there's some utility in that. Some of them will be gone. There'll be new council members. The future is undefined as to when it is. And we're acknowledging it's going to take more study and compromise. So that's where my thoughts go, because I'd hate for us to say nothing, given how strange the current situation is. And it's not just here at the 11th hour. We're talking about how strange this situation is. When this project started, or the public involvement process with the advisory committee started, they started with a fantastic document that the team put together that was an issues identification document. So the advisory committee was gifted with a scope. They knew what problems they were trying to solve. And right from the start, this is one of the problems to be solved, because of course it's absurd. So although we're not going to get city council to revisit it right now, us being a part of that continuous through line saying there's still a problem here to be solved, I like. So my noodling here on the page is coming something like, a motion to make the additional recommendation that city council revisit the topic of owner occupancy in single unit districts in the future, finding a compromise to avoid the unintentional consequence of decommissioning ADUs and thus reducing housing stock, and reducing the bias in the Denver zoning code against residents who rent their homes.
Can I ask a question here? Because this is not this is a little bit of a loosey-goosey recommendation. Would it perhaps simply be more appropriate for us to do a documentation of deliberation and as input and express that this is a concern that planning board had and that there were multiple sides to the conversation? There were, reasons why we thought this doesn't make sense, but concerns we had at the same time, and that planning board hopes that this will be revisited in the future. And might also then give us a little bit of time to draft something that's a little bit, little bit
More
maybe-
thoughtful than a sentence.
That's a little bit more, a little, there's a little more color to it that we could then review and at our next meeting and send along with this.
I wonder if I can call the question. And that, because we need to pass this first before we do the other. And it
We can
doesn't
we-
matter to me, so I just thought, let's call the question. Okay.
Any concern with pursuing this as a documentation of deliberations?
No.
Wait, I
We've
called
certainly
the
deliberated. We've certainly deliberated, and let me make my comments on the main topic and invite a motion. Because I haven't made my comments. I made the first. What a fantastic project from start to end. There are some documents here that will be lost to time because they were only needed during the project, but they're fantastic. The issues identification documents, all the visuals and slides that were used for the public and for the advisory committee, and then as we got last week to review the strategy report, this is all preliminary to the red line code, but it's all accessible and understandable. What are we solving here, and how are we solving it? It's really fantastic. I'm personally gratified that some of the things that my neighborhood identified in 2008 through 2010 for narrow lots has found a home here. We're going to keep the conservation overlay in Curtis Park because it's slightly different and slightly more flexible than what's here. But those ideas have found a home, especially with regard to narrow lots, especially with regard to two-story ADUs. That's personally gratifying. And I appreciate there was a moment in the advisory committee meetings where talking about backyards and heights and so forth, where staff showed up and said, what if we thought about this contextually, urban edge versus suburban, and what if we made a distinction between if you're in the footprint of where you could build your urban house versus if you're in the backyard portion, just opened up all the discussion on the advisory committee and had a clear path to the future. I think this is fantastic. Not only does it open the path to city council politically mapping ADUs more places, but it also can make a better city with alley activation, with more people living together more efficiently. So I'm happy to support this finding that it meets all the criteria. Would someone like to make a motion?
Why don't I do that? I move to recommend to city council that they adopt this official text amendment ADUs in Denver based on compliance with the criteria in the Denver zoning code section 12.4.1 with the following condition: that the planning board review draft be edited for clarity, correctness, illustrative graphics, section references, and other non-substantive matters, as well as any other changes to the planning board review draft made necessary by such edits.
Second.
Moved by Mary Beth, and seconded by Heidi. Any discussion on this motion? This is separate from our documentation deliberations. I'll do a roll call vote. Caitlin?
Aye.
Heidi?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Fred?
Aye.
Jordan? Aye. And Joe?
Aye.
Gosha? Aye. I vote aye as well. That passes unanimously. I move that we document our deliberations regarding the owner occupancy topic. Period.
Second.
Any discussion on that motion? Do a roll call vote. Caitlin?
Abstention?
No, but I mean, it's like I come back
You
around.
pass. Oh. Heidi?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Fred?
Aye.
Jordan? Aye. And Joe?
Aye.
Gosha?
Aye.
Caitlin? Vote aye as well. So I will follow the process outlined in our bylaws for documentation of deliberation, working with Andrew and up to one other planning board member, and we will have that back for you at the next meeting. We had a couple info items. We were going to talk about the state legislation. I don't think we have time to go into it much.
Why not?
Andrew is ready to give a brief, I see people leaving and. no
Her
comment.
parking expired, so, how long? Yeah, I mean,
Well, and to be clear, I don't have anything to share. I just want to say that I do have actually one question. So no announcements, but I do have a question unrelated to the state legislation. The team that works on large development review will be coming back to planning board in May to do another info item. Like they did a few months ago, and they asked for planning board members to provide any questions or particular topics related to large development review or LDR that you would like to learn about or talk about in that meeting, or individual projects. If you can forward those questions to me, I'll make sure that team has them and can be prepared to answer them. With regard to the state bill, what I can say at this point is that it is kind of in its infancy. The city, like all other municipalities in Colorado, I think right now are like working to sort of understand what the bill would actually require and consider how they might respond. They'll be watching the amendments that are very likely to be proposed heading into the next couple months. So at this point, CPD or then the city do not have any official position on it and are just in the process of working with the mayor's office and CPD and any other relevant agencies like HOST to kind of take stock of the proposed legislation and then develop a response. So we don't have anything to share with the board at this point about the city's response. That is still in development.
Can you send out an email to remind us to respond to the LDR?
I sure will. Yeah.
No other business? We are adjourned.
Recording stopped.
The first criterion is consistency with adopted plans. There are 3 plans applicable to this rezoning. We have Comprehensive Plan 2040, we have Blueprint Denver, and we have the recently approved West Area Plan. Let's start with Comprehensive Plan 2040. As stated in the staff report, the rezoning is consistent with several goals in the Comprehensive Plan 2040. This map amendment will promote equity by creating a greater mix of housing options in every neighborhood, and it will lead to an environmentally resilient Denver by promoting infill development where infrastructure and services are already in place. Now looking at Blueprint Denver, the subject property is mapped as part of the urban neighborhood context in Blueprint Denver. And that's why the applicant requested to rezone to urban context instead of urban edge context. The Future Places map designates the subject site as part of the high-medium residential place type. These place types have a mix of mid-scale multi-unit residential buildings, usually mixed with a variety of lower-scale residential building types. The proposed URH 2.5 zone district, allowing multiple buildings forms up to 2.5 stories in height, is compatible with the future place type, with this future place type. The growth area in Blueprint Denver is all other areas of the city. These areas are anticipated to see 10% employment growth and 20% housing growth by 2040. Blueprint Denver also includes specific policy recommendation. Housing Goal 2 focuses on diversifying housing options by exploring opportunities to integrate missing middle housing into low and low-medium residential areas, especially those that score low in housing diversity. This rezoning to row house zone district will have minimal impact on the character of the surrounding neighborhood, and it is consistent with Blueprint Denver recommendations. Given that the subject site is within one of Denver's neighborhood equity and stabilization focused neighborhoods, an equity analysis was included with the staff report and was shared with the applicant for consideration. Blueprint Denver contains 3 equity concepts to help guide change to benefit everyone. Each equity concept has associated measurements that help inform implementation actions. The subject property is in the Villa Park, which is identified as an area with less access to opportunity compared to the rest of the city. The subject area is less equitable than Denver as a whole when it comes to access to fresh foods and healthcare. These scores are related to a higher than average percentage of children with obesity and poverty line. While the proposed allowance of a multi-unit residential development does not directly increase access to opportunity, an increase in residents might increase the likelihood that more goods, services, and amenities will locate in the commercial and mixed-use zone areas on the neighborhood. Additionally, the proposed zone district would allow additional housing units at a location that is well served by transit, providing residents with additional access to daily needs. The subject property is an area that has high vulnerability to involuntary displacement. The subject area scored as vulnerable to displacement in 2 of the 3 categories: educational attainment and median household income. The proposed rezoning to allow for a multi-unit residential development intended to offer for sale units will provide opportunity for home ownership and help keep existing residents in the neighborhood. This proposed rezoning would allow for additional residential units in the area, which can help provide housing for existing residents and contribute to meeting the citywide demand for housing. The subject property is in an area that has low housing diversity. The subject area is not diverse in terms of percentage of owners to renters, number of income restricted units, or housing costs. Adding missing middle housing is a strategy to add needed housing diversity. The neighborhood lacks smaller scale multi-unit development compared to the rest of the city and does not offer a diversity of housing costs when compared to the Denver average. The proposed rezoning will help diversify the housing stock and encourage a mix of residential development types available. Okay, so finally, let's take a look at the West Area Plan. The West Area Plan was adopted last week as part of Community Planning and Development Neighborhood Planning Initiative and supersedes the Villa Park Neighborhood Plan and the West Colfax Plan. It also updates the guidance in Blueprint 10. The plan shows the subject property within the urban neighborhood context, and in the future place map, it is classified as community center, which is defined as typically provides some mix of office, commercial, and residential uses. The proposed URH 2.5 zone district allows for multiple residential building forms up to 2.5 stories in height. Though the proposed zone district does not allow commercial and other non-residential uses envisioned by the West Area Plan Community Center designation, it does allow the higher density of residential uses also called for in this area by the West Plan, which will help support the future transition of this area to a mixed-use community center near high-frequency transit. Therefore, the proposed URH 2.5 zone district is consistent with the direction given in the West Area Plan. Moving on to criteria 2 and 3, staff also finds that the requested rezoning meets the next 2 criteria. The rezoning will result in uniformity of district regulations, and it will further the public health, safety, and welfare primarily through its implementation of adopted land use plans. The proposed rezoning would also facilitate increased housing density near services and amenities, and it will promote urban neighborhood within walking distance to public transit. The application identifies the changing conditions north of the property along the West Corridor light rail line as a justifying circumstance. There has been increasing redevelopment in the Villa Park and West Colfax neighborhoods, and significant investment in infrastructure has occurred around the Knox RTD light rail station. This increase in the intensity of land use in the area has created additional need for higher intensity residential uses, like those allowed in the URH 2.5 zone district. Also, as discussed before, Blueprint Denver mapped this site as high-medium future place type, consistent with the proposed URH 2.5. Therefore, the proposed map amendment is justified in order to recognize the change and changing conditions of the land. Lastly, the proposed rezoning is consistent with the urban neighborhood context, row house 2.5 zone district, purpose and intent. Staff does recommend City Council approve the rezoning based on finding all the review criteria has been met.
Thank you very much. We have one individual signed up to speak this evening, and we've got Jesse Paris online.
Yes, good evening, members of council, those watching at home. My name is Justice LaShawn Parrish, and I'm representing for Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, Positive Action Committee for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, the East Denver Residents Council, Frontline Black News, Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced, and I will still be the next mayor of Denver in 2023. And I reside at the Fusion Studios in District 8, Christopher Herndon's district. I'm in support of this rezoning tonight. I just have to let it be known that I was one of the first candidates to actually start supporting ADUs way back in 2019, where I got almost 15,000 votes with no money. And I continue to support them as mayor in 2023. So I just had a few questions. I see that you did your homework. It looks like it was a stew-in from planning board. I just wonder if this was the property that was the Denverite had did a story on a few months back, or a different property. This is a heavily gentrified area of town, just like seemingly all areas of Denver at this point. But this part of the west side is being heavily gentrified, and I would hate to see it, this rezoning, the unintended consequence of such add to that. So to see that y'all are looking at that factor and all that in, I would support this. It meets all 5 of the criteria. So it's a slam dunk. Good job, Jamie. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers. Questions from members of council on Council Bill 23-0121. I've got just a couple. And I think I saw Steve Ferris in the attendee list, if he's representing the owners, if you can bring him into the panel. Steve Ferris. Is he responding? There he goes. He's got his hand up. Steve, will you accept the promotion? There we go. Steve, can you hear me? You'll need to unmute your mic.
Hi, I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much, Steve. Just had a question, if you can walk me through a little bit of the outreach in the paragraph provided and the application. It didn't mention anything about neighbor outreach. What did that look like?
We met with the Villa Park RNO about 3 times, if not more, some other informal meetings as well. And we had some productive discussions back in actually early 22, summer of 2022, and then our last meeting in November of 2022.
Steve, let me interrupt you. That is in the description. I'm asking about neighbors that surround this property.
Weren't able to contact any directly adjacent neighbors to this property.
How was it attempted?
We checked in with knocked on their doors, and we did not hear anything back.
Okay, which neighbors, to the rear and to the sides?
I believe to the side. I'd have to check with our actual the owner who owns a lot and has spent time on the property and has checked with neighbors.
Okay. The letters of support that were provided, what's their relationship to the property?
They don't have direct relationship with this property. They're residents of Villa Park. That's their only qualification.
Okay. Do they have relationship to the applicants?
I think they might be neighbors of the applicant because he lives in Villa Park as well.
Okay. Are they tenants of the applicant?
That's not my understanding. No, he's on the meeting. We could ask him that question as well.
What's his name?
His name is Jason Cribbs.
I don't see Jason in the list of attendees.
Okay. His co-owner is also on. I know I just heard from him, Anthony Phipps.
Anthony Phipps is in the attendees. Can we promote Anthony? Anthony, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Anthony. Did you hear the question that I asked Steve?
I did, yeah. Would you like me to address it?
Yes, please.
Sure, yeah. So there are various people around Villa Park. Some of them are people who have become tenants since supporting the thing. But there are other people who are just people who live in Villa Park. And then some people who own properties in Villa Park. So I think there were, I think, 2 letters of support of people who either are tenants or became tenants, and those are neighbors. And then there were, I think, maybe 3. The person said there were 6 letters of support, but I think in the end there ended up being like 9 or 10. I think there were about 3 of people who just live in the neighborhood. And then there were 3 neighbors. And then there was 1 person who just owned some property that I had been discussing our plans with, and they had said, "Oh, it sounds cool."
Okay, I've got 6 in the application. If you wouldn't mind just following up with all 9 letters of support, just so we have it in the office, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, you got it. We'll get everything we got to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no other questions, and I don't see anyone else in the queue. Public hearing is closed. Are there comments by members of council on Council Bill 23-0121? Seeing none in the queue, I will just quickly comment. There is a moment of, I think, celebration. This is our first rezoning since the West Area Plan was completed just a week ago. So thank you, Fran, for being our first since that exciting event. Knox Court is a busier corridor than most, and this particular application, I think, meets the criteria technically. I think when we do have rezonings occur, it is nice to hear how does the project resonate with the direct vicinity neighbors, and I wish we did have a little bit more of an idea of what that looks like, because I think there could be 2, potentially 3 units that go up on this property. So that could be important for them to know about if they didn't already know it. So, but I do support tonight's application and hope my colleagues do as well. Mr. Secretary, roll call on Council Bill 23-0121.
Herndon.
Aye.
Black.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Flynn.
Aye.
Gilmore.
Aye.
Cashman.
Aye.
Kinich.
Aye.
Ortega. Sandoval.
Aye.
Sawyer.
Aye.
Madam President.
Aye. Mr. Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
11 ayes.
11 ayes. Council Bill 23-0121 has passed. Thank you, Fran. Councilman Cashman, will you please put Council Bill 23-0122 on the floor for final passage?
Yes, I move that Council Bill 23-0122 be placed upon final consideration and do pass.
Thank you, and that's been moved and seconded. The required public hearing for Council Bill 23-0122 is open. May we have the staff report? Fran.
Tonight is the Fran show. Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Fran Peñafiel, Senior City Planner with Community Planning and Development. And now I will present an overview of the rezoning for 3401 West 29th Avenue and 2945 North Julian Street. Let's start with a request. This is an applicant-driven application requesting to change the zoning classification for two adjacent sites, one at 3401 West 29th Avenue and one on 2945 North Julian Street. The property at 29th Avenue is occupied by a one-story building built in 1924 as a church, and the property at Julian Street was built as a one-story mid-century church in 1955. The applicant is requesting to rezone to facilitate the redevelopment of the properties that is consistent with the recommendations in our adopted plans. Now that we have an understanding of the background, let's look at the location and context of these properties. So they are located in Council District 1 in the West Highland neighborhood. The subject properties are currently zoned USUB, which is a single unit residential district that allows urban houses with a minimum sold lot size of 4,500 square feet. Surrounding properties are zoned USUB1 and USUA1, which are residential protected districts. If the subject properties are rezoned to UMX2X, they will be subject to all protected district standards, including additional setbacks and use limitations. According to our records, the current land use of the sites is public quasi-public. While the structures were built as churches, the buildings have not been used as such for a few years. Instead, they have been utilized for neighborhood serving uses such as music school, charter preschool, therapy practice, yoga studio, and a massage studio. The properties have also hosted many community events. The subject properties are part of the Allen M. Ghost Historic Landmark District. Given that both buildings are contributing structures in this landmark district, there are significant protections in place to preserve the existing structures. These protections ensure the historical, architectural, geographical, and cultural importance of the structures are protected through landmark designation and demolition review. This slide shows what the subject sites look like. The buildings are separated by an alley and embedded in an established residential neighborhood. Here I just included some images of the surrounding houses where you can get a feel of the residential character of the area. Now let's look at the process, the rezoning process. Informational notice of the application was sent on November 15th, 2022. Planning Board recommended approval unanimously on February 1st, 2023. To date, staff has received 2 letters of support from RNOs, one from Strong Denver and one from the West Highland Neighborhood Association. Staff also received 4 comment letters from neighbors. 3 are in support of the rezoning, and 1 letter is in opposition, expressing concerns with parking, traffic, and noise. The applicant worked with, I'm going to mispronounce it, WINA, for over 2 years to reach agreement on a protective covenant. WINA authorized a group of immediate neighbors to lead these negotiations on behalf of the RNO. The covenant limits uses for the property and also places restrictions and limitations on hours of operation for the property. Following a series of in-person and virtual meetings, the covenant was agreed to in late January, and in early February, the RNO voted to issue a letter of support for the rezoning to UMX2X. Now moving on to our last section of the presentation, we'll go through the review criteria. For rezoning to be approved by City Council, it must be found that the requested map amendment is consistent with 5 review criteria found on the Denver Zoning Code. Our role as staff planners is to evaluate the requested district, in this case, the UMX2X, against these 5 criteria. The first criterion is consistency with adopted plans. Our adopted plans are the culmination of multiple years of extensive neighborhood community and business outreach, and often provide guidance on how the area should grow and or change in the future. There are 2 plans applicable to this rezoning. We have Comprehensive Plan 2040 and we have Blueprint Denver. Let's start with Comprehensive Plan 2040. As stated in the staff report, the rezoning is consistent with several goals in Comprehensive Plan 2040. The requested map amendment will enable adaptive reuse of a structure at an infill location where services and infrastructures are already in place. The requested UMX2X zone district broadens the variety of uses allowed allowing residents to live, work, and play in an area well served by transportation mobility options. Therefore, the rezoning is consistent with Denver Comprehensive Plan 2040 recommendations. Now, Blueprint Denver. The subject property is mapped as part of the urban neighborhood context in Blueprint Denver. The subject property is mapped as residential low in the future place map. The residential low classification includes land uses and built forms that are predominantly 1 and 2 units, neighborhood serving retail, predominantly 1 and 2 units. Neighborhood serving retail might be found on some key locations and where limited mixed use can occur along arterial and collector streets, as well as where commercial uses have been already established. Vacant institutional uses on corner and selected sites might be appropriate locations to introduce additional residential intensity. Buildings are generally up to 2.5 stories in height. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the future places map because the subject sites have historically been non-residential. They are embedded in a 1 unit and 2 unit residential area, and 29th Avenue is a residential arterial street. The proposed UMX2X zone district is a mixed-use zone district that is calibrated for neighborhood serving retail. Subject property is located within all other areas of the city, which are anticipated to see around 20% of new housing growth and 10% new employment growth by 2040. The proposed map amendment to UMX2X is consistent with the map because will it enable compatible adaptive reuse of the existing structures for this location to support continued viability of the existing buildings. Blueprint Denver has additional specific policies that are applicable to this request. The proposed rezoning is consistent with these Blueprint Denver policies because it will facilitate adaptive reuse of 2 important historic structures by allowing additional compatible uses. Moving on to criteria number 2 and 3, staff also finds that the requested rezoning meets the next 2 criteria. The rezoning will result in uniformity of district regulations. It will further the public health, safety, and welfare primarily through its implementation of adopted land use plans. The proposed UMX2X zone district will allow the redevelopment in a manner that will preserve the existing structures while providing additional neighborhood serving amenities, thereby providing residents more opportunity to live, work, and play within their neighborhood. The application identifies the changing conditions, such as adopted plan, as the justifying circumstances. As discussed above, Blueprint Denver provides new guidance that encourages individual rezonings to institutional uses to facilitate adaptive reuse. The plan was adopted after the day of the approval of the existing zone district. There has also been redevelopment in the Sloan Lake and West Highland neighborhoods, and significant investment in infrastructure has occurred on West 29th Avenue in the form of new bike lanes extending from Sheridan Boulevard to downtown Denver. This increase in the intensity of land use in the area has created additional need for neighborhood serving commercial services like those allowed in the UMX2X zone district. This change and changing conditions make continued commercial uses appropriate in this site. Therefore, the proposed map amendment is justified in order to recognize the changing conditions of the land. Lastly, the proposed rezoning is consistent with the urban neighborhood context, mixed-use 2X zone district purpose and intent. Staff does recommend that City Council approve the rezoning request based on finding all review criteria has been met.
Thank you, Fran. We have 3 individuals signed up to speak this evening. If you're here in person, after your name's called, please make your way up to the front bench. Our first speaker is Bruce O'Donnell.
Good evening, Madam President and members of council. I'm Bruce O'Donnell at 825 East Spear Boulevard in Denver, and I will be brief this evening. I just want to reiterate that this rezoning request meets all the criteria. It has unanimous recommendation of approval from the planning board and a staff report recommending approval. We also worked extensively with the RNO, West Highland Neighborhood Association, and earned their support through a protective covenant, and you have 2 letters of support from them this evening. And with that, I'll ask that City Council vote to approve Bill 23-0122, rezoning 3401 West 29th Avenue and 2945 North Julian Street from USUB to UMX2X. And I'm here to answer any questions should you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker joining us in chambers is Paul Tamburello.
Good evening, Madam President and members of council. Thank you for being here tonight. My name is Paul Chamborello, and I'm the owner of the two properties along with the business partner Renee Doubleday. First, I want to thank Fran, thank you so much for helping us through this process, and the staff at CPD. We entered into a negotiation with the Wina Neighborhood Association about probably a year and a half ago, and came up with what I think is a covenant that works for all the parties, all the stakeholders involved. And as a result of that, we did get a letter of support and obviously no opposition, which is a good thing. So because of that, we believe that it meets all the criteria, and I request that City Council vote to approve Council Bill 230122, rezoning 3401 West 29th Avenue and 2945 North Julian Street from USUB to UMX2X. And thank you very much for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our final speaker joining us on Zoom is Jesse Paris.
Yes, good evening, members of council, those watching at home and in the council chambers. My name is Jesse LaShawn Paris, and I'm representing for Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, Positive Action Commitment for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, the East Denver Residents Council, Frontline Black News, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and I will still be the next mayor of Denver come tomorrow. And I reside in District 8 in Christopher Herndon's district at the Fusion Studios. I'm in support of this rezoning. I just have a few questions that probably won't be answered. They usually aren't. But this is in a highly gentrified area of town, as I stated earlier. All areas of Denver are being gentrified. What steps are being taken to mitigate that gentrification in said district? And also, did there have neighborhood interaction, like the previous rezoning? Did they actually meet with the people that are adjacent to this property and get their approval before bringing this to planning board? If someone could please answer those questions, I would greatly appreciate it. Go out and vote tomorrow. Write in Jesse Paris for Denver Mayor, JSSEPARRIS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes our speakers. Are there questions from members of council on Council Bill 0122? Councilman Flynn?
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know if Fran or Bruce or Paul could answer this, but because it's in a historic district, and these are contributing structures, although they were built at different times, but Mr. Tamborello, you own both of them. The intent here is to use this rezoning to allow more uses that would make the preservation of the structures more sustainable. Am I understanding that correctly? And maybe Mr. Tamborello could answer that.
Sure.
And if you have, please, if you have specific questions on Landmark, we have Kara online from Landmark. If you have more questions on Kara Han, she works in our Landmark team. So if you have questions particularly to the Landmark district, she can answer that.
Why don't we bring Kara into the panel just in case? Kara Han is on Zoom if you have questions about the Landmark.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Kara Han from Landmark is also on Zoom, just in case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I would rather hear from the owner about the intent.
At this point, our intent is to not make any modifications other than those necessary to make ADA accessible.
So it could be used for retail purposes. It could be used for any other purposes under the MX2.
Yep, all the purposes is defined in the, yes.
Okay, and any alterations, of course, would have to go through landmark review, which is why Kara is on the line.
Yep, and we.
Sorry, Kara, I don't
No,
need to ask you a question.
We've started that conversation already with them with some of the modifications we're looking at for the corner building to create more accessibility.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Seeing no one else in queue, public hearing is closed. Comments by members of council on Council Bill 23-0122. Councilwoman Sandoval.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to thank Fran and Bruce and Paul and your business partner for your commitment to the neighborhood. I think the first phone call I got about this was in the midst of COVID. I was working at my office at 10 o'clock at night and I called a constituent back and they were like, what are you doing working? And I said, what happens when you have this job? And it went through different variations of you being the owner, Paul, being pushed around by CPD, because once again, we don't have a very clear process for someone who has the desire to adaptively reuse structures that are actually protected by our landmark ordinance. So you were told one thing and you went down that path, and then you were told another thing and you went down that path, and then finally you were told another thing and you continued down that path. Oftentimes my colleagues know that I put myself in the middle of a lot of rezonings because I don't want to be here with neighbors pitting against each other. And Mr. Tamburillo is a neighbor in our neighborhood, longtime neighbor. And I did not want to be here tonight with neighbors not wanting to talk about adaptive reuse. So he had to use a private development tool, a deed restriction, a covenant, to get the outcomes that I feel like hopefully our adaptive reuse process will get us to. So we no longer have to put the burden on the neighborhood and we have to put the burden on the owner. That hopefully we add more tools to our toolbox for allowing adaptive reuse. But for right now, we're here in front of you with a standard zone district and a private covenant that the neighborhood had to work on, as Mr. Tamburillo talked about, for a year and a half. Took lots of negotiations, and we're talking going to the nitty gritty and getting into very, very minutia about the buildings that he was owning. So with that, I know that this meets all the standards and I ask that my colleagues approve it, but I also am making a plea to CPD to make sure that we have a better process moving forward, that when we have a structure in a landmark district that's protected, that we don't have owners who want to do Denver justice and continue to adaptively reuse, that we have to put them through a year and a half process to get here tonight. It's challenging on the neighborhood, it's challenging on the council office, and it's challenging on the owner to the point where people throw their hands up and don't want to come to the table anymore. I pushed for these conversations to continue to happen. My staff got in the middle of them. So just want to thank everyone and want to thank the Wine and Neighborhood for issuing their letter of support and continuing to push to make sure that we got the correct outcome. With that, I just request that everyone support this tonight, and thank you all. I can't thank you enough. I did not want to be here tonight with neighbors pitted against neighbors, and you did that work, so we are having a smooth hearing tonight. Thank you all. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, Mr. Secretary, roll call on Council Bill 23-0122.
Herndon,
Aye.
Black,
Aye.
Clark,
Aye.
Flynn,
Aye.
Gilmore,
Aye.
Cashman,
Aye.
Knich, Ortega, Sandoval,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Torres.
Aye. Mr. Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
11 ayes.
11 ayes. Council Bill 23-0122 has passed. Thank you very much. On Monday, May 1st, Council will hold a required public hearing on Council Bill 0272, changing the zoning classification for 5005 West 29th Avenue in West Highland, and a required public hearing on Council Bill 23-0283, changing the zoning classification for multiple properties in Altamar Park and Valverde. And on Monday, April 24th, 2023, Council will hold a required public hearing on Council Bill 0295, designating 1741 Gaylord Street as a structure for preservation. Any protests against Council Bills 0272 or 0283 must be filed with the Council office no later than noon Monday, April 24th, 2023. There being no further business before this body, this meeting's adjourned.
Good morning, and thank you all for joining us.
With me today are the city's public safety leadership, Police Chief Paul Pazin, Fire Chief Desmond Fulton, Denver Sheriff Elias Diggins, and Interim Executive Director of Safety Armando Sadate. I'm also joined by our Executive Director of Public Health and Environment, Bob McDonald, and City Attorney Kristen Bronson. As we are all keenly aware, our community is experiencing a disturbing rise in crime. Everyone in our city deserves and has a right to live in safety, and anyone who threatens that sense of security is doing harm not just to the people they're directly impacting, but to our entire city. This challenge is a top concern for me and my administration, just as it is for mayors and cities across this nation. This isn't just a Denver challenge or a metro area challenge or even a Colorado challenge. It's an American challenge. There also isn't one singular cause for what we're seeing, and thus no one singular or easy solution. But we will not play politics with this challenge of crime. This isn't a Democratic or Republican issue. It's an issue that affects everyone, and we must address it squarely and without regard to politics. That's the approach I will take as mayor. Here's what we're facing in our city. Even though Denver police officers took more guns off the street last year than they ever have, we know there is an overwhelming number of illegal guns still out there. There's the devastating impact of the opiate crisis, the emergence of cheap fentanyl and newer, deadlier versions of meth that are fueling drug addictions and violence and criminal acts. Youth violence remains prevalent, with kids settling arguments with guns they shouldn't have access to. We also have a system that, regardless of the best intentions, is releasing criminals back onto the street to reoffend and prey on vulnerable individuals. Now, addressing these challenges requires a coordinated approach that includes local, state, and federal action, as well as thoughtful and effective collaboration among law enforcement, addiction, and treatment providers at the community at large. We can't solve these issues with law enforcement alone. This is a multifaceted public health crisis, and we can't simply arrest our way out of it. Now, that doesn't mean we aren't going to hire more police officers. We are. My 2022 budget calls for recruiting and hiring more police officers and sheriff deputies. Denver's public safety agencies have established a national reputation for reform, and we've led on use of force, body-worn cameras, de-escalation tactics, co-responders, STAR, and other areas. Programs like STAR are force multipliers. The more we can respond to emergencies with an unarmed social worker, the more we can free up police officers to go after the drug dealers and gun sellers, and we're going to continue to scale up these efforts. I also authorized sheriff deputies to file criminal charges in jail incidents instead of police officers, and deploying 2 street enforcement teams to address lower level crimes will also free up police officers for more crime prevention work. And we're going to build on several initiatives we began last summer. The precision policing model deployed by DPD in 2021 to establish 5 hotspots has resulted in dramatic decreases in gun and violent crime in those areas. We're going to maintain those hotspots. We're going to hold them so they don't slip backwards. And we will expand this work to 3 new areas, as well as focus on our downtown core. Illegal behavior and drug activities near Union Station, which has even spilled over to the airport, are simply unacceptable, and we will not allow them to continue. We are bringing the precision policing model to Union Station and other parts of downtown, which will have a meaningful impact. And while I'm at it, let me just thank our Denver Police Department and the various other agencies who have partnered with us in the Union Station effort. Today, they've made over 522 arrests. Our officers and the other agencies are doing their best to make it very clear that the type of activity that was going on down there before and during the holidays and even now will not continue. We're going to bring every resource to bear to make sure we stamp it out. We're also ramping up our multi-agency, multidisciplinary public health approach to youth violence prevention, building pathways to justice, increasing safety, and expanding educational and employment opportunities for youth through city-supported, community-led, and youth-informed programming. That means, one, deepening coordination with the City of Aurora through the Youth Violence Prevention Regional Compact. Two, supporting programming and operations that enhance safety in and around our recreation centers. Three, investing in community-led prevention strategies through microgrants. And finally, launching a community partnership with Lifeline Colorado to operate the first in a network of youth empowerment centers to provide wraparound, trauma-informed programming for youth and families. Listen, Denver has done more than most cities in addressing illegal guns. We launched a partnership with the ATF, FBI, and U.S. Attorney's Office to leverage resources on large gun cases and remove illegal guns from our streets. We've also recently passed an ordinance focusing on removing illegal firearms and gust guns from our streets in partnership with regional, state, and federal authorities. Let me also thank City Council for passing those ordinances. Now, bond reform was undoubtedly the right thing to do. However, too many people, too many of them of color, were forced to remain in jail on low-level offenses under bond amounts they couldn't afford to pay. Unfortunately, the reforms also opened a revolving door loophole that is letting offenders get out of jail on PR bond only to reoffend repeatedly. This, too, is completely unacceptable. We cannot allow people who represent a public safety risk to be back on our streets. And we will work with the courts, the DA, and the state to address this challenge. Now, I've asked the City Attorney, Kristen Bronson, to review and make recommendations regarding Denver's current risk assessment tool and possible alternatives for use in bond setting. This is part of an ongoing review by pretrial services, the courts, and other stakeholders. We want to ensure that violent offenders who pose a risk to public safety are being flagged. We want a predictive tool that is fair, but also one that helps save lives. And I do want to acknowledge the phenomenal work of county courts who have done some great, innovative work to advance community safety efforts. Let's also be clear that the problem of rising crime is only one aspect of what we're seeing on our streets. You and I know this. Safety is being compromised by the rising problems associated with untreated mental illness and drug addictions. We're going to increase efforts already underway to connect people with services and treatment and support them into recovery. We're also going to rework how we release these folks from jail so they're released into a supportive environment and not simply back onto the streets with no safety net. With DPD's forthcoming Assessment Intake Diversion Center, better known as AID Center, we will be creating a welcoming, trauma-informed center in a central Denver location that will operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year. When individuals are arrested in connection with disruptive behavior, officers and clinical personnel will make immediate evaluations based on observations of mental illness and addiction, and will connect these individuals with services, case management, or shelter. Through diversion, resources can be focused on treatment, and we take away the opportunity for drug dealers and others to prey on these individuals. Now, the legislature will be considering the governor's budget soon, and thankfully to our governor, it includes additional funding to focus on treatment and beds. And the Attorney General, Phil Weiser, is working to address this terrible fentanyl and meth problem that is putting lives at risk. I thank both of those administrations because we need their partnerships. I'm encouraged that state leaders are considering legislation to address the deadly spike in fentanyl and meth on our streets. The proliferation of drug abuse in the last 2 years must be halted. These are just some of the tactics we're ready to deploy to address these challenges throughout 2022 and beyond. Today, I'm releasing an outline of our comprehensive public safety agenda for the year. Let me be clear. We're going to remain focused on addressing these problems until they're solved. And here's where we need our community's help. Be engaged. If you have a friend or a family member suffering from addiction, call out for help so they can get into treatment before they might overdose or worse, die. If you see your son or daughter or see your friend getting into fights with others or taking those fights to social media, let us know so we can address it before it turns violent. You can reach out to Colorado Crisis Services at 844-493-8255 or by texting TALK to 38255. We can work together on this, and it's going to take the community to be engaged for us to make significant impact on the challenges that we are seeing. The reality is, if you see something, say something so we can get ahead of it before it turns tragic. These are the stakes. Fentanyl is killing people on our streets right now. People are getting their hands on illegal guns and they're shooting and killing people right now. Criminals are taking advantage of vulnerable individuals, and when we arrest them, they're getting right back out to do it all over again. Right now in Denver, Colorado. And now I'm not going to allow this to continue to happen on my watch. I also understand that this is a marathon and not a sprint. And while we all want to see this scourge of violence and activity with people with mental health challenges and drug addictions on our streets end today, we're going to work as quickly and as swiftly as we can. But we must do it right and not fast, so we make sure that we end the scourge now and that we don't see it come back. It's going to take all of us at every level to bring the necessary resources to bear. And my commitment to our residents is doing all that we can and everything in my power to keep Denver safe. And with that, I'm going to ask Chief Paul Payson to come up and talk about the plan on the Denver Police Department. Chief?
Mayor, thank you. I want to piggyback on what the mayor talked about here for a minute. And really, we have to continue our focus, identify these areas within our city where a disproportionate amount of crime is taking place, and work in collaboration with our community in order to keep the people of Denver safe. Data showed us in 2020 that 5 hotspots accounted for 49% of the shootings and 26% of the homicides in our city. Utilizing our collaborative crime prevention program, part of precision policing, in these violent hotspots, we were able to have dramatic decreases in 4 of the 5 hotspots. We went reductions ranging between 37% and 100%. For example, one hotspot had 17 shootings in 2020, and through our partnerships and collaboration with our community, it went to 0. Now, again, because of those partnerships, we want to continue this type of effort in 3 additional hotspots: 14th and Federal, Mississippi and Lipan, and Dartmouth and Havana. We know that working with our community in a collaborative approach, as well as our city partners, can help us expand on the successes that we are seeing and work to address these increases in violent crime, property crime, and traffic safety issues. Now, as the mayor indicated, we have some challenges at Union Station. And although the Union Station didn't show up on our 2020 data with regards to shootings and homicides, we have significant challenges that must be addressed. We are doing this in a collaborative approach with our RTD partners, as well as outreach, utilizing our case managers and substance use navigators to try to get people the help. However, we are also stepping up our enforcement efforts because the type of behavior, illegal behavior that we are seeing at Union Station must be addressed. And through the efforts of our women and men that wear this uniform, in the last 3 months, we have increased our focus on this illegal behavior. And as the mayor indicated, more than 522 individuals have been held accountable for their actions. Now, we have to ensure that we are continuing to offer support for folks, as well as holding individuals accountable for their criminal behavior. With that, one of our continuing partners is Sheriff Elias Diggins. We're going to talk about who's going to talk about what the Denver Sheriff's Department is doing to help us keep our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. The mayor eloquently stated that safety is being compromised by rising problems associated with untreated mental illness and drug addictions. The Denver Sheriff's Department is taking bold steps to address both. One of the focuses for our department this year has been standing up our crisis response team. This innovative approach to helping people in custody will consist of mental health professionals who are Denver Sheriff employees. They'll be tasked with working beside our deputies in our jails 24 hours, 7 days a week. This will prevent mental health crises from occurring by providing mental health treatment and assistance to people in custody by getting to know each of them. They will also respond to incidents where people in custody are suffering a mental health crisis to help de-escalate these situations. This will prevent uses of force and help these patients not assault staff or others. The mayor also referred to increased efforts already underway to connect people with services and treatment and support them while in recovery. As we look at the intersectionality of the criminal behavior of people and addiction, we are continuing to take measured steps to help those in our custody come back to the community better than how they came into our facilities. 97% of the people who come into America's jails will eventually be returning citizens. So it is our duty to give them the tools, resources, and support to become productive. Along with our partners at Denver Health, we will be expanding our medicated assisted treatment programs to help those in our custody with addictions to find a way to control them. They will also be given tools and support necessary to stay in this space. We will increase our efforts to further the innovation and collaboration of our programs team, who work directly with the Second Chance Center, Servicios de la Raza, and other providers who help people when they leave our custody. We know that those who are stabilized and have support systems commit less crimes, and the Denver Sheriff's Department is dedicated to doing our part to further the mayor's vision of a whole-scale, comprehensive approach to reducing and preventing crimes from happening in this great city. I'd now like to introduce the Chief of the Denver Fire Department, Desmond Fulton.
Thank you, Sheriff Diggins. As part of public safety and this public safety action plan, the Denver Fire Department is committed to many things, but the things I like to talk about today are outward facing, the things that affect you as citizens when you call 911. Excuse me. We're dedicated not only to service, but to quick service. And when you call 911 and you have an emergency, it's vital that we get there in a timely fashion. Improving answer calls, processing, turnout, and response times, striving towards continued compliance with NFPA 1710 is not only a goal of ours, but it's something we're committed to each and every day. Other things that we value and appreciate are recruitment and retention. Right now, we will continue with a data-driven, hands-on approach, the way we look at not only recruitment, but the way we're approaching recruitment with a more robust mentoring opportunity. Continuing the youth fire safety camps that we have, we have the opportunity to have hundreds of children attend these camps every summer and plant that seed of opportunity so that these young boys and girls realize that this is not only a career opportunity that's viable, but a wonderful career opportunity that is just merely something that they can achieve down the road. Pre-academy mentoring focuses on physical and mental preparation. So when we do hire people to be future firefighters to serve you, that they are not only the best, but they're the best prepared. Lowering the ages of our EMT applicants to 18, it's a stepping stone. So that way, as an EMT, they learn the ways of the medical system, how we interact with Denver Health, and then in turn, as they become a firefighter, they are prepared and to be more successful. And finally, recruit a workforce that is representative of the city we serve. Denver is a very diverse city, and I'm proud to continue to focus on that diversity and have the men and women of the Denver Fire Department to wear this badge to look like the citizens that we serve. With that, I'd like to thank you, and I want to introduce the Executive Director of Safety, Armando Soldate.
Thank you, Chiefs. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sheriff. We want to make sure that we are taking a public health approach to public safety, ensuring that those that are in our criminal justice systems get the help and resources that they need to be successful. That is why we're focusing on alternative responses, including expanding resources like STAR and other alternate responses, providing invaluable resources to our community. Additionally, we're working to establish a community care diversion triage center. This is the aid center that the mayor talked about. This will allow for individuals who are arrested for low-level quality of life crimes to be connected to resources and case management rather than be booked into jail. We also need to be thoughtful about our public safety personnel. They have been put through incredible stress and trauma, being on the front lines of the pandemic, and these past few years have been incredibly difficult. We need to recognize all that they have gone through and give them the support and resources they need to be effective public servants. This includes ensuring that they're adequately staffed. They're stretched really thin. My leadership team has taken a holistic approach to reevaluating our recruitment strategies and making tangible changes based on feedback from all those involved. Lastly, we're working on better incorporating equity, diversity, inclusion in our recruiting efforts. As Chief Fulton mentioned, we need to ensure that we have a workforce that is representative of this diverse community that we serve. I want to thank our public safety leaders, our public safety staff out there and are committed to making our community safer. And I am incredibly proud to be part of this team to work with you all to make our community safer. And with that, our mayor will give closing remarks.
Thanks, Armando. I'm going to ask City Attorney Kristen Bronson to come on up as well, and Executive Director of Public Health and Environment Bob McDonald to come up as we get ready to go to the Q&A for the conference. As we close, just the prepared remarks, simply just say, I want to thank the public. We've obviously have a great city, 730,000 people live in the city, call it home. We've had an amazing economic rise, amazing attraction for people to want to live in our city, call it home. But the number one attraction, of course, is that people feel safe in our city. And when that's threatened, we've heard from a lot of our residents, our neighbors, who have shared with us the concern and wanted us to do what we can to abate the challenge. And that's exactly where we're attempting to do. I will tell you that what you will read in our plan is a dynamic plan. We're staying in the laboratory. Each one of these departments will remain in the laboratory, looking at best practices around the country, working to find solutions to the challenges that we face. Gabby, we're ready.
Alrighty, we're getting ready to get started. First, I want to go with Ivan Rodriguez from Denver 7. Remember, you may have to unmute yourselves to speak up. Ivan.
Alrighty, we're getting...
Ivan with Denver 7.
Hey, good morning. I first wanted just a clarification. When we're talking about the 3 hotspots, is Union Station also considered one of those hotspots? Does that bring us to 4 hotspots? And the real question here is, what can we expect to see in these locations? For example, 14th and Federal, Dartmouth and Havana. Are we talking more police presence? What should people in that area expect to see?
Ivan, nice to hear your voice. So, great questions. Union Station is not one of the violent hotspots. So what we are looking at for that metric is the shootings and the homicides, and areas where those are concentrated, the most violent types of crime. However, we are not losing sight of the challenges that we have at Union Station. In many ways, that's the welcoming center for the city of Denver. Folks coming from the A-line and seeing our city. We need to make sure that those travelers feel safe, that our folks that utilize public transportation, that they feel safe, and we are doing helping individuals that may be battling substance abuse and mental health challenges. So Union Station is an area of focus. It's not one of the violent hotspots. Now, as far as the activity that will take place, each hotspot is unique. Just like we explained last year when we had launched this precision policing collaborative approach to the 5 hotspots previously, the continued 5 hotspots. There are unique aspects of each one, and our partnerships are designed with our community leaders, our business leaders, and the other agencies within the city in order to address those hotspots. Now, 4 of the 5 hotspots have had tremendous success. We want to maintain the successes there, maintain those partnerships, identify what is working and where we can improve. And we are also expanding to those 3 additional hotspots, again, based on shootings and homicides, the most violent type of crime. Thanks, Ivan.
Thanks, Chief.
Alrighty, Matt Jablow from Channel 9.
Thank you. Chief Payson, the mayor alluded to, and you have alluded to the crime increases last year. Could you be a little more specific? How much did overall Part 1 violent crime increase last year? And what about shootings and homicides specifically? And then second question, if I may, how much of the increase of the past 2 years do you think can be attributed to the various effects of the pandemic?
All right, Matt, I'm going to ask for some clarification on that second question, but and I believe we have an interview scheduled to go over these numbers. We have seen an increase in homicides. We went from 95 in 2020 to 96. This is the most that we've seen in our city in more than 3 decades. We have to really get our arms around this. Shootings have also increased. Burglaries, auto thefts, car break-ins, as well as robberies. And our officers are focusing on guns. Guns are used 85%, or were used in 85% of our homicides. Illegal guns, guns that were in the hands of previously convicted felons, guns that were stolen, guns that are by definition illegal. We need to make and our officers demonstrated that by taking 2,095 guns off the street, more than any other year in our history. We also focused on auto theft, for example, a crime that increased 99% over our baseline. Our officers' efforts, enforcement efforts, were a 46% increase in arresting individuals for stolen cars. So happy to dig into the numbers a little bit deeper, but we are seeing increases in those crime categories. And then let me try to restate the question, and then if you could just confirm this is it. You said something to the effect of the last 2 years and whether or not this is pandemic related?
Matt, can you re-ask your second question?
So I'll try to dive into that issue. Matt, we're going to sit down next, I believe Monday anyway, and we'll dive deeper.
Yes.
Thanks.
How much of the crime increase in the last 2 years do you think is a result of the pandemic?
We're going to be studying the crime increases not only in Denver but across the country for many, many years. But we also have to take a look at some of the additional contributing factors that have taken place. So we study the homicide and the causal factors in those particular areas. And one area that is very alarming is narcotics-related homicides, homicides that have a narcotics nexus. So for example, in 2020, we only had 4 homicides that we could attribute to narcotics activity. In 2021, the year that we are reviewing, that number jumped to 15. So as we are seeing dramatic increases in fentanyl and methamphetamine use, we are also seeing this manifest itself in shootings and homicides. So there's a lot of areas that need additional review to try to identify causal factors to the drivers of these particular issues, and we'll happily sit down with you next week and talk about it. Thanks.
Okay, Elena Alvarez with Axios. Elena, if you're with us, remember to unmute your phone.
Next.
Go ahead. Alrighty, do I have Sean or Justin with CBS 4? Alrighty, is there anyone else on the line that we've missed?
Hi, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Is that Elena?
I'm so sorry. Yes, this is Elena. I actually dropped off the call. Is it okay if I go? I'm also happy to wait in line.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, this kind of plays off of the previous question. I just want to make sure I am crystal clear on it. So throughout the pandemic, city leaders have pointed to a perfect storm of factors fueling rising crime. Has that thinking evolved at all? And if not, why not? And I'm also curious if the city is doing anything actively right now to really study the crime wave, like, for instance, hiring researchers to look into what's really going on. Any progress of thought that you can share with us would be really helpful. Thanks so much.
Elena, great to hear your voice. It's been a while. So great questions. Again, we take a deep dive into causal factors. We do that so we can try to prevent future acts of violence, future crimes. And we certainly do study this with great extent. We research what's going on here locally, what's going on nationally, promising practices, smart practices across the country on what we can learn and how we can improve. In the future, we will be talking about enhanced partnerships that has outside academic review of what's taking place and how we can improve. This department, as well as this city, considers ourselves a learning organization. And we are not set in our ways in trying to figure these types of issues out. We are constantly looking for those smart practices, those best practices out there so we can improve. And as the mayor indicated, we have led in this space as a city with our co-responder STAR outreach case coordinator, and now this new approach with the Assessment Intake Diversion Center. These are innovative approaches that we will continue to expand upon, but we owe it to the people of Denver to really dive deep and figure out what's going on, how we can collaborate with the state legislature, with the district attorney's office, with the probation, parole, pretrial services on what's working, what's not working, and how we can keep the people of Denver safe. Thank you.
I'll just add to that question, that point, because I think it's a good one. And Chief, thank you for the way you answered it. I think being a learning organization, learning city, is really a great way to characterize Denver. And that's why I made the point, we're staying in the laboratory. But we got to also acknowledge that people are dying right now on our streets through gun violence. That we got to also acknowledge the fact that people are dying right now due to overdoses and fentanyl-laced drugs being sold on our streets. that we have a mental health crisis, public health crisis right now in our streets. And so while we continue to try to learn from mayors and police organizations around the country, we have to move in with the best tools we can and the best knowledge we have to try to solve some of these challenges right now to keep Denver safe. So we're going to do that, and I'm excited. We have such a wonderful team here who is not too proud to say we've got a lot to learn, and we've got a lot of things that we can do, but we got to know exactly what's happening in our city. Go ahead.
All right, Nicole from Fox 31.
Hi, two questions. One, are there plans to change penalties for repeat drug offenders at RTD, or what are the specific plans to help issues there besides more police presence? And then second, aside from rehab and jail, how do you plan to address the issues of weak penalties for criminals?
So we have a multi-pronged approach here, and let me explain to how we look at this. It's called firm compassion. And the reality is that while we are compassionate with those who are sick with drug addiction, we recognize that they got to be held accountable as well, and that sometimes the best way to help them is by closing the portals on them and to let them know that we're going to bring some firm reaction to the actions that they bring on our streets. The reality is they must be safe, and the people on our street must be safe. And so with the city attorney's office, the district attorney, and the courts in partnership with everyone, the police department, we're looking at every tool we have. If you're in possession of drugs, that's illegal in our city. That might also be the avenue for us to help you to get the treatment you need, because this is a serious illness. And by the way, fentanyl will kill you. It will drop you dead. I watched recently as the courts announced that they have, or at least the DA in New York, is bringing charges against those individuals who served actor Michael K. Williams drugs laced with fentanyl. That's the kind of thinking that I think cities and counties around this country need to follow. You're responsible for it. But we also got to help those who are sick. And sometimes, and I've learned this in my own family with addiction, sometimes when we get our hands on them in terms of in our jails, it's the best time for us to help them. And that's what we're going to work to do, and that's the firm, compassionate part of it. So looking at every tool we have, and we will be at the state working with our legislators and trying to inform them as best we can what's happening on our streets and asking them to make changes, particularly to the most recent fentanyl laws that were passed last year. Anyone else want to join?
Alrighty, Connor with Westward.
Yeah, hey, so I saw the stat, 522 arrests since November 2021 in Union Station and downtown. My question is, what were those arrests for typically, and how does this number compare to the usual number?
Connor, good to hear your voice, and we'll follow up to give you specifics. But, our focus is on the individuals that are causing the most harm. The individuals that are selling fentanyl in particular. As the mayor indicated, this is a deadly substance, and it is causing great harm in our community. So our primary focus is trying to get the dealers off the streets. Now, with recent legislation, the dealers have changed tactics, and they're carrying just under 4 grams of fentanyl in our efforts to hold these folks that are dealing a deadly substance accountable. We'll continue to focus our efforts there. We'll continue to have outreach workers and support folks like the Substance Use Navigation Team help us connect people to the resources, the folks that want it, that are willing to accept it, but we must hold individuals accountable for the criminal behavior. There were warrant arrests that have taken place in the Union Station corridor area, as well as trespassing offenses, folks that were barred through area restriction from the particular location and subsequently held accountable for being in a location that by order they were expressly prohibited from. Thank you.
And just one correction, I was just reminded that the fentanyl laws were changed at the state legislature in 2019, I think I said last year. Next question.
Is there anyone that we've missed?
Yes, this is Elise, the Denver Post.
Go ahead, Elise.
My question is about the bond reform. Mayor Hancock, you mentioned, bond reforms are kind of creating this revolving door of people coming in and out of jail. What specific bond reforms are you talking about? And do we know what percentage of people who are released on PR bonds are reoffending while they're waiting pretrial?
Yeah, I don't know if we know the percentage, but I can tell you a couple things that I want to just share with you. One, we need to make sure that people are afforded the release, the privilege of a PR bond. Don't pose a risk, safety risk to the people of our city. And we need to make sure that we have a tool that helps our courts and our district attorneys assess that. And that's what Kristen Bronson and her team are doing. Two, we need to recognize that we are seeing people who are being released on PR bond. Before an officer gets back on the street filing out the report, they are driving past these individuals just being released. And that's really an issue. And then only to repeat a criminal act on our streets. And so Chief Payson and department officers have shared those stories with me more than enough times for me to understand that there is a challenge here that we have to address. And we've had many conversations with our courts, our DAs, and with state legislators and the governor, and recognizing that we believe in criminal justice reform. We must find the balance. And we may have overcorrected in a sense, and we have to go back to the table to make sure we find that balance to keep people safe. I'll ask Chief or Kristen Bronson if you have additional thoughts on that.
Elise, great question, and I think we're sitting down on Monday as well. We have to point to the practice itself, and there are many changes that have taken place that are causing challenges with repeat and violent offenders. So we have to look at all of the changes that have taken place and identify what is working and what is not working. We have to do this in collaboration with the district attorney's office and the state legislature in order to identify how we can do better, because we are seeing repeat and violent offenders out in our community at alarming rates. We have arrested individuals 6 times for auto theft in 1 year. That is a problem, and we have to work to identify how we can prevent this type of crime, because the state of Colorado leads the country in that particular area. And the only way that we're going to get it fixed is by looking at the data, analyzing it, coming together, and figuring out solutions. Happy to talk more with you one-on-one, Elise. Thanks.
Just further to the risk assessment tool that is used in setting bonds that the mayor referenced. That tool is being looked at and has been looked at over many months now by our pretrial services team, and many stakeholders have been engaged in that effort. That's going to be presented to the court, and we'll be reviewing that data and those recommendations and forwarding those to the mayor as well.
Let me thank the leaders of our public safety department and the members of the media who've joined us today. Again, we are going to continue our efforts in the laboratory to find best practices and opportunities to end this rise in crime in our city. But I'm confident that all of us working together, including the community, we're going to get where we need to be, and that is back to a safer city for all of us. Thank you all. Have a great day.
from the west, where snow on the mountain summits is visible the whole year round, the eye may sweep away to the north over a fertile and beautiful agricultural region along the foothills. To the northwest, where the South Platte winds its way, appearing like a ribbon of silver in its fringing of greenery. Far to the east, where the billowy plains roll to hazy distances until the sky bends down to meet them. To the south, where the divide between the Platte and the Arkansas rivers stretches from the mountains far out on the plains. The city itself is spread out at the feet of the beholder, who now appreciates its beauty, its extent, and the charm of its location as he never did, never could before. Jerome C. Smiley, from the Capitol Dome, 1895.
Crowning the summit of Browns Bluff in the heart of Denver, the Colorado Capitol Building is among the great architectural treasures of the American West. The preeminent achievement of the most accomplished Capitol architect in U.S. history. Its gilded dome, a glowing icon, stands in stately congress with the majestic peaks of the Rocky Mountains. Marble floors, grand hallways, a soaring rotunda. These things are part of the lexicon of Capitol buildings everywhere. But the native Yule Creek marble used in the Colorado Capitol is so fine that it was selected also for the Lincoln Memorial and Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. The stunning rose onyx that lines the walls is so rare that its single known deposit was used only in this building. The bronze closing era statue on the East Lawn has won critical praise and renown since its debut at the Chicago World's Fair in 1893.
Everything in the Capitol building, whether it's the art, the architecture, any material in the building, is going to reflect the state of Colorado as a whole. It all says something about what we as Coloradoans choose to remember, choose to honor from our state's past, our shared experience.
It is a finely crafted building, whether it's the wood or the marble or the stone or the brass. And it's impressive how accurate and how capable these people were 110 years ago. This is as fine an example of the neoclassical Corinthian design as there exists in our country.
But for all the glory of its art and architecture, the Capitol's greatest claim for reverence may be its least visible, least tangible feature. That is, history itself. For it is here, beneath the Capitol Dome, that the perennial questions of Colorado politics first took shape. The rights of labor and property, the fairness and transparency of the political process, the proper balance between spending and taxation, the size and role of government. And it is here that the people of Colorado continue to debate these issues. The Colorado Capitol embodies for all time the principles and traditions of American democracy. But it remains, as the society it represents, a work in progress. In the twisting vortex of history, it is the place at the middle, where ideals must do battle with expediency, where public service comes up against personal gain, where unity is fashioned from diversity.
The state capitol sits above the rest of the city of Denver at a spot that is so central to our history and to our interest, where the Platte River comes out of the mountains on the crux between the mountains and plains. This is the spiritual as well as the physical center of this state.
You have to give kids the opportunity to see the vastness of their state. Not only the beauty of the architecture, but the meaning that is behind that architecture.
It's all about the people who've made a difference in Colorado and the natural resources that have made Colorado a great state. And that one thread that weaves throughout the history of the state is the Capitol building.
These public buildings are sort of built as cathedrals are, to add some grandeur and significance and awe to the whole experience. And it sure worked on me. I walked into that chamber and you look around and you think about what's gone on there over the 100 years, and you get a sense of your own place in a stream of history.
With us are the Continental Eagles and the Continental Cause.
immortalized by the purity of Washington, illuminated by the wisdom of Jefferson, vindicated and restored by the illustrious Jackson. Governor William Gilpin, Colorado Territory, 1861.
America's founding fathers were driven by two big ideas. First, that the United States was the successor to all the great and glorious traditions of Europe. And second, that it was destined to surpass Europe in every way. They believed America's unique democratic institutions would create a spirit of enterprise unprecedented in history. As Thomas Jefferson put it, no constitution was ever before as well calculated as ours for extending extensive empire and self-government. By the latter half of the 19th century, as population growth and economic expansion pushed the productive territory of the young nation to the Mississippi River and beyond, these visions of American empire became increasingly more grandiose. It was at this auspicious moment that American State House architecture entered its golden age. In the 20 years from 1866 to 1886, no fewer than 11 state houses were begun, from Connecticut's elaborate Victorian Gothic edifice to elegant classical structures in Michigan, Texas, and the new centennial state of Colorado. At the furthest frontiers of the new nation, sheer backwardness and isolation might have been expected to make settlers a bit circumspect about this grand vision of empire, but this was far from being the case. The pioneers who settled Colorado in the early 1860s not only believed in American empire, they believed they would one day be at the center of it all. Few believed this more fervently than William Gilpin, soldier, explorer, author, and first territorial governor of Colorado.
The existence of the precious and base metals in absolutely inexhaustible abundance and variety, the universal fertility of the soil upon the flanks of the great mountains as upon the plains, the uniform splendor and salubrity of the climate, the facility of transit and penetration by roads over all varieties of surface. These facts promise unrivaled rapidity of progress, prosperity, and power.
In fact, early Coloradoans were so convinced of the wealth and power destined to flow into their capital that they spent more than 10 years battling over just where it should be located.
Colorado's territorial government had a really hard time finding a home. Not only did it bounce around from place to place within Denver, but it bounced around to Colorado City for a brief period, to Golden as well, and then back to Denver. Denver, for better or for worse, was where the action was. It was where our economy was developing.
Besides its size and central location, Denver had one more advantage. In 1867, local developer Henry Cordes Brown offered a 10-acre plot on the edge of town for construction of a state capitol building. Because the site sat at a slight elevation relative to Denver's downtown, it became known as Brown's Bluff. However, Brown was no altruist, a fact that would be made clear when he sued the state in 1879 and demanded they return the still undeveloped land. Brown understood that by owning much of the land around a future Capitol building, he stood to make a fortune. The production of silver in Leadville was minting millionaires at a dizzying rate, and Denver's elite liked the idea of building their mansions in the area called Capitol Hill. Raising the necessary funds for a Capitol building proved difficult, however, and the project was soon plagued by seemingly endless delays. In 1874, the territorial legislature appointed a new commission to take such action as would enable the building to be completed by January 1st, 1876. The deadline came and went with little progress. In 1876, Colorado finally won its long battle to attain statehood. But to the intense frustration of Henry Brown, the decade would come to a close with no activity on Brown's Bluff beyond an annual fireworks show to celebrate Independence Day. Then, in an 1881 referendum, Denver finally won the capital designation once and for all.
Denver won because it was the largest town, but Colorado voters being Colorado voters, Durango people voted for Durango, Silverton people voted for Silverton, some people threw their votes away and voted for Pikes Peak, and of course Leadville was convinced it was going to be the capital.
When the site was finalized, the legislature wasted little time planning construction of the Capitol. In 1883, they created a board of Capitol managers and granted them sweeping authority to preside over construction. Then, in the summer of 1885, after a competition that drew architectural submissions from across the nation, the Board of Capital Managers announced that they had selected none other than the most renowned State House architect of the day, Elijah E. Myers. At the time, many assumed Myers gained the advantage from his role as architect for Denver's most significant government building to date, the Arapahoe County Courthouse. But by the 1880s, Myers' reputation had gone far beyond courthouses.
Myers had already designed the Michigan Capitol. He designed the Texas State Capitol in the meantime. He designed a territorial capital for Idaho. And there's no doubt Myers was the architect to have in the Gilded Age. He's the Frank Lloyd Wright. He's the Frank Gehry of his time.
By 1886, Myers' architectural plan for the Capitol was approved, and $1 million was appropriated to begin construction. The building would be completed, said the supremely confident Capitol managers, no later than New Year's Day, 1890, a prediction that would prove to be wildly optimistic. In the end, 15 years would pass between the sound of the first spade striking the ground in that summer of 1886 and the final interior finishes in 1901. The first delays came almost immediately. Laborers digging the foundations had to go 20 feet before reaching bedrock, 8 feet more than expected. Other delays followed. In 1890, when they expected to celebrate the building's completion, the Capitol managers instead joined tens of thousands of Coloradoans to celebrate the laying of the cornerstone. By then, the estimated cost for the project had grown from an original limit of $1 million to more than $2 million. Both the original contractor and Myers himself had been summarily fired due to cost overruns. The journey before them, obviously, would be a long one. But if the Capitol's construction process was chaotic, the task of building Colorado's government was more turbulent by far.
There was a crowd of tens of thousands, all perched under their umbrellas because the sun was so baking hot. There was a very impressive Masonic ceremony. There was a choir with 1,000 voices, speeches from important judges in early Colorado history, from the governor at the time, Job Cooper. And after the cornerstone was laid, there was a huge barbecue down in Lincoln Park on the west side of the Capitol building with hundreds of animals that had been butchered, barrels of pickles, and immense quantities of lemonade and fireworks at the end of the day. I don't think there's ever been as exciting a day in the Capitol's history as when the cornerstone was laid, and I cannot imagine a more exciting day to be at the Capitol.
Coloradoans had good reason for optimism on that hot summer day in 1890. Despite many delays and difficulties, the project to construct one of the grandest capitals in the West was now well and truly underway. By the end of 1889, the building's thick masonry walls stood almost 50 feet high on the north side and nearly 35 feet on the south side. In keeping with the Board of Governors' pledge to use only Colorado granite, quarrymen at the Aberdeen Quarry near Gunnison, Colorado filled 40 train cars each week. Once the material reached the construction site, a veritable army of 250 laborers, 160 stone cutters, 40 stone setters, and 50 bricklayers set about sorting and shaping it into walls, pillars, and floors. Myers' architectural plans called for an amazing 20,000 granite pieces of varying shapes and sizes to be fitted to the building before it was done. It was the kind of undertaking that stirs the soul.
Geographically, Colorado is among the most exalted states in the Union. Upon the apex of the continent, our capital becomes a lighthouse upon a great eminence, and from there it should radiate a never-fading glow of exalted principles, of high and patriotic examples. Alva Adams.
Rhetoric aside, the political reality of the day was anything but exalted. In fact, far from spreading the virtues of democracy through the land, the Colorado government was more concerned with establishing a basic respect for law and order. Mountain towns in particular doggedly maintained their reputation for brawling, drinking, and corruption, with the most violent conflicts often erupting around disputed land claims. One man who tried to mediate the differences was John Rout. Few men in the state's early history commanded more respect than Rout, elected the first Colorado governor in 1876, and then re-elected 15 years later, just months after the laying of the Capitol cornerstone. Shortly after his re-election, Rout found himself mediating conflicting silver claims in Creede, Colorado, when the mood turned ugly. It seemed many of the miners thought hanging a governor might be an effective way to get their point across. The only thing that saved him was the fact that he had spent years working a mountain claim himself and was not afraid to stand up to threats.
What? You will lynch the old man, will you? Well, you are the biggest lot of damn fools in the United States. Guess you fellas could hang me, all right, but you would be committing murder and you would not get your lots after all. What do you really want, to kill me? Or after process of law, get your titles? Governor John Rout.
These disorderly scenes were by no means limited to the higher elevations. In the spring of 1894, a volatile former lawman by the name of Davis Waite became the first to occupy the Capitol's newly completed governor's office. Governor Waite had earned the nickname Bloody Bridles the year before when he gave a fiery speech that seemed to condone violent rebellion against the capitalist elite.
It is better, infinitely better, that blood should flow to the horses' bridles rather than our national liberties should be destroyed.
Shortly after taking office, Waite became embroiled in an infamous incident at Denver City Hall.
In the 1890s, the governor of Colorado had control of Denver's police and fire commissioners, and Waite launched a campaign to reform what he saw as rampant corruption in the Denver city government by firing the police and fire commissioners. But when those commissioners refused to vacate their offices, Waite very quickly turned to the National Guard. In return, the Denver police and fire departments called on their allies from Denver's criminal underworld, and there was actually a siege at Denver City Hall on Larimer Street, pitting the National Guard against a combined force of policemen and outlaws.
Waite came within minutes of ordering the troops to open fire with cannon and Gatling guns, but cooler heads prevailed on both sides. Historian Jerome Smiley would later remember the so-called City Hall War as the most disgraceful affair in the history of the government of our city. But for all his emotional indiscretion, Davis Waite's reformist zeal was a direct outgrowth of the times. Colorado's silver-based economy had crashed in 1893, and working people faced with growing uncertainty were angry. As a member of the Populist Party, Waite seemed to stand for the rights of the common man in the face of a capitalist oligarchy that spared little thought for the living conditions of the working poor. In few states were the privileges of the capitalists more unfettered than in Colorado. Miners endured appalling working conditions resulting in high incidence of sickness and death. But the state's Republican-dominated legislature had long made no secret of their sympathy with mine owners. When 6,000 miners walked off the job in Leadville in 1880, Governor Frederick Pitkin wasted little time in sending the National Guard in to quell the unrest and force the miners back to work. Meanwhile, with Pitkin's tacit approval, the mine owners employed Pinkerton detectives to drive strike leaders out of town. It was a pattern that would often be repeated, and it was a recipe for ongoing unrest and instability.
Our capital, with its great lofty dome, massive walls, columns, and portals, is an exceptionally handsome, dignified, and well-proportioned edifice. Few structures in this country are more pleasing in their aspects than it, as it stands there on a commanding site in a splendid park. Jerome Smiley.
By the beginning of 1901, all structural work on the Capitol was complete and the building was fully occupied. The moment had come for Coloradoans to sit back and take stock of their capital. By and large, they were very pleased with what they saw. In its neoclassical grandeur, the new Colorado State House unmistakably embodied the young nation's aspirations to enlightened government and economic might. The central feature, the dome, was cherished for its association with both the Roman Empire and the great Renaissance cathedrals of Europe. The temple front entrances harkened back to the Greek Empire and Athens, the cradle of democracy itself. From its earliest days, the Capitol building was a marvel of mountain sunlight translated into pattern and color. The polished oak desks of the legislative chambers glowed beneath giant skylights. In the hallways, sunlight pouring through the highest windows cascaded from one polished brass balustrade to the next before striking the vast marble floor and soaring aloft again with undiminished power. In the towering rotunda, this same effect was magnified even more. Here, the marble seemed to glow as if lit from within by some rich and unwavering fire. Intricately layered geometric panels and pilasters carried the light ever upward and outward, an eloquent reminder to legislators that any action taken here would have far-reaching effects. And indeed, the first Colorado legislature to meet in the building in January 1895 in some ways represented a high watermark for democracy in Colorado and the nation at large. Not only was this the second state election in the U.S. with universal suffrage, women having won the right to vote in Colorado in 1893, but it was the first time in American history that women had been elected to serve in a state legislature. In addition to 3 women, the chamber that year included the second African-American representative in Colorado history. From the day the Capitol opened for business in 1894, it became not just the House of Government, but also a vast public museum commemorating the history of Colorado and the American West. Free admission to its growing range of artifacts and artwork soon attracted more than 60,000 visitors a year. Crowded into the Capitol's lower level were offices of the State Geologist, along with the State Historical and Natural History Society and the Horticultural Society. Exhibits included the first printing press from the Rocky Mountain News, cannons confiscated from the Confederate Army at the 1862 Battle of Glorieta Pass, displays of Colorado trees and flowers, an impressive array of stuffed birds, bison, and bears, and even, although not for public viewing, the decapitated heads of 2 notorious bandits, Felipe and Jose Espinosa. For those with more refined tastes, the Capitol boasted an incredible collection of Anasazi artifacts, recovered from recently excavated cliff dwellings in southwestern Colorado. Later moved to the Colorado State Museum and today's History Colorado Center, these astonishing exhibits of pottery, tools, skulls, and mummies rank among the world's most important collections of pre-Columbian artifacts. But far and away the most popular attraction was the Capitol Dome itself. From the 1890s onward, visitors could climb a narrow stairway, walk out in the open air among the dome's supporting pillars, and take in one of the most dramatic views in the American West. The original copper covering on the dome struck many as an inelegant finish to a grand Capitol, particularly in a state forged from silver and gold. After rejecting a silver-clad dome as an unpleasant reminder of economic problems still troubling Colorado, the Capitol managers chose to gild the dome in 1908 with 200 ounces of gold donated by the Colorado Mining Association. In the summer of 1900, the Board of Capitol Managers completed the controversial task of naming 16 Colorado leaders to be honored with stained glass windows inside the soaring Capitol Rotunda.
The only person the entire committee agreed upon was Chief Ouray for his outstanding contributions to keeping peace between his people and the settlers, and his trips to Washington, D.C. on behalf of his people.
Casimiro Varela helped write the Constitution of Colorado, and he served for 40 years.
There was a mountain man chosen named James Baker, who was one of the pioneer fur trappers in early Colorado.
It's really unfair that Frances Weisbach Jacobs is the only woman given our early acceptance of Colorado women's suffrage. But if there's only one, she is a terrific representative.
Throughout Colorado, there were many who hoped the Capitol building's beauty would serve to elevate the spirit of Colorado government to a higher plane, preserving it from the class divisions and corruption then gripping much of the nation. President Theodore Roosevelt added to these hopes when he gave a speech from the Capitol steps in 1903. Nearly 40,000 Coloradoans turned out to hear their president blast the growing power of corporations and promise justice for the middle class.
We must treat each man on his worth and merits as a man. We must see that each is given a square deal because he is entitled to know more and should receive no less.
But the optimism of Roosevelt and the progressives would prove to be misplaced. As tensions between capital and labor grew ever more acrimonious, neither side hesitated to resort to the lowest forms of political corruption to win or hold on to power.
For 3 weeks, I was absent from this city 1,000 miles, and nothing in all my experience so brought the blush of shame to my cheeks as the constant inquiry in every city I visited, what about the terrible election frauds in Denver? A good lady of California showed me clippings from the papers of Washington City showing an investigation by the National Congress that showed up this election blackness in all its horror. Judge Ben Lindsay.
By 1904, tensions between the business-backed government and the increasingly organized wage laborers in the mines and smelting factories had reached an all-time high. In 1903, after blasting the Western Federation of Miners Union as a collection of socialists and anarchists under the evil influence of a criminal leadership, Republican Governor Frederick Peabody declared martial law and sent the National Guard to Cripple Creek, Telluride, and other hotspots. Ostensibly charged with keeping the peace, these troopers were in fact deployed to disrupt the unions and break the morale of strikers by any means necessary. But this time, the miners and their Democratic allies were determined to fight back. Adopting the slogan, "Anybody but Peabody," the miners and the Democratic Party turned their sights on the election of 1904 as their best hope to turn the tide. In a desperate gambit to mitigate the fraud and coercion on the Republican side, Denver's Democratic machine took to rounding up gamblers, prostitutes, ex-convicts, and whoever else could be found to cast multiple ballots in precincts throughout the city. The result was an improbable victory for perennial Democratic candidate Alva Adams. But no sooner were the votes tallied than Republicans began to allege massive voter fraud in Denver.
The Democrats respond, well, there was also illegal Republican voting, which was true in other areas. It was a hopelessly corrupt election on all sides. But at any rate, the Supreme Court throws Adams out and reinstalls Peabody. But the Democrats are so outraged and there's such an uproar there that they come to a compromise, and Peabody resigns, and his lieutenant governor, Jesse McDonald, takes the governorship. So you had 3 governors, Alva Adams, James M. Peabody, and Jesse McDonald, and within 24 hours running the state in a sad day in 1905.
Colorado had arrived on the national scene not as the shining example of prosperity and enlightenment envisioned by every governor from Gilpin down to Peabody himself, but as the latest example of American political corruption run amok. If ever in the history of Colorado there was a time for a reformer to take the stage, it was now. Luckily, just such a man waited in the wings. He was known as Honest John Shafroth. During 4 terms representing Colorado in the United States Congress, John Shafroth not only fought hard to fund good roads and irrigation projects for Colorado, he also took an outspoken and principled stance on behalf of national women's suffrage and election campaign reform, controversial issues that most congressmen of the period avoided. Then, in 1902, he did something truly unprecedented. Informed he had been re-elected by fraudulent means, he resigned his seat immediately. When Shafroth announced his intention to run for governor in 1908, civic-minded Coloradoans quickly recognized his candidacy as their best hope for meaningful reform. Shafroth won the election. But when he presented his reform package to a legislature comprised of old guard Republicans and machine Democrats, he was met with firm resistance. Then, in the 1911 election campaign, Denver mayor and Democratic boss Robert Speer tried to have the popular governor removed from the party ticket. Shafroth took his reform message directly to the people, traveling to towns across the state. The ploy worked, and Shafroth's re-election that fall sent a strong message to the recalcitrant legislators. One by one, Shafroth's reforms were brought to a vote and passed. By the time Shafroth left office in 1913, the list of reforms enacted under his leadership encompassed virtually the entire progressive platform.
Shafroth, in his 2 periods of governorship, pushed through such things as initiative, which was the right of citizens to initiate laws, referendum, the right of citizens to vote on laws passed by their legislature which they weren't too happy with, and recall, if they got enough people to sign a petition, they could recall their legislature. He was also involved in bills to stop child labor. He was involved in women's issues, conservation. In those 4 years as governor, he did more probably than any other one single governor that had a long-range impact on the state and on the people of Colorado.
On a cold February day in 1922, honest John Shafroth lay in state at the base of the Capitol's grand stairway. The working men and women filing past his coffin couldn't help but be aware that this Capitol building was literally changing beneath their feet into a different kind of space. A space where balanced representative government was not simply a dream, but something that might actually be made reality. As if to drive the point home, when mourners strolled out onto the steps of the west entrance, the view before them was completely transformed from that of a generation before. Mayor Speer may have opposed Shafroth's reforms, but he was not without his own grand vision for bringing Denver into the modern age. Inspired by the City Beautiful movement gripping the nation, he began in 1904 to transform Denver to a Paris on the Platte. By 1922, the view from the Capitol steps encompassed a magnificent civic center park. Telephone and electric lines were buried, billboards banned. Newly planted trees and decorative street lights lined the streets. Fountains and monuments lent the park a sense of drama and purpose, none more so than the elegant Greek amphitheater, Voorhees Memorial, and Carnegie Library. Denver's Paris on the Platte would have to wait, however, for soon after Shafroth's death, a faltering Colorado economy threatened to undermine a generation of progress and return Denver to the rough and tumble conditions of its earliest days. The Great Depression came early to Colorado. By the mid-1920s, mining output was on the decline, and a series of dry summers resulted in poor harvests and a dwindling rural population. Against the backdrop of growing economic hardship, the Ku Klux Klan won thousands of adherents in Colorado and came to dominate the state legislature almost overnight. To many Coloradoans, Klan-supported Governor Clarence Morley seemed to advocate sensible measures: improve schools, higher prices for agricultural goods, and reduce government spending. In fact, Morley's tenure as governor proved singularly divisive, and the scandal-ridden Colorado Klan suffered a decline as precipitous as its rise. Still, far from being an anomaly, the Colorado Klan was like other movements in the state's history that discriminated against people based on ethnic and religious differences. Although Klan influence died out by 1928, Colorado's ethnic intolerance would make headlines again 8 years later with Governor Edwin Johnson.
In 1936, he closed Colorado's border with New Mexico in order to keep any potential immigrants or indigents without a job from coming in and competing for jobs. New Mexico's Governor Clyde Tingley wrote a scathing letter to Governor Johnson saying, you know, many of the people who you're excluding, their grandparents and great-grandparents were born here before you and your ancestors came here. So how can you keep them out?
My family first came north to this part of the world in 1600. That's 400 years, that we've been here in this state. And so to have anyone suggest that we are not entitled or that we shouldn't be here is ludicrous.
The important thing to remember about Ed Johnson was how very popular he was with Colorado voters. He stood up for many conservative Coloradans as the champion of local control against the big government of Roosevelt's New Deal.
Though a Democrat, Johnson was ideologically opposed to increasing the size of government at a time when tax revenues seemed in permanent decline. But for President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, participation in New Deal programs was not optional. He gave Johnson a simple choice: contribute state funds to his programs or see the flow of federal money to Colorado cut off. Johnson capitulated, diverting state highway funds to match federal relief dollars for Colorado. When Roosevelt visited the Colorado Capitol in October of 1936, he came as a conquering hero, drawing one of the largest crowds ever assembled there.
true conservative seeks to protect the system of private property and free enterprise by correcting such injustices and inequalities as arise from it.
As always, the Capitol building itself reflected the new spirit of the age. Alan True's 8-panel mural in the Great Rotunda, begun in 1934 with a grant from Roosevelt's Federal Emergency Relief Agency, paid tribute not to Colorado's most successful capitalists, but to the ordinary and anonymous men and women whose daily labors made progress and prosperity possible. After federal funding ran out, philanthropist Claude Betcher and the Betcher Foundation supported the completion of the work, which True installed in 1940.
The Alan True murals depicting the history of water begins with American Indians and thunderstorms. It follows pioneers and gold miners, irrigated farms. It follows hydroelectric power, all the way around to a scene showing the beauty, the opportunity on the horizon, using this resource carefully to benefit the entire state.
Each panel is accompanied by a verse penned by poet Thomas Hornsby Farrell, whose father, William Farrell, was curator of the Capitol's popular historical collections a generation before. In his final panel, the artist imagines what lies ahead.
True wanted to leave it up to future generations to figure out how they were going to deal with this issue of water. And the fact that this old pioneer with the white beard is sitting there looking on youth and kind of questioning them, and he's got an empty glass of water and it's upside down.
This humble paean to work and community in the heart of Colorado's capital would serve as a reminder to generations to come that Colorado recognizes the contributions of all its citizens. It was a message that could not have come at a better time, for the extraordinary pressures and stresses of World War II were feeding yet another epidemic of intolerance. In 1942, the American government rounded up 110,000 Japanese American citizens from the Pacific coast and prepared to ship them to internment camps deep within the country. Far from protesting this violation of constitutional rights, American statesmen and press outlets competed to see who could demand the harshest treatment for the interned Japanese. One man stood in opposition to the rhetoric: Colorado Governor Ralph Carr.
And in that he was alone among all Western governors, many of them who issued extremely intolerant statements and threatened to hang the Japanese if they were brought into their state. Governor Carr took the high road, and he gave the Japanese hope that even after the war, they could have a life in this state.
Rarely in American political history has an elected official taken such a huge political risk for no other reason than to do what he believed was right. When citizens in the southeastern Colorado town of Granada threatened violence against Japanese Americans relocated there, Carr traveled to the community and directly confronted the mob.
And he said to them, we have to stand up in principle for the rights of the Japanese, because next time it could be you or you or you who faces this.
The memory of his deeds, while not helping him win Ed Johnson's U.S. Senate seat in a 1942 campaign, did elevate Carr to a place of special distinction in Colorado's capital. The post-war years brought boom times to Colorado, reminiscent of the heady days when the Capitol building was constructed, and there seemed to be no end in sight. As modern skyscrapers changed the skyline of downtown Denver, Coloradoans gradually grew accustomed to seeing their venerable Capitol building stand out against a glittering backdrop of steel and glass. Modern-day immigrants from across the country flocked to Colorado as a place promising that rarest of combinations: abundant open space and opportunities for employment. Colorado's capital, a conventional place of customs and traditions, wasn't always quick to grasp the new realities. Then came an overwhelming series of national catastrophes: the Kennedy assassination, Vietnam, the Mideast oil embargo, Nixon. The era of popular dissent was born, and the west portal of the Capitol became center stage for the protests and petitions of the people. Few years saw more action than 1969. In April of that year, the Black Panthers joined forces with Chicanos to protest a lack of educational opportunities and the seeming indifference to their needs on behalf of elected officials. On Mexican Independence Day in September of '69, Chicanos returned with a force of 4,000.
We knew we didn't have political power. We knew that the only way to move the agenda for employment, education, health was through political action. And that was why students came together and marched on the Capitol.
To its credit, the state avoided the violent clashes between protesters and police, which seemed almost the norm in much of the nation. For this, many credit the cool-headed leadership of Governor John Love, who presided over the Colorado State House from 1963 to 1973. By the middle 1970s, the most tumultuous protests had passed, but the changes they wrought in Colorado's culture were still being felt. Elected in 1975, brash young environmentalist Governor Richard Lamb epitomized the new era with an independent style that seemed to fit the evolving cultural aesthetic. Reflecting these historic shifts, the legislature decided the time had come for another update to the Capitol building artwork, one that would make the building more truly representative of all Coloradoans. In 1976, to mark the 100th anniversary of Colorado's statehood, government officials dedicated Women's Gold, a spectacular silk tapestry commemorating the contributions of 19 women to Colorado history. Also that year came the addition of stained glass windows honoring Opportunity School founder Emily Griffith, former state treasurer Virginia Neal Blue, and territorial-era African-American businessman Barney Ford.
In the House, we only have one stained glass window. It's Barney Ford. He was influential in having Colorado not become a state until we became a free state.
The arc of history, as Dr. King said, is very long, and it bends towards justice. And that became very clear to me standing under Barney Ford's picture when I gave my first speech to the chamber as Speaker of the House.
Finally, in 1977, heritage windows were installed in the old Supreme Court room, honoring minority leaders in Colorado history. The mapmaker Don Miera y Pacheco, Ute chiefs Jack House and Buckskin Charlie, pioneering African-American businesswoman Clara Brown, Chinese businessman Chin Lin Su, and Japanese entrepreneur Naochi Hokazono. The legislature was justly proud of these latest additions to a glorious artistic collection. But for those charged with maintaining the Capitol's more basic functions, the growing splendor of the building's interior seemed to make elected officials overlook the precarious condition of the 100-year-old structure.
There were reports done in 1990 and 1995 to determine exactly what the structural condition of the Capitol was, and the news wasn't good. There were all sorts of fire dangers in the Capitol building. In fact, there was one report that suggested that from the moment a wastebasket fire would start, it could be as soon as 8 minutes later that there would start being structural collapse in the building.
With their feet literally held to the fire, the legislature finally approved a multi-year life safety project to install sprinklers and emergency exit stairways throughout the building, funded by the State Historical Fund, a program of History Colorado. But even before that project was completed, it became clear that the Capitol building had developed another potentially life-threatening problem. A study revealed that the cast iron supports holding the dome in place were severely damaged by water seepage and rust.
Well, in 2006, I got a call that a piece of the dome had fallen off. It had fallen from the ceiling of the outside observation deck.
The Capitol building is well over a century old now, and we're at a point now where we're faced with an absolute demand for maintenance and repairs of that dome that can't be put off any longer.
All of the painted gray cast iron is failing, and it needs to be removed, and then the rivets are deteriorating in various areas. So we need to investigate and replace those metal rivets with stainless steel.
Clearly, the Capitol building is now showing its age. In Michigan and Texas, where Elijah Myers designed capitals were built in the same era as Colorado's, painstaking restorations undertaken in the 1980s and 90s won widespread praise. But with estimates for a full rehabilitation of the Colorado Capitol running as high as $250 million, the project is virtually impossible to fund without first passing the difficult hurdle of voter approval. One day soon, Coloradoans will have to decide.
There are few symbols that are more powerful for the state of Colorado than our gold dome on the state capitol.
The people of Colorado have to rally around this building. Its care, its condition is our responsibility. And we have to do everything we can, even in difficult times, to save this structure that represents all of us.
Future governors, legislators, and citizens could surely gather in another building to face the issues of their time. But there is reason to doubt if they would remember as clearly in a new setting the lessons of Colorado's history. Separated from the symbols of the past, would government be guided as well by the demands of destiny? And would the immortal words of Thomas Hornsby Farrell resound outside the Great Rotunda? Beyond the sundown is tomorrow's wisdom. Today is going to be long, long ago.
It gives you the sense that you're part of this great continuum, part of something that's much bigger than yourself. This is a building worth caring about and worth maintaining and keeping as a symbol of all that's great about the state of Colorado.
If you could give me a magic wand and say you can have a new multi-million-dollar new capital like they have in a number of states, I'd say no. You need the sense of historical proportion that the capital gives us. The whole traditions of Colorado being a mixture of cultures and people. Winston Churchill said it best. We build our buildings, and then they build us.